Our planet is very good at promoting life, but it is much better at extinguishing it. In ancient skies, a signal grows more weak. The CMBR's song that reality speaks. The Toe Questers saw the truth at last. Our universe, a show that's being cast. The human race had been degenerating, for the CMBR antenna that broadcasts our universal reality show had long been out of whack. Behold the helix dance of DNA, where 4 notes sing life's complex interplay. DNA is made of 4 nucleotides arranged in such a way that a large number of perfectly cascading events form a living, thinking life form. Each strand a ladder to creation's heights, where single missteps lead the whole astray. No one yet fully understands the irreducible complexity of the DNA double helix, which is the template for all carbon-based life. But deeper still lies nature's greatest code, a template vaster than what life has showed, the universe's own encrypted chain, where space and time and matter are bestowed. The corrupted DNA of the universe. Likewise, a much more complex universal DNA template is the common thread of a much greater type of exponentially encrypted digital code of everything which forms our entire universe, generating it in a virtual holographic type way, that is, the infinite radiates through a DNA matrix, using information or energy to create the cosmic microwave antenna, which broadcasts interference patterns of virtual reality. This holographic dance of everything spins out reality like golden string, each quantum bit precisely placed in space to make the cosmic harmonies all ring. Like fractals folded into deeper space, each pattern shows the whole in micron trace. The universe, a grand computer's dream, projects existence through digital grace. Yet now this code begins to show its age, like ancient text on some forgotten page. The cosmic DNA starts to degrade, while reality slips from its quantum cage. The problem was that the celestial music of the spheres had fallen out of tune. O secret keeper of this sacred tale, where virtual worlds through digital veils cast shadows on our minds like Plato's cave. What happens when the master program fails? The cosmic broadcast showed some static's trace, as DNA of universe lost grace. The Toe Quest sages tracked the signal's flaw. Our reality show needed time and space. They chose nobody nowhere to fix the show, for no one else could make the changes flow. Through guardian of forever's ancient gate, to tune the cosmic background's sacred glow. Like DNA that builds our mortal frame, a greater code writes reality's game. The matrix where the infinite performs its holographic dance of cosmic flame. The sphere's sweet music jangled out of key, while butter flew much like a strange bee. Nobody donned his light-bend cloak to step through time's gate toward eternity.
Butter flies like a banana. Nobody nowhere had butterflies in his stomach and flew like a bee in outer space, wearing his light-bending suit. The chronicle of man, that tangled scroll, where folly dances with the human soul. No wisdom gained from centuries of pain, as fate keeps playing its capricious role. This was not an attempt to revise human history per se, for that mess was a happening that had way too much dumbness in it to be salvageable. The whims of fate would only create new fools, since wild and uncontrolled emotions had proved to be all that there was to say about all the miseries and follies that had been sadly written into the human chronicle. So, nobody donned his cloak of light to walk through time unseen, a spectral sight. His emanations carefully contained, lest ripples spread through past and future's night. Yes, there was always a danger of even more negatively affecting the past. And so nobody wore a light-bending suit that made him invisible. And it furthermore contained most of his emanations. For even branded clothes upon his frame might spark a change that sets the past aflame. The butterfly of chaos spreads its wings when slightest shifts disturb time's fragile game. This would minimize most of his effects on the past and on the future that arose through interaction with the past. Even that eventually magnifying, perhaps of merely being seen with name-brand clothes on. Behind our world's familiar curtain glows a matrix where pure radiance flows. Like strands of light through DNA divine, the pattern of existence clearly shows. The microwave background radiation was the source interference pattern of the holograph in which our reality exists. Behind it, a light radiance passed through a very complex matrix, looking somewhat like DNA. The background hum of cosmic static sings of interference patterns spreading rings. Our holographic reality blooms from ancient light that secret wisdom brings. The Hubble watched while ToeQuest stood on guard, as Greybeard, Rascalpuff, and Frederick starred. While Austin surfed ethereal Jersey waves and crowds logged in from near and very far. Though sometimes Austin was merely scraping along on the particulate matter of the beach. Through no place in the middle of nowhere, though space lacks center, edge, or central lair, nobody navigated by mind stars towards CMBR's control panel there. The matrix vast behind all things we see, more complex than mere mortality's DNA, holds patterns that make real seem real enough, while broadcasting what we think truth to be. Time keeps things from all happening at once. Yet nobody slipped past its normal wants. One small step back, then giant leap beyond to fix the signal's cosmic response. Nobody, knowing very well that time was nature's way of keeping everything from happening at once, took one small step for man into the past, and found himself right back standing right in front of the Guardian, and so he took a giant leap for mankind. The light-bend suit kept history unchanged, while butterflies through stomach acid ranged. For tampering with time needs careful touch, lest all reality get rearranged.
The butterfly effect is a phrase that encapsulates the more technical notion of sensitive dependence on initial conditions in chaos theory. Small variations of the initial condition of a nonlinear dynamical system may produce large variations in the long-term behavior of the system. So this is sometimes presented as esoteric behavior, but can be exhibited by very simple systems. For example, a ball placed at the crest of a hill might roll into any of several valleys, depending on slight differences in initial position. The phrase refers to the idea that a butterfly's wings might create tiny changes in the atmosphere that ultimately cause a tornado to appear or prevent a tornado from appearing. The flapping wing represents a small change in the initial condition of the system, which causes a chain of events leading to large-scale phenomena. Had the butterfly not flapped its wings, the trajectory of the system might have been vastly different. Recurrence, the approximate return of a system towards its initial conditions, together with sensitive dependence on initial conditions, are the two main ingredients for chaotic motion. They have the practical consequence of making complex systems, such as the weather, difficult to predict past a certain time range, approximately a week in the case of weather. Behind the curtain of the cosmic show, where interference patterns ebb and flow, nobody sought the tuning that would bring new clarity to all we think we know. For what is real but broadcast from afar? A signal dancing through the void like stars, Perhaps our whole existence merely plays on screens that float where no true substance are. Like roulette played with universal stakes, or Russian games where each pull might unmake the world, yet humans, tired of folly's reign, bet all on nobody for sanity's sake. It was like taking the chance of betting the entire company on either red or black in roulette, but was more like Russian roulette, in that really bad things could happen. However, the human race was quite desperate, having really had enough of pettiness and silliness. For insight's angels rarely visit now, while humans sleep as fortune passes bow. They seek Dame Luck in lottery's false dawn, while living costs rise, living chances bow. As Flip Wilson once said, the cost of living is going up and the chance of living is going down. Many were living a TV sitcom life. Genius has its limits, but stupidity. Some waste no time on wisdom's patient quest, while others claim that seeing needs faith's test. On rainy Sundays, bored beyond belief, they fashion gods to grant eternal rest. Many people even wasted no time reading ToeQuest forum posts. Even more said that some things like ESP had to be believed to be seen. Others, the types who quickly became bored on rainy Sunday afternoons, invented gods to grant them eternal immortality. More said than done, the ancient adage goes, while subway wisdom gravity's truth shows, Earth sucks. Proclaim the underground prophets. Everyone was only looking out for number one, not realizing that this often caused them to step in number two. Asked Gandhi of the West's civilized ways, 'twould be a fine thing. So the sage displays his wit while others eat and drink with mirth, till diet's morrow dims their merry days. And some said, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we diet, since the waste was a terrible thing to mind. More horses' ends than horses fill our scene, while Horace rides before Descartes' machine. Yes, there were more horses' asses than horses. Some even put Horace before Descartes. Truth stranger here than fiction dares to tread, as nobody walks where no one's ever been. How goes it? Rascal calls through time's dim veil. It's raining, nobody reports his trail. Hardly? Asks Puff, dividing self from self. It's hardly raining, hardly, marks his tale. What means this riddle wrapped in cosmic jest, as nobody, umbrella-armed and blessed, strides through the rain of possibility, while watchers wonder at his strange quest? Perhaps in nonsense lurks the deepest sense, as humor breaches wisdom's highest fence. For who but nobody could fix the world while wielding just an umbrella's defense? Through time's rain falling hardly here and there, nobody walks where others wouldn't dare, to tune reality's great broadcast show with nothing but an umbrella to spare. Austin piped in that the English language was becoming a bit affected via nobody's interruptions in the past, but he encouraged that the journey go on, and so it continued as it progressed and went on. As English warped through time's distorting lens, while nobody sought cosmic odds and ends, some asked what it in "it is raining" meant, as if mere grammar could make cosmic sense. Just nothing, nobody replied with grace. Reverse gravity through time and space, reality's dilated antecedent, and meanwhile I am dampening apace. A little rain never hurt nobody, quoth Rascal, and thus made history. His words appeared in wisdom's ancient tome, though written now, yet aged mysteriously. A new and original saying that suddenly appeared in the now retitled book, The 2501 Greatest Sayings Ever. "I hope the rain keeps up," nobody said, when asked his wish through time streams overhead, "so then it won't come down." Such cosmic wit as space-time bent around the jokes he spread. "How's it going, nobody?" asked Rascal again, figuring that nobody's watch was running fast from special relativity and that some hours had already passed. On an asteroid, nobody stopped to dine. Where universal lunch was served so fine, nobody replied, "I heard that the universe was a free lunch, so I'm having it in a restaurant on an asteroid." "The food is great," he messaged through the void, "but atmosphere is somewhat hard to find." "The food's great, but there's no atmosphere." Then Chicken Man, with questions off the wall, asked why the chicken made its cosmic fall. But Rascal, wise in relativity, explained how roads rise up to meet them all. Now, there's always someone who interrupts forum threads with off-the-wall stuff. So Chicken Man tried to catch Rascal unawares with, why did the chicken fly across the road? And did the egg cross into God's universe before the chicken? The road moved 'neath the chicken's quantum stride, while space-time curved along its 4D ride. Like baseball fields that rise to catch pop flies as universe expands on every side. Rascal, taking all this in stride during a lull, replied, "As allowed by Einstein's relativity, the road moved to the other side of the chicken. And the chicken didn't land so much as the road rose to meet the chicken, as it extended in 4D, much like the baseball field rises to meet the pop-up, since the universe is expanding. And chickens cannot fly," he added true, "nor did God brood on cosmic eggs of blue. So let's tune DNA of universe without more chicken questions mucking through." Through quantum foam and cosmic jest, they sought to fix the signal giving life to thought, while humor danced with physics' deepest laws and wisdom wore the mask of jester's sport. For in this quest to tune reality, perhaps the joke's what sets the signal free, as nobody repairs the cosmic show with wit that bends both space and gravity. Graybeard cried alarm through time's dim haze. "The cards are changin' in these altered days. The ace, once low, now trumps the mighty king. Has nobody set hierarchy ablaze?" "Hold it," warned Graybeard. "Some critical atoms must have been disturbed by nobody's journey. Now the ace, a new name for the formerly bottommost playing card, the lowly one, is now higher than the king in many kinds of card games. This is a sacrilege and a travesty. Wait until London hears about this." But Kirkpatrick saw the deeper sign. How A meant all in wisdom's grand design, the one that births both monarchy and more, as cosmic truth in playing cards could shine. McKirkpatrick somehow got into the conference call and said, "Just heard, but relax. The all is the one. The A on the card really stands for all, for this is what gave rise to the monarchy, and of course the one is the one." While Frederick, master of the numbered art, assured them strategy stayed true to heart. Though ranks might shift in time's disturbed domain, the game's deep patterns would not drift apart. Old Graybeard watched the moon's unchanging face while counting minutes in the cosmic race, and Frederick checked his fingers left and right. Poor Profat sharpened pencils to their end as space and time began to curve and bend, while Texas Hold'em spread through twisted time like quantum ripples that nobody penned.
Some sort of high-stakes poker mania called Texas Hold'em has broken out in some countries. Googling now, it's even replacing baseball on many TV channels. Just let it pass, a temporal fad that we need not impede, for whether ace rules high or bows down low, the cosmic game plays on with little heed. It's okay, no harm done. We'll pass it off as another fad.
Through nobody's wake, the changes spread, as past and present's cards got reshuffled, read. Yet somehow, in time's shifting parameter, the deeper rules stayed true to what they said. For in this cosmic game where all's at stake, what matters most is not the rules we break, but how the patterns hold through space and time as nobody tunes reality's remake. Let kings and aces dance their rankings race, while Hold'em claims old baseball's sacred place. For in the greater game nobody plays, such shifts mark merely time's disturbed embrace. Through billion years nobody made his way, past dodo birds that frolicked in their day, left asteroids, not hemorrhoids, far behind, while alchemy's first dreams began to play. Across a bridge of planks that creaked with time, past penny stamps and ancient paradigm, he reached at last the cosmic CBS, the panel where reality's wavelengths chime. Be gentle, like shower knobs that shift from cold to star. One quantum turn brings forth the scalding steam, as quarks and quacks make plumbers' wisdom mar. Be careful, advised prophet. Be so very delicate with any adjustments. Remember on Earth how the tiniest minute adjustment of a shower knob of even a millionth of an inch causes the shower water to become totally steaming hot. No plumber in the universe has ever been able to resolve this problem. It has something to do with quarks, quicks, and quacks.
Fear not, I'll softly breathe upon the dials that make the cosmos seethe. We seek clear channels in life's DNA, not static snow where baseball games yet seethe. Don't worry, answered nobody. I'll be gentle. I'll just breathe on it slightly. We want clarity in the universe's DNA and ours, as in improving the reception of a TV set, not unproving it back into the stone age of 3 channels, of all baseball games, and the weather with snow and static on the others. I'll do my best, come hell or hot water.
Like tuning ancient television snow to catch the signal's pure and perfect flow, his touch must find that sweet spot in between, where cosmic clarity might better show. No Stone Age Channels 3 would serve us now, no weather maps through static's fuzzy bow. The universe deserved a clearer song, if nobody could just figure how. For in this broadcasting station, old, where reality's first patterns were unfold, the slightest touch might change all history, make waters freeze or turn all lead to gold. Through hell or scalding showers, steamy spray, nobody sought to tune our cosmic play, to clear the static from life's DNA and bring fresh clarity to evolution's way. A spray of atoms toward the cosmic screen. Then data links blazed bright, then died unseen, while telemarketers through time still reached to sell timeshares where time had never been.
The stars grow clear, the galaxies unveil, yet careful with that brightness knob, my friend, lest nature's balance tip beyond the pale. Great, the stars are becoming clearer, and I can even see some galaxies with the naked eye. But take it slow. We don't want to upset the balance of nature by making it too bright at night.
Too clear the heavens grew beneath his touch, as Venus showed her age a bit too much, while X-ray vision pierced apartment walls, and private moments revealed rather such.
Wait, hold it. I can see Venus, the goddess of love and passion, all too well. Yikes, I didn't know she was that old. I now have X-ray vision and can see into all the apartments. Also, I'm getting something called cartoons on my TV set, and they're really weird, very unreal looking, and everyone in them is doing silly things.
So nobody produced his vacuum's aid to draw back atoms that too far had strayed, fine-tuning cosmos like a radio dial, till balance in the broadcast was remade.
Now try up higher, though up in space leaves directions disguised. Good, cheered Graybeard, that's a good balance. Try something a little higher up, and let's see what happens. No, your other up came swift correction, as nobody through dimensions sized.
Notions of up and down were useless in space, so nobody picked a direction at random.
Okay, I'm switching back in kilter.
Another goddess walks across my view, cried Graybeard as the adjustments grew.
For tuning reality's great broadcast show brings sights that mortal eye should never view. Between too clear and foggy lies the way, where truth and mystery in balance play. For some things should stay slightly out of focus, lest all of heaven's secrets spoil our day. The Cubs, at last in series glory bound, were swept as myths looked on in horror crowned. Suddenly, the Chicago Cubs, which had finally made it to the World Series of Baseball, were swept in 4 straight games, while the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, and other unbelievables in attendance looked on in horror, while Jordan danced twixt court and diamond's call, as reality spun madly round and round. Then Michael Jordan gave up basketball for baseball and then switched back to basketball again. The climate swung from tropic heat to freeze while Christ changed faiths with theological ease. Hell froze and thawed like cosmic ice cube trays as Lethe's waters turned to memories. Global warming picked up, and then an ice age began. Jesus, born a Christian, became Jewish, then converted back again. Hell froze over and then thawed out again. The same with the river of forgetfulness. Everyone was walking on water for a while and running like hell from Hades. The river Styx boiled off in steamy spite as dead souls drowned again in comic plight. With CRS disease can't remember shit, they wandered lost through day and endless night.
Watch that shower knob, nobody. The river Styx just boiled away and a bunch of dead people drowned after many more escaped.
Where are they going?
They don't know. They say they have CRS disease.
What's CRS stand for?
Can't remember shit.
Up higher! Graybeard called through quantum haze. That last direction set too many days to spinning backward through their proper course, while Easter bunnies watched in mute amaze.
Okay guys, a little upper, nobody.
The bridge of time groaned neath nobody's feet, as ropes began to fray where eons meet. The toe researchers held their collective breath, while reality played tricks both sour and sweet. Now Santa Claus and Jordan shared one sphere, while baseball mixed with myths both far and near. The shower knob of cosmos turned too far, mixed holiday with prophet, game with star. Nobody reached up and out, but the bridge creaked and groaned, causing nobody to slip a bit. Time running short upon that creaking span where nobody must finish what began. For in this game of universal dials, where sports and saints share temporal trials, as bonds smashed records into steroid haze, Mount Rushmore danced through presidential days, while Boston broke their century of curse. Then Yogi spoke his wisdom upside down, too crowded, so nobody comes around. The road that works stopped working in its time, while speed zones urged the swift to slow their climb. Poor Clinton neither inhaled smoke nor sin, as history rewrote what might have been.
This one may be hard to explain, but we'll chalk it up to human nature.
The signs along our highways told their jest, as meaning turned both east and also west. I never said the things I really said. As wisdom's fool spoke, truth turned on its head. For in these ripples through our space and time, where baseball stats met presidential climb, let Yogi guide us through this twisted maze, where meaning doubles back through quantum haze. Nobody twirled the more of thisness knob, as Krypton's folk began their cosmic job. But Frederick warned of perfect's bitter price, how flawless skill might turn life's game to ice. All the toe viewers from Earth were cheering this, but Frederick warned them that total perfection might take all the fun out of life. In dreams now mortals soared on Superman's wing, While letters numbers did their switching thing, poor 0 looked like O while 1 met L. As language tied itself in verbal string, zeros began to look like the alphabetic letter O, causing confusion, along with 1 looking like the letter L. Better hold off, Graybeard suggested.
Nobody dialed the knobs back a little. Some people are now reporting that they can fly like Superman in some new event called sleeping hallucinations or night dreams.
Sweet homonyms bred fast through twisted speech, while synonyms stretched meaning's grasp and reach. Some words began to have the same sound, as called a homonym but not a homonym, and some with similar meanings, as called a synonym, although it had none itself, and some words now had multiple meanings. How strange that phonetic sounds nothing like the way its letters ought to sound and teach. Nor was phonetic spelled the way it sounded. Abbreviation grew absurdly long, while monosyllabic did its spelling wrong. And why was abbreviation such a long word without any? And how come monosyllabic wasn't? And love found only dove and high above to rhyme with in the poet's frustrated song. Also, love was reduced to having only the 2 good rhymes of dove and above, which soon became overused and stale, frustrating many poets and their readers. Perhaps I should not mention that last part, as verses struggle with their rhyming art. For when reality affects one's tools, the very telling tears itself apart. So, nobody dialed back the cosmic gain, lest perfect prowess drive all pleasure vain. For in the flaws and failings of our reach, some sweeter victory might yet remain. Let basketball miss sometimes from afar. Let language keep its puzzles bizarre. For in imperfection's fertile ground, the flowers of wonder show us what we are. Through all these ripples in the cosmic sea, where letters dance and athletes bend the knee, we learn that too much more of thisness might make less of all we struggled to be free. In Wildwood, where the Jersey shore should be, a slice of Hawaii touched the sea, with torch and palm tree, waterfall and song, while fat men sang beneath a tropical tree. At Sunset Bay, where Numena turned real, raw oysters well done graced the evening meal. A ship-turned bar at Pier's End served its guests, while sand-strewn floors made reality real. Austin reported that a part of Hawaii had sprung up in Wildwood, New Jersey, named Sunset Bay, and that it had had big fat singers, torches, palm trees, waterfalls, tropical flowers, a half-ship at the end of a pier that served as a bar, good food, ordering raw oysters well done. Although it consisted of only waves and fields, lucky that his brain turned the Numena into phenomena, and sand all around as a floor. And goo! Oogle stretched its vowels wide, as extra O's took Quantum's wild ride.
Just marketing.
Also, he said that many more O's had appeared in the word goo. Oogle.
These sleeping visions help us through the night, while homonyms give poets new delight, and synonyms enrich our speaking ways, as language grows more playful in its flight.
Frederick suggested that the sleeping visions were harmless and probably helped us in some way, that homonyms gave poets even more rhymes, that synonyms and words with multiple meanings would enrich the language.
Slash zeros from their O's to keep them clear, while typewriters fade into yesteryear.
That zeros could have a slash added through them for differentiation, that typewriters were obsolete, that we could get used to the odd words, perhaps someday getting even with them.
Let love find of among its rhyming friends, as poetry finds new patterns to endear. This Hawaii sprung from Jersey's fertile sand, just call it tourism's strategic plan, for who can say where reality ends and marketing begins to understand.
The waves lap fields where fields should never be, while palm trees shade the Atlantic's chilly sea. Yet human minds adapt to stranger things and make them seem as normal as can be. For in these shifts of what is real and true, we find new ways to bend our world's bright hue, till Hawaii and Jersey seems quite right, and extra O's make searching somehow new, and that Google's extra O's would probably get used in a marketing ploy as denoting the internet page ranges of interest. Perhaps the secret's not in what we change, but how we dance with things that seem so strange. For human minds can rationalize it all, till even quantum ripples find their range. A chorus crying run through digital space.
Run, they all said in unison and with text messages as well. Run for your life, get out of there. The bridge.
Before roaming charges killed their satellite, then nothing stretched beneath nobody's feet. That paradox where void and being meet. Yet cartoon physics granted precious time till consciousness could make the fall complete. That second's grace proved all he'd need to act. A strip of foil, humanity's last pact against the reign of sitcom, Paris, fame. He fixed upon the antenna, skill intact, then leapt back to the bridge's falling span as fast as light, which faster then he ran. While planks dissolved like quantum foam behind, he raced ahead of time's unraveling plan. The cell phones dead, their warnings lost to space, as cosmic bills came due with mounting grace. Yet nobody outran reality's collapse, while saving us from entertainment's face. Through nothing and through something swift he fled, while watchers held their breath in quantum dread. For in this race, tween nobody and void, all future culture hung by tinfoil thread. Concern crept in on cat-soft padding feet, while worry, woe, and grimness took their seat. A bill collector joined their somber crowd, as silence made their gathering complete. No one knew where nobody was, or if he did nothing or didn't do nothing. Concern set in. Worry followed. Despair appeared. Poor Rascal Googled through his anxious hours, while Greybeard's eyes left Virgo's virgin bowers.
Chaste makes waste, he muttered, one eye closed, his unopened beer still holding hidden powers.
Rascal saddened, but kept Googling to keep his mind busy, while Greybeard stopped ogling the virgin superclusters of Virgo with both of his naked eyes. And Frederick, misty-eyed, recalled the days with nobody, all good in memory's haze. Frederick, getting all teary-eyed, tried to remember the good times with nobody. Well, that was easy. They were all good times. While Rascal Puff checked copyrights with care, his language tied in nobody thought maze.
Rascal Puff checked all of his copyrights. Darn, they're still there.
Why is there no sign of nobody, and why is nobody not home? And what is the meaning of what I'm saying, or not?
Perhaps we should just ask the teenagers who know it all, as every parent shuns. Well, although we are all supposed to know everything, or at least the theory of, we might as well just ask our teenage offspring, for they know it all. Michael rose from his digital retreat while Austin fed seabirds their French-fried treat. 1,000 gulls pursued his fleeing form as children filmed their father's swift defeat. What paradox when nobody is lost? What semantic games our minds are tossed? For how can nobody be missing here when nobody was never here across? The seagulls whirl like quantum possibilities, while French fries plot their aerial trajectories. Let teenagers explain it all away, while bill collectors darken wisdom's day. For in this pause between the now and then, we wait for nobody to find his way. Perhaps he did nothing, or nothing did, or something else behind these words lies hid, while we prepare remembrance just in case and wonder what of nothing might be rid. Austin thought that nobody might never make it, and began preparing a remembrance. This is the creature there has never been. They never knew it, and yet nonetheless they loved the way it moved, its suppleness, its neck, its very gaze, mild and serene. Not there because they loved it, it behaved as though it were. They always left some space, and in that clear, unpeopled space they saved it, lightly reared its head, with scarce a trace of not being there. They fed it, not with corn, but only with the possibility of being. And that was able to confer such strength, its brow put forth a horn, one horn. Whitely it stole up to a maid, to be within the silver mirror and in her. Who can understand the universe, not even needing a place to stand. that is nowhere and everywhere, a wizard creating something of nothing, whose imagination reaches the edge of forever, beyond and before. In honor of our nobody we sing, who needed not a place for anything. Everywhere and nowhere was his realm, as wizard of the nothing everything. Beyond the edge where atoms lose their way, where electromagnetic forces fray, he walked through nothing's thin and empty air to tune the cosmic broadcast of our day. Existence extends its electromagnetic preach as far as its atomic influences can reach. Beyond all of that, there is nothing there but the naught of very thin air. Nothing. Poor Prof Pat missed 2 payments on his car, then turned to dig up treasures near and far. Prof Pat, sidelined by so many recent two-way readings and contributions, had gotten back on his feet by missing 2 car payments. His career now in ruins, he switched to archaeology, while MJA proclaimed with wisdom true,
Most equal man that ever crossed our star, MJA said nobody was the most equal man I ever knew.
Lloyd puzzled time and fruit flies danced through space. Lloyd pondered the linguistics of time flies like a bird and fruit flies like a banana, while Stephen's map showed every here and place. For when you seek the spot where you might stand,
Stephen Wright said, I have an existential map. It has "You are here" written all over it.
his imagination reached beyond the rim where space and time grow gossamer and dim. Through forever's edge he dared to walk, to fix the signal growing faint and grim. Some days the universe resists our will, while others burn with fire stranger still. Yet nobody dared dance through nothing's realm, where only he could cure existence's ill.
Meatloaf sang, "Some days it don't come easy, and these are the days that never end. And some nights are breathing fire, and some night are nothing I felt or seen before, or will again. No one else can save you now but you.
So let us praise the one who dared to stride where something meets with nothing side by side, who proved that nowhere is a place to be when reality needs someone to guide. For in this tale of cosmic repair's art, nobody played the most essential part, the one who could step past existence's edge to tune the signal where all wonders start." Robert finally asked for a minute of silence on ToeQuest. In solemn silence, ToeQuest bowed its head, while time's components walked with mournful tread. Sad yesteryear and forever came, with why and how and where by sorrow led. Sad yesteryear, forever and everywhere they all came, to weep for nobody nowhere, with why and how, then, now, when and what and where, led but by their tears and sorrow. Your posts zing with things that none can bring, everything. The minutes crawled like Florida's slow lane, where elderly folks make young folks complain. More time passed, as the minutes went by like slugs and snails slowed down by older slugs and snails in their way, like when we get stuck walking behind old people in Florida, till Yogi spoke his twisted wisdom true.
The future's not what once it used to strain. Yogi Berra suddenly came out with, the future isn't what it used to be.
But Frederick smiled at negatives turned bright, for in his numbered days he'd seen the light. Though plus and minus sum to nothing's null, the difference holds the wisdom of their flight.
He's alive. He's out there somewhere, where no man has gone before. And I don't mean the ladies' room.
Then Prophet listed ways he hadn't gone, not departed, passed, expired, or drawn to better realms, till Greybeard cut him short.
You mean die?
Yes,
That's last upon his lawn.
for how can nobody depart our sphere, when nowhere is the place he holds most dear? And how can nothing claim the one who walked through spaces where no something could appear? The constituents of reality process through time's grand ceremony, yet nobody eludes their solemn march by being everywhere we cannot see. Let sluggish time crawl past at snail's slow pace, while Yogi twists the future's changing face. For nobody has found that special realm where something, nothing meet in quantum's grace. Through time's swift river nobody did swim, not stopping once for directions dim, unlike poor Moses' 40 desert years, as language shifted at reality's rim. Time was like a river, so nobody followed the currents through all their twists and turns, not even stopping to ask directions, for there weren't any, unlike Moses, who didn't ask and so got lost for 40 years. Swimming, being careful not to use the butterfly stroke, all the way back to the safety of Earth, 2025, almost taking a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Meatloaf sang what he wouldn't do for love, while country music titles soared above all reason's reach. We'll leave those well alone, as culture shifted like a hand-switched glove. Meatloaf recorded his greatest song of "I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that." Let's not get into country music song titles. Through currents twisted by the cosmic dance, past Albuquerque's dangerous circumstance, nobody swam, no butterfly allowed, till Earth 2025 came into glance. All applauded his return, giving a great reception to the improver of reception, and told him of Earth's many new marvels, for that tinfoil fix worked magic past all hope. The world bloomed colors full kaleidoscope. The 50s saw both life and TV shine, as black and white lost their restricted scope. Color had arrived in the world, along with color TV. In the late 1950s, high definition brought its crystal view, perhaps too crystal, showing pimples too. While Earth embraced its newly sharpened sight and welcomed home the one who made it true. They celebrated he who dared to swim through time's deep waters, both bright and dim, who fixed reception's cosmic crystal set, though language quirks still followed every whim. For in this tale of temporal repair, where words shift meaning through the quantum air, nobody proved that sometimes tinfoil dreams can make reality beyond compare. 3 gifts of heaven grace our mortal sphere: sweet flowers bloom, night visions crystal clear, and elfin folk who dance twixt earth and sky, though some, like fallen angels, prove not dear. 3 types of heavenly things had become permanent features of the world. The Dark Age lifted sooner than before, as Y1K brought wisdom to restore. The Dark Ages had gotten brighter sooner, the Y1K problem, the printing press, a century advanced, spread knowledge wide from learning's sacred store. The printing press had been invented a century sooner, in Oxford's halls. A humble sweeper found old Omar's verses, dormant underground, while Plato's newest thoughts lay close beside, beyond metaphysics, wisdom newly crowned. A book of Omar Khayyam's 1,000-year-old quatrains was discovered in the Bodleian Library by a janitor, not having been noticed there before, along with Plato's new book of the month, Beyond Metaphysics. The bard unblocked his pen, no fish required, his genius finally fully fired, while gentle blondes sought gentler company, and Magdalene's true story was acquired. Someone named Shakespeare had gotten over his writer's block of trying to open a lock with a fish, and so had written some of the greatest stuff ever. Blondes began to prefer gentlemen. James the Lesser was shown to really have less, actually being Mary Magdalene. The iPod's tune drew minds from reality, as Apple's fruit grew sweeter on the tree, and Apple computers and products were improving and catching on to let us tune out reality of all things with the iPod. While 60 summers now seemed young indeed, 10 years more life, a gift of destiny. 10 years had been added to the human lifespan, meaning that 60 was not old anymore. Cartoons kept the children in their sway, while Kovach's words on TV held their day, That medium meant excellence was rare, and thus we learned to cast the worst away. However, we were stuck with cartoons, but hey, they keep kids busy. Though strangers bid us each a pleasant time, their plans might lead to regions more sublime. People still told others to have a nice day, even though they probably had other plans. Now men with nipples walk beneath the sun, while consciousness, once naps had come undone, grew bright as dawn. Yet some cared not to share the wisdom that enlightenment had won. And why is a thesaurus not some ancient heir to dinosaurs whose time has long since run? Behold, a color new had come to stay, not found in rainbow's arc of light's display. 'Twas brown that graced our world with earthen hue, while humor spread through words in fresh wordplay. The penny candy rose to nickel's height, and cigarettes blazed forth at cost to fright. I insured each pack against their doom. Small fires claimed them in the quiet night, yet still the world grew better than before. The worst was merely worser in its strain. Poor Pluto's been banished to the underworld, Charon rowing him to the land of the forgotten. School children petitioned for his return, but he was voted off of the solar island. On Toe Quest, souls were gifted yearly flight around the sun, with Poughkeepsie's delight. Second place earned 2 trips to that town fair. Third place got 3. Oh, what a curious plight. All on nobody's shoulders. In space, where equal signs hold sway and reign, the MJA proves all is one domain. As holograms and fragments still contain the whole within each scattered, shimmering grain. Every part of a hologram contains the whole universe contained within a grain of sand, all eternity within a moment, the universe rumbling when an electron vibrates. Through quantum bonds that bridge the cosmic deep, where entangled particles their secrets keep, at every point the universe complete lies waiting for our consciousness to reap. The interference pattern spreads its web, each fractal point by nobody's hand fed. The black hole's secrets whisper strange and clear, its entropy bound not by volume sphere, but by the surface area alone. Another hint of projection drawing near. Another missed hint of our 3D projection had been that the entropy of black holes depends on the surface area of its event horizon, not on its volume. Could something like the rippled CMBR microwaves be that esoteric radiant interference pattern? Yes. And in the ancient light that bathes us all, the cosmic background's rippled waterfall, we find at last the pattern's sacred trace, the hologram from which all shadows fall. The solid world that meets our searching eyes is but projection from more subtle skies, unfolding and enfolding endlessly as particles dissolve and crystallize. Like frames of film that flicker swift and bright, reality performs its dance of light, too quick for mortal minds to comprehend, the constant flux of day dissolved in night. Each night when slumber draws its velvet screen, a filmmaker unknown sets forth unseen, to craft such tales as Hollywood might prize, more vivid than what waking eyes have seen. Perhaps instead of building a virtual reality, though, we could tap into the one that already exists within us and is flexible enough to produce great movies. Again, our own night dreams. What cosmic force directs these nightly shows? Where characters emerge none living knows, where music lingers past the morning light, and wisdom deeper than our learning flows. Perhaps we need not build new worlds to find the greatest spectacles of humankind. They dwell already in our dreaming hearts, these films no earthly studio designed. Yet deeper still the mystery remains. What power fills our minds with these refrains? So let us pause before these nightly plays and contemplate their meaning through the haze. I have many lucid dreams and observed them closely. They are really quite spectacular. Sometimes I just watch. Other times, I amaze the onlookers with my ability to fly and hover. One time, some music kept playing for a minute or so after I awoke. To view the cosmic films of Nobody's Quest, the mighty powers gathered as his guest, 3 presidents and agencies galore, while younger Bush shot lame ducks, missed the fest. They dined on pasta, antipasta too, according to their cosmic point of view. Some mixed the two in hope of balance fare, and promptly burst from what they dared to do.
Thanks everyone for your support. The reception was great, no static or noise. I can take some questions before we start the film that filmed the start.
The bard's hand rose amid the questioning throng. Your query? Nobody asked before long. To be or not to be, came swift reply. Good answer, prove the riddle right, not wrong. For in that ancient doubt lay wisdom deep, the choice between the waking and the sleep, the dance of being and of nothingness, where questions asked are answers we must keep. The questioner and answer fused as one, like stars that both cast light and light outrun. In paradox of presence and its void, the deepest truth had only just begun. When nothing asks of something what is true, and something answers nothing's point of view, the circle closes on itself complete. As question, answer, wisdom shine anew.
Where found you sustenance?
I gathered frozen food from ages old, and cooked it in the cosmic microwave, while drifting through the universe's hold.
How did you survive after you left the last Daily Planet restaurant?
I picked up some frozen food in the Ice Age.
But how did you cook it?
Remember, there were microwaves all around. Your vacuum, sir?
What words, asked Rascal Puff, could best convey your journey to the cosmos's earliest day? Veni, vidi, velcro, came reply. I came, I saw, and I stuck around to stay. Did you get lost? Young Frederick dared to ask. Alternative destinations were my task, for never lost am I in time or space, though different paths my journey might unmask.
I never get lost, even if I'm told to. I discover alternate destinations.
Did riches flow? Asked Graybeard, seeking more. And might I have your tires from days of yore? Yes, wealth I found, but faced a cruel choice then. 'Tween work and daytime, TV's endless bore.
Did you make enough money to retire, and if so, can I have your old tires? Inquired Graybeard. Yes, I did, but it's really a cruel choice. Work or watch daytime TV.
Did everything make sense? Came Frederick's plea. At times I thought so. Nobody did agree, but consciousness returned to set me straight, and mystery resumed its sovereignty. Then Chicken Man inquired with solemn face if cosmic eggs had marked primordial space. Inconceivable. Nobody declared, though in your query lies peculiar grace.
Were any chickens harmed during the making of your film? Also, did Mother Earth and Father Time produce the cosmic egg?
Inconceivable, but I like your approach. Now let's see your departure.
What's reality? McKirkpatrick mused. Much ado about nothing, none refused. Then Clinton asked of Hillary's great run. Blame Macy's sales, nobody's words diffused.
Is your journey responsible for Hillary running for president? Asked Bill Clinton.
No, but there was a President's Day sale at Macy's, and men's pants were half off.
I'm cured now, said Bill. There is no relationship, depending on what the meaning of is. There is really no safe sex from AIDS. Also, I went to a self-help group for compulsive talkers. It's called On and On and On.
The presidents debated dynasties of Bushes, Gores, and Chad's uncertainties. No politics, cried nobody at last. Those blood-sucking insects bring no ease.
Why are the two President Clintons always out beating the Bushes? Quizzed Elder Bush of Bill. Because Al tried to gore you and lost to Chad, so I must run for first gentleman to restore our dynasty over yours. Plus, one handy ladybird is worth two Bushes any time.
Okay, presidents, no politics, a word that means many blood-sucking insects. I'm still taking questions.
The answers simple are, nobody taught, just yes and no, and maybe interlock. To children all mean yes, but questions still remain the harder part of human thought, of X-ray vision. Graybeard did complain. Now only bones appear. He cried in pain. Perhaps an airport job suggested none, where such a gift might yet some purpose gain. Propa posed riddle of two scholars' fate. One versed in arts, one trained to calculate. Their paths crossed where French fries perfumed the air. Would you like fries? Sealed their unequal state.
What did the arts graduate say to the engineering graduate? Asked Profat. Would you like fries with your order, sir?
Two branches of the tree of learning fair, two roads that led to meetings strange and rare. One builds the world while one serves up its food, in cosmic jest that neither planned to share. The engineering mind may draft its schemes, while arts explore the meaning of our dreams, yet here they meet where hunger levels all, and wisdom's not quite what it sometimes seems. O irony of education's way, where knowledge leads us down its paths astray. Some build the restaurants, some work within, while both still chase their bread from day to day. Of ancestors and trees they spoke at length, of cheese that made the moon's eternal strength, of holy water boiled free from hell, and TV romance tested gravity's length.
Did you meet any of your ancestors' ancestors? Asked Graybeard. I saw my family tree. What the heck? Wondered Graybeard out loud. My great ancestors descended from the trees.
What is the moon made of? Asked Rascal. Swiss cheese. But it's all hard and crusty, although it does have holes. That's how it happens when you leave cheese out. How do you make holy water? Questioned Profat. You boil the hell out of it.
What do you think about sex on TV, wondered Lloyd. It can't hurt you unless you fall off. Now let's get serious, folks. We're all used to the new language features by now and the joke industry that they spawned.
In Time's own garden, nobody did spy the golden lights that danced across the sky, where care sat marking shadows as they passed, and now became both answer and reply.
What did you see in the Garden of Time? Asked McKirkpatrick. There were glimmers and gleams, and golden dappled lights like stars hovering and floating slowly about the scene. There I found Care, a gentle old man who sat silently by the sundial in Time's sanctuary. I asked him, "What time is it?" And he answered to my surprise, "Do you mean now?"
The riddle of the present moment stands. Eternal reward flows through time's swift sands.
Anyway, here is the riddle of now.
A moment contains eternal reward. Both past and future are rolled thereinward. Beyond the CMBR, nobody declared. Through DNA's vast matrix on I fared. Their joy, forever young and radiant glow, spread golden beams through all the cosmos shared. I continued on to the CMBR, said nobody, but I could see through it and the universal DNA matrix off toward the radiant void, and there I saw joy, forever young, who turned toward the glow of the fair light that from the infinite did show, basked in its golden beams, and spread her radiance to everything that's so.
Then Hillary asked if God was woman-made. Yes, Madam Almost President, he played. God is a woman? Hillary asked. Yes, Mrs. President-to-be who is no longer to be.
What ultimate quest remains? Asked Rascal Puff. Why squirrels dash beneath our wheels, he said. Now that we know the secrets of the universe, what remains as the ultimate question? Rascal Puff asked. It is, why do squirrels always run back under your car after they are already in the clear? Some things remain unfathomable, ruminated Puff.
The strain of cosmic travel took its toll. An upholstery machine did swallow whole my form, but I recovered well enough, though exorcists still claim my unpaid soul.
How are you feeling? Wasn't the trip quite a strain on you? Yes, I fell into an upholstery machine, but I am fully recovered now. But if I don't pay my exorcist, I may get repossessed.
Inflation stretched me thin. Nobody sighed. The road rose up to greet my wounded pride. But weight I've lost since then and gained some wit, though fortune tellers short and small abide.
Did you hear that the short fortune teller who escaped from prison was a small medium at large? I have now. That is sure a puny pun that deserves punitive measures.
Does nothing dwell out there? Young Frederick pressed. No, nada, null and zilch, nobody stressed, while pregnant possibility gives birth to all invention. As Austin suggested, of tainted money Profat dared to speak. All money's tainted, said nobody with pique. Tain't yours and tain't mine neither. Then at last came Austin's query of life's purpose deep.
Since the government mostly paid for this trip, isn't the money tainted? A lot of money is tainted. Tain't yours and it tain't mine.
Let life flow through you, nobody replied, then told of memories from his father's pride.
What is the purpose of life? Asked Austin, seriously. To let it flow through you. What is your first memory of flowing life? Continued Austin. I do remember being a gleam in my father's eye, my first glint of spirit. And half of me seems to remember shooting down some sort of tube and emerging into some liquid, then some kind of Olympic swimming race and emerging with an oval football kind of thing, and an endless floating about for many months.
Of floating months in darkness then he spoke, till voices cooed and ancient silence broke. There can't be more than water, calm and dark. Such wisdom from his pre-birth self awoke. Born on my birthday, nobody declared, though parties waited till next year, he shared. My first words asked for shades against the light, a writer's wit already well prepared.
Then Lincoln asked why birthdays shift and change. February's confusions to arrange. Fat Tuesday, Valentine's, and Presidents all mixed in loves and skunks shared monthly range. Abe Lincoln asked, why did they move my birthday? The pancakes flow on Mardi Gras' wild day. Then ashes mark our dustward trending way. Sweet Valentine's breaks Lenten fast too soon. Such paradox does February sway.
Virginia, Austin's mother, sought to learn the meaning road signs hold at every turn. Nobody shared his wisdom of the way. 4 ways to stop your car you must discern.
The brake, the clutch, emergency's firm grip, and dragging foot, all 4 must make you slip to standstill. Stop ahead means just that thing. Ahead blocks passage on your morning trip. Watch children warns of romance in the air. Get rooms, don't linger neath the signpost there. And bike path leads between the yellow lines where cyclists claim the highway's central flare. When yellow lights appear, just speed ahead. They'll shift to green as physics laws have said. The morons crawl, the idiots race past, while jaywalks grant the right to join the dead.
I don't understand the new road signs, stated Virginia, the only woman on TowQuest who is actually Austin's mother. He signed her up so he could try to use her web TV to get on TowQuest from Chicago. It didn't work very well. A 4-way stop sign means to use the foot brake, then downshift, pull the emergency brake and drag your foot as the 4 ways. Stop ahead says that ahead is in the road. Watch out for children means don't hug, fondle, kiss, touch, or sweet talk beneath the sign, for you may do the conceivable, so get a room. Bike path. The official path for bikes is between the 2 yellow lines in the middle of the road. Also remember that if you speed up when you see a yellow light, it will never turn red, since its frequency shifts toward green as you near C, the speed of light. Furthermore, morons always drive slower than you and idiots drive faster than you. Finally, jaywalkers have the right of death.
Then nobody unveiled his massive screen. 8 feet of iPhone glory to be seen. Through centuries of horsemen did they gaze, to cavemen's walks where time had never been. It was time to show the movie again, but larger. So nobody powered up his 8-foot diagonal iPhone. The video showed someone in the 1800s riding a horse, then someone riding a horse in the previous century, and so on back for tens of thousands of years, then hundreds of thousands of years of cavemen walking. Profat to ledgers sought his swift escape, while Frederick made his calculator gape at zero's void, and Lincoln scribed address on envelope's wrong side, historic shape. Profat, bored, tried to sneak out the window to go do some exciting accounting. Frederick tried dividing by 0 on his calculator. Abraham Lincoln wrote a historic address on the wrong side of an envelope. Gray counted spots upon the ceiling high. As Austin drifted into dreamland's sigh, Kirk fled to Turkey. Rascal slipped away to heaven's realm, the 7th slice of sky. Graybeard counted the spots on the ceiling and connected the dots into a pleasing image. Austin fell asleep. McKirkpatrick went to Turkey before it could be devoured by Hungary. Rascal slipped off into the 7th dimension for a while, the heavenly realm. MJA said that boredom is not really equal to excitement after all. The present age, said nobody with pride, holds wonders that no past could provide. Our DNA will shape to speed our growth as evolution's gates swing open wide. The trip wasn't all that interesting at first, said nobody, as we now live in the most amazing of all time. The bang still echoes in our listening ears, as human race springs forth through coming years, just 1% along perfection's path, while science daily new horizons clears.
We have just heard the Big Bang and have sprung off of the starting line. The human race is on.
This royal crown of moments, precious bright, shines through us all with possibilities light. The universe spreads forth its free repast. How will you count that, Profat, in your night?
Life now is really a royal diadem of momentous gems shining through us all. We live in the best of times as the universe is truly ours to experience. It is the ultimate free lunch.
To ToeQuest give where everything unfolds, all denominations welcome in our holds. Though 50s, hundreds bring the sweetest joy. Then back through time the final scene unrolls.
Please contribute to ToeQuest, for that's where everything is happening. We accept all denominations, but we prefer 50s and hundreds.
through stars dispersing into cosmic dust, through matter's dance and gravity's sweet thrust, till all resolved to words both bright and clear. The beginning showed where all endings must. Nobody sped up the video of the past, and soon everything went back into the stars, and then the stars dispersed into dust, which went back to form the words "the beginning" as the film ended. When Hoopla died and watchdogs lost their chase, those crackpot theorists proved too wild to trace. Fed Up delivered parcels to the few. A note, some pictures, tickets wrapped in lace. The hoopla over the CMBR trip had died down, and the watchdogs had quickly and luckily lost interest, feeling that the toe questers were a bunch of crackpots, crack and pot at the same time ? Dear friends, the vanishing ink seemed to say, read quickly ere these words should fade away. The jokes were meant to fool the CIA, those acronyms that snoop both night and day.
Dear everyone involved with my CMBR trip, this note is written in disappearing ink, an old check writing trick used by Prof. Pat, so please read immediately. First of all, the topic of our TOEI discovery is very serious, so there are no jokes herein. Those were just to throw off the CIA and all the other acronyms. I couldn't reveal everything at our last meeting since there were too many government snoops about.
Your mix of silly questions served us well, though which were which, I truly cannot tell. The movies that you watched with patient eyes were false, a shield against those who'd make us sell.
I thank you all for mixing in some silly questions with the serious ones, although I'm not sure which were which, and for sitting through the home movies, which I must now tell you were fake.
Dark matter hunters dig through endless night, 6 empire states below Dakota's height, to find one wimp within their golden mine, while we hold secrets of far greater might.
Just look at the cutthroat competition over discovering and explaining dark matter, even among reputable scientists. Many are spending millions in using deep mine shafts to avoid cosmic rays in order to try and detect one little measly, weakly interacting massive particle WIMP, the most promising efforts of which are occurring in the defunct Home State Gold Mine in South Dakota, which is deeper than 6 Empire State Buildings, in which they have built a haystack and are looking for a needle in it.
A small potato blamed Dan Quayle's pen for extra E that graced his ink back then is nothing to the cosmic truth we found, the toe itself, stripped bare of prefix when.
This is a small potato and small fries to what we have discovered about the CMBR, the toe itself without the prefix pota. You can thank Dan Quayle for the spelling, not my trip.
The cosmic background whispered secrets deep, far greater than these small fries we might keep, for in the CMBR's ancient glow lie truths that make mere spelling errors sleep. Let politicians fumble with their words while we decode the song of cosmic birds. Our discovery makes spelling quarrels fade like morning mist when deeper truth occurs. The universe cares not for how we spell when radiation has such tales to tell. These small potatoes spelled however bright pale before the cosmic toe's great swell. The government has searched my history but found that I am nobody, you see. No past, no present, future, all unknown. A ghost whose very absence sets me free.
So anyway, the attention is off of us for now and we have a clear channel. However, the government did a routine background check on me and discovered that I don't exist, for I am nobody. My past has no history and my future is a mystery, nor do I have a presence in the present. They are as hot on my case as they would be for illegal aliens, and so they have given me a past imperfect and so have made my future tense.
Upon a mountain summit far from sight, where tents and microwaves make welcome light, we'll gather soon to share the truth at last, the real film of our cosmic oversight.
Therefore, I have taken refuge in a certain uncharted mountaintop retreat, where we will gather in a month or so to discuss the contents of the true CMBR home movie tape that I've sent you all with your plane tickets.
Use real names as you journey toward our goal, for TowQuest handles might reveal our role. Remember Nowhere Man upon the screen. Their surveillance could take its fearsome toll. Do not use your TowQuest nickname while traveling, but employ your real name, if you can remember it, so that the spies will not catch on. I don't know if you've ever watched the TV series Nowhere Man, the greatest show ever made, but there are organizations out there, government and otherwise, that have super surveillance equipment, hence our remote and unknown meeting spot, which, by the way, is still intact. It was a tow research center back in the 70 ETS, with the addition of a few more tents and a CMBR-powered microwave oven. Our funding flows from ProPat's clever scheme. Each government account provides a stream of pennies day by day to fund our needs. Accounting's thrill exceeds his wildest dream.
All incidental, intentional, and exceptional expenses will be reimbursed because ProPat happened to take note of many government account numbers and passwords. He will be taking a penny and any fractions thereof out of each government account on a daily basis to fund our endeavors. This should not arouse any bankers unless a pretty woman is nearby. Who would have ever thought that accounting could be so useful and exciting?
His vanishing ink tricks deserve their tale. When clients brought their pens, they'd surely fail, for void appeared in time upon their checks. Like Ocean's team, our craft shall yet prevail.
That reminds me of a ProPat story. Upon receiving a useless check made with his vanishing ink, a big client insisted that ProPat write a new check with their own pen that they had brought along to outwit the Prof's trickery. However, Prof saw them arriving and quickly wrote void on blank with latent ink, an ink which would materialize on the check within a short while. Our team is starting to rival the one in the Ocean's 13 movie, and Brad Pitt has joined us to get away from his marriages.
At LAX, a hairless guide you'll meet. Avoid their feast of parsley, though it's sweet. Then motorcycles climb in lowest gear. Wear tropical attire against the heat. At LA, you will be whisked to a special charter jet that will take you to your final destination. After you land, a Hare Krishna will give you a map at the airport. Look for the one with no hair. No, never mind. He will recognize you. Do not attend the feast that they will offer you, since it is just but a few sprigs of parsley. Although I cannot tell you where we are meeting, you will all have to rent motorcycles and endure an uphill climb up a mountain in first gear. Wear old shoes, a colorful tropical shirt, and some weird shorts, and try to act normal. To thy own selves, please do not be true. For ninja training must prepare us all, before the government should heed our call. The tow we've found must stay secure and safe, till we convene behind our mountain wall. Unsigned, this missive bears nobody's hand. Questions post on TowQuest's distant strand. The truth of Cosmos waits within our grasp, if only we can meet as we have planned. Now the inevitable is that all governments of the world will accidentally wise up and realize that we have the tow, and so I am sending you all to your local ninja training school for a week of instruction before your vacation. P.S. Post any questions about the expedition on TowQuest. Should Lincoln to his time now homeward go? Kirk asked, but nobody was quick to show. He's honest politics' last standing man. Let's pit him against Fair Hillary's campaign flow. My theory shirt proclaims that thing is one, just energy. Kirk spoke, his words to run. Nothing's no thing, nobody replied, while Austin claimed that food was all he'd done. Two parallel lines make my one thing true, said MJA as questions further grew. Kirk asked if chairs made pure of energy. I sought a bigger part. He then broke through.
I asked Austin for a bigger part, Michael answered.
That energy you seek, Profat declared, I sit upon. While Greybeard's wisdom shared, don't let it slip away. Nobody spoke. Our synergy will power all we've dared.
Michael Kirkpatrick, I've been looking all over for that energy, and here I am sitting on it.
Well, try not to let any escape, said Greybeard. Okay, guys, our synergy will produce all the energy we need.
Where lies the punchline? Michael dared to ask. Reality's protection is our task. No funeral of fun, nobody said, though Chicken Man's egg jokes broke through the mask.
Where's the punchline?
The protection of the secret of reality is a serious undertaking, not a fun arrow. Remember, the jokes are over.
What about egg jokes? Asked Chicken Man.
The yoke is on you.
Of voids, asked Frederick, where might they reside? Nature abhors them, nobody replied. Save Profat's checks, which void themselves with time. That much remains completely justified.
Is there a void anywhere?
I would avoid a void like the plague, since nature abhors a vacuum, and since no void has coughed up or voided anything but a whole lot of goose eggs.
What about the void that Profat wrote on a check?
That was unavoidable.
How shall I ride? Asked Rascal without fall. Gyroscopic wheels shall guard you through it all. But I'm Australian, Greybeard did exclaim. My sympathies came nobody's dry call.
How do I ride a motorcycle without falling over?
I will give you one with gyroscopes front and back that look like wheels.
But I live in Australia.
My condolences.
Is Austin's mountain hideaway our place? Asked Rascal, probing secrets face to face. No, came reply then. Is that truth unveiled? I ain't not lying. Nobody showed grace.
Is this secret meeting place anything to do with Austin's mountaintop hideaway?
No.
Is your answer an untruth for security purposes?
I ain't not lying about nothing. No way, no how, or nothing exists.
Meanwhile, he added, lunch flows freely here, for Profat's wisdom trading scheme is clear. A penny for their thoughts he gladly pays, then keeps the change when 2 cents worth appears.
Meanwhile, we're serving free lunches for everyone and giving away a lot of other stuff, for Profat has been giving people a penny for their thoughts and then keeping the change when they put in their 2 cents worth.
The eternal knows no point where it begins, no gateway through which any design slips in, thus must it be the all-in-all that flows as line by line, or where all lines are twins. What has no start must stretch through every way, through linear paths where moments mark their sway, or simultaneous in timeless dance, for how else could the boundless choose to play? When entry points are nowhere to be found, all possibilities must there abound. As flowing stream, the instant's flash of light, the sequence or the circle's endless round. Without a threshold where its being starts, the eternal must embrace all cosmic parts. As time's long river flowing ever on, or instant's unity where difference parts. Imagine form as boundless ocean deep, where all potential does its secrets keep. Our measured world, a single droplet drawn from depths where countless possibilities sleep. This scrutinized reality we know is but one pattern that the forms bestow, a crystal lifted from infinite seas, of what could be, what might yet come to flow. The abyss of forms holds every dream untold, each possible shape that matter might unfold. While we perceive one manifestation clear, the endless pool holds mysteries yet to mold. From vastness of the possible sublime, we dredge one moment's substance out of time. Yet still beneath our certainties there swirls the infinite from which all forms may climb. At midnight rang the cryptic calls to all. Your skills will hone, though you know much withal. First test, a journey through the darkened night. Practice with cats before you heed our call. The prospective operatives received after midnight calls stating,
It will be a pleasure to instruct potential agents so well conditioned and already knowledgeable in so many fields. We will merely hone a few of your reflexes that may have become dulled. Training begins with a challenging journey to our nearest center. Meanwhile, you might practice walking around in the dark with a cat.
Each received more individual and specific instructions, along with a suggested route. To Rascal came specific orders clear. By bicycle through country roads you'll steer, no lights allowed through forests deep and dark, while blinding headlamps test your cycling fear. Rascal's instructions read,
You will need to ride a bike rather soon along the dark country roads with many dips and hills, twists and turns. From your home to our facility, no lights are allowed. You should consider beforehand what you will do about any blinding headlights coming at you and how you will navigate the pitch-dark areas of roads when you pass through dense forests. A cold Diet Coke with vitamins awaits you. Good luck. This is not a drill, for there are those who have just recently become aware of your many talents.
6 black sedans pulled swift before his gate, as Rascal worked on Cosmos's expanding state. He fled so fast his image lingered still, while agents breached his door, already late. Rascal made his preparations and then finished some work on the expanding universe. Out the window he could see 6 FBI-looking black sedans pulling up very quickly. He grabbed a water bottle and raced out the back door so fast that a faint image of himself was left standing in the house. He hopped on his bicycle and was off and away while the feds broke down the front door, which was already unlocked. Through moonless night he pedaled swift and strong. In 15th gear, down slopes he flew along. Then crawling up in first gear's lowest pace, he paused to drink, both right and wrong.
I knew this would happen when we discovered the workings of everything.
The price of knowing everything, he mused, as yin and yang within his heart diffused, both elevated by their cosmic finds, yet hunted now by powers they'd refused. When headlights blazed against his cycling path, one eye he closed to save night vision's wrath. The other blinded, then quick-switched to see the mailbox looming on destruction's swath. Through forest dense where darkness absolute denied all sight to guide his desperate route, he found the roadside's white line far below, a ghostly guide through night's pursuit.
It was much worse than walking into a dark movie theater and sitting down on a fat lady.
Ahead the trees flashed warnings, dancing light of pursuers hidden from his sight. He dove to shelter in a roadside ditch as sedans thundered through the racing night.
Holy Mother of all reality.
In 79th gear he flew once more, as truck lights loomed his swift retreat to score. Like gluon bound he threaded white line's path, then drafted upward toward wind's higher door. When truck turned off, brief rest he dared to take, till brain commanded rear to reawake. Through whistling air his pajamas did flap, while bugs left testimony in their wake.
Now this is living, although there is a fine line between the here before and the hereafter thereafter. Rascal was drenched in sweat even on this cool night and drank the last of the bottled water. Only 5 miles or so to go. His heart was racing at 150 BPM and his legs were getting numb, so he had to stop. This simple ninja training exercise had turned into a life and death struggle. The enemy will do anything to gain my information about the theory of everything.
A rooster chasing love, a possum placed in death's pretense, deer darting through the dark. And squirrel beneath his wheels, life nearly erased. Like juggler skilled with cosmic thoughts in air, he threaded time's eye with a nimble flare. Through needle's loop where camel fears to tread, he wove between the here and over there. His ability to juggle multiple ideas came in handy, and so he threaded a needle that he found in a haystack and sewed a stitch in time, and passed through the eye like a camel into the night's heavens. 12 headlights swept their searching beams around as FBI combed every inch of ground. Behind the bush he paused for nature's call, while agents searched each structure to be found. 12 headlights were returning, and the searchlights scanning. The feds now realizing that Rascal had not been driving a car or had turned off the road. And so Rascal again took to the bushes and peed while the FBI searched every farmhouse, henhouse, and outhouse. Like bat from hell, he rode dimension's edge. Too fast for Sixth, too slow for Heaven's Ledge. The training center raised its bridge in haste, but Rascal leaped beyond its closing wedge. Rascal now rode more like a bat out of hell, going just fast enough to enter the 6th dimension, but not so fast as to enter the 7th, for that was heaven, and he wasn't ready yet. At last, within the safety of those walls, where Diet Cola blessed his protocols, he savored sweet escape from those who sought the everything his knowledge still recalls. A Diet Coke never tasted so good. A hologram of nobody appeared.
None forgets the bike his wisdom shared.
A pleasant walk, sighed Rascal, spent and sore. Car's front tires, man, car's back exhausted aired.
Before the car, a man may weary grow. The tire's grip shall lay his vigor low. Behind it fumes shall drain his essence sweet. Pursued by sedans swift to history flow. Such wisdom did the master share that night when danger stalked and safety took to flight. 6 black cars hunting through the darkness deep made clear which path would lead toward morning's light. The message sent bore warning's subtle jest. 3 fates for those who put the road to test. 2 paths to weariness and 1 to death. Choose well which way shall serve your journey best. We knew the peril when we sent you forth, as sedans prowled from south to east to north. For some must tire and some must lose their breath, while others race through time for all their worth.
No could have worked, replied nobody in broken English. Man who walk in front of car get tired. Man who walk behind car get exhausted. Man in car chased by 6 high-speed sedans become history. We know danger when send message.
I walked a round of golf the other day, added Rascal.
Through dreams of motorcycles, Rascal slept, till morning when the Grand Master Adept appeared, dissolved, emerged again to say,
Welcome, Puff, whose mind must now be prepped.
I'm lucky to be here, Grandmaster, and the drawbridge. Do you close at 4 a.m.?
We give you cheap thrill.
I'll give you a piece of my mind, and you will not have any peace in yours.
Tut-tut. Close eyes, what you hear.
I hear that the whole world is after me and the others.
Ha-ha, good joke. Now seriously, hear you your own heartbeat?
Are you kidding? It's still beating out of my chest.
What else?
I hear the grasshopper at your feet.
Excellent. Can you hear thermal vibration?
Those are luckily just below the threshold of human hearing. We would go crazy if we heard those things.
Hear toes a questing?
Not you, wow?
Then hear you void.
The cleaning lady's gone. Rascal employed his wit. And hearing aids?
No STDs. I never heed where holes are deployed. We will teach you thermal method. Hear grass growing?
No, but I hear the lawnmower mowing.
Oh, sorry, I stopped them. Done. Now hearest you sound of toes questing?
Not you wow?
Good, they run on and no post-readable. Hear vacuum?
No, the cleaning lady went home.
Ah, you catch on, you rascal. Have you hearing aids?
No, I have no sexual transmittable diseases, for I never listen to a-holes.
One hand's applause?
A finger's snap will do.
And Puff the Dragon?
Didn't inhale through.
Of goats?
No, but some seagulls Austin gave in this verse here.
Their laughter echoed true.
Fine, fine. You good candidate. Assume you not have visual aids for same reason. Can you hear the sound of one hand clapping?
Yes, if I snap my fingers.
Very good, Sir Puff. Puff the Magic Dragon?
Yes, but I didn't inhale.
Haha and more ha, Ninja Puff. You superb. Have you heard of goats?
No, but I have a flock of seagulls that Austin just gave me in this paragraph.
Sun shining?
All ears.
Earth's turning.
Space turns too. They dance as partners set to trace their mutual path.
Why speak I thus compact?
Unnecessary words take needless place.
Fine answering, Puffman. Hear the sun shining?
I'm all ears.
We teach you, but many places the sun not shine. Moonshine?
Alcohol dulls my senses.
Ah, good. Hear Earth turning?
Yes, and space too.
Oh,
The Earth turns as much as space turns around it.
you wise man, but hear you missing words.
Ah, yes.
Deaf me, blind wife, were perfect side by side.
She trips on mess unseen. You can't hear her complaint.
You should see the one that got away. The wanted posters spread across the earth as agents searched each corner, bay, and berth, while TowQuest seekers fled to distant shores, their cosmic knowledge proving dangerous worth. A wanted poster soon went up in the posting offices all over the world. FBI agents fanned out all over the globe in search of all the escaping scientific TowQuesters. Near Great Barrier Reef did Greybeard dive, where coral kingdoms keep their dreams alive, a mermaid swimming deep beneath his gaze, while darker fates above did soon arrive. Greybeard was testing his new scuba diving equipment after taking a long walk off a short pier, waiting for his ship to come in that would take him way out onto the Great Barrier Reef. His waterproof phone rang beneath the waves as nobody warned of approaching graves. The ninja base awaits across the bay. Hurry, mate! Then, silence none enslaves. Nobody's warnings to him of impending doom had been slightly delayed by his remote location. However, Greybeard's waterproof mobile phone soon rang underwater, and he listened, amazed as instructions were given to proceed to the ninja base across the bay, ending with "Hurry, mate," and then click.
Wait, hold it, said Greybeard into a deadline. The mermaid, mate, and I don't even have a boat.
6 MI6 cars skidded on the sand, some sliding deep in Neptune's waterland. He climbed up onto the pier just in time to see 6 gray MI6 sedans pulling up to the beach and screeching to a halt, some of them slipping on into the water. Greybeard didn't run, but walked, for they didn't know what he looked like, and because many boaters were milling about.
Why did I get involved with this tow stuff, already knowing that he had to since it was the most ultimate quest of all, the Holy Grail?
He picked up his pace when he saw the agents swarming onto the pier and checking everyone out.
Excuse me, Greybeard said politely as he bumped someone off their speedboat. It's life or life in confinement.
They all ran to the end of the pier, wildly firing tranquilizer darts. Greybeard was good at darts, and so he threw them back, giving some Z's to a couple of them, and then pushed full throttle ahead through a group of jet skiers and off into the bay. 'Twas gray against the gray upon the sea, as 6 gray boats gave chase relentlessly.
They'll never torture the toe out of me, but if they tickle my foot, I may have to die laughing.
A huge ocean liner had just come over the horizon at full speed, for his unrelenting shadows were inexorably approaching. Much as the night follows the day, now but a kilometer behind.
Thanks for the memories, everyone, he sighed.
As they drew near, Greybeard jettisoned 3/4 of his fuel and shot a flare into both the inflammable and flammable stuff at just the right moment, causing a ruckus and disabling two of the boats. The ocean liner was approaching, very close, but there would be no time for him to sneak aboard unobserved.
This is it, he thought, die or die.
Graybeard steered his boat with a last-minute adjustment toward a head-on collision with the ocean liner, and then laid down in the front of the boat. The ocean liner struck Graybeard's boat amidships, breaking it in two, accompanied by a huge fireball explosion of the rear portion. They stayed and searched the area, but found no trace of Graybeard. They put a hand over their hearts and saluted the brave tow quester, then headed back to shore in disgrace. But here we cannot leave you cliffside hung, for Graybeard's tale is not yet fully sung. The MI6 retreated, heads hung low, while somewhere else a victory bell was rung.
That's 2 tanks for the memories.
Through fathoms 30 deep he made his way, while up above the hunters went astray. 2 kilometers through the silent deep, until upon sea's floor he paused to stay.
Here's to the tow, may it never fall into the wrong hands.
When air ran low, he shed his weights at last, rose gasping through the waves his flight had passed. The landmark Austin promised, miles not keys, lay 4 leagues hence across the waters vast.
Too far? I'm as good as in a black stump or the back of Bork, Bullamanx even.
G'day, mate. Good on ya. I give you 5th degree.
Well, hooly dooly, did nobody send you? And are we going to the Ninja Center in this putt-putt?
Yes and no. We go first Tom Clancy house. Make more notes.
Tom Clancy wished them well, and they rode toward the ninja outpost. Darkness fell as they entered the training ground.
Now read the bottom line.
Printed by AccuVision 2005.
What if Toei scientist woman blind since birth named Mary regains sight? Knows she what color banana is?
Well, I thought not, and since I know her, I tried to trick her and showed her a blue banana. See you later.
Through Aussie slang and wisdom's playful dance, through ninja training's odd circumstance, the deeper truths of sight and knowledge played, while exhaustion dimmed sweet learning's chance. In Oslo's halls, where Frederick made his way, a linguist with a vase on holiday, he sat amid the scents of roasting duck, when Ninja's word bid him no longer stay. Frederick, a master of foreign languages, flew the model of the unbroken universal vase to Oslo, Norway, and then took a short vacation in Russia from working on nothing, and was out and about the town. Chow, chow, he mused, departing from his feast. A stolen burger clasped, his steps increased, while police swarmed round his car and dining place. His heart's wild drumming had not yet deceased. By Tutankhamun's tomb, he softly swore, they seek the toe and something even more. My sketch design of forces nuclear, the pyramid of power at its core. His pistol nestled close beneath his arm. He walked the streets, affecting casual charm, when rang his phone with broken foreign speech. Your pyramid betrayed you. Flee from harm. Make haste unto the station's northern gate, where 905 shall bear you from your fate. The tunnel's mouth before him grimly gaped, its center dimly lit, its shadows draped by single bulb that cast its meager glow. He pressed ahead, lest from his train escape. His phone's shrill warning pierced the tunnel's gloom. 4 crimson KGB sedans spell doom. They race from either end to trap you here. Make haste to plot, or this shall be your tomb. The sedan's screech and crash of dented steel announced his foes had come to end his flight. 8 agents moved with weapons raised to strike, their tranquilizing darts poised to dislike.
Hands up.
No.
As closer still, their circling dance was set.
Colonel Patov, with Captain Dmitri's team from rear, draws nigh.
Since you insist, spoke Frederick with a smile.
No contest, I'll be passing on to the other side. It's lights out for me.
With swift resolve, he smashed the bulb above, his sweater fixed where light once shed its love, then, shoeless, loosed a scream that seemed to fill each corner of the tunnel's darkened grove. The agents, thinking Frederick charged their line, shot darts through darkness thick as ancient wine, while he pressed silent against the tunnel wall, as chaos bloomed within their grand design. "Hold fire," Patov called. "We strike our own. 2 men are down." Their discord clearly shone. "Join hands and sweep the walls," the colonel cried. "He lurks between us still, though not yet known." A coat brushed past where Frederick crouched in shade, while at his sweater wild confusion played. Agents thrashing at his empty clothes, their blind assaults a comedy displayed. Along the wall he crept with calculated stride, found sleeping guard whose coat he'd soon divide, then touched another form that gave him pause. One more than Dmitri had testified. The tunnel's end showed hints of dawning light, where final guard stood watch in conscious might. Above, the coming train announced its way with whistles cry through shadows of the night. In borrowed coat, he spoke in Russian tongue. "It's Dmitri," the false assurance rung. The guard's brief pause proved fatal to his cause. Swift pistol strike, and past him Frederick sprung. In stolen shoes he scaled the platform's height, as northbound train prepared its hasty flight. "I'm truly Russian now," he mused with pride, while Oslo's troubles faded into night. Fate smiled upon our hero's dining chance. The duck he'd left behind resumed its dance upon the menu of his chosen car. A feast to ease his northward bound advance, but through the window came a warning sight. 5 agents boarding in their vengeful flight. Swift Frederick rose and to the coupling ran, left half the train behind in comic plight. It was Frederick's lucky day, and that roast duck was on the dining car menu, and so he ordered it. At the next station, Frederick looked out the window and saw the 5 agents, minus 1 clunker and the 2 sleepers, running for the train and boarding the rear cars just as they were pulling away. Frederick's duck began to take flight again as he ran to the end of the dining car and uncoupled the remainder of the train, pretty much leaving it sitting in the station. Good training. To General Burkov, word of failure flew aboard his private train with pampered crew. New orders given, wheels began to turn as Frederick to another engine flew. The KGBers then notified their top man, General Burkov, who happened to be in the vicinity aboard his own lavish private train, of their latest defeat, a misplaced clause. Burkov gave new orders to his engineer. Frederick jumped onto another train. He ran back through the dining car, the sleeper cars, the baggage car, and onto the engine, showing his TowQuest membership card and advising the engineer that he should leave the train for his own safety. Behind him, Burkov's train with thunderous might came roaring off the siding in their flight, but Frederick, wise to railways' ordered ways, knew such close scheduling could not be right. He stopped his train beside a mining tract, threw switches there, then stepped a little back, his dinner still in hand to watch the show, as Burkoff's fate rolled down the ancient track. Fred continued onward until he saw a signal for an upcoming siding, and stopped his train just beyond it, got out, and switched the main track onto the siding that led to an old abandoned mine, and just stood there to witness the action, carrying his roast duck. This should be good.
No one does this to me and lives. Send forth every agent and every train.
But Frederick, sampling duck with quiet grace, knew forest paths would give us safer space. 10 miles to Ninja Shelter lay ahead, a pleasant walk at Peace's gentle pace. Frederick hopped back on the engine, not planning to be on it much longer, for it wasn't healthy and it wasn't all that far to the Ninja base, 10 miles perhaps. He could take to the forest and walk. The roast duck was still with him, and so he finally got to sample it. Ah, delicious. A tunnel loomed ahead through forest shade. Not this again, thought Fred. His choice was made. He left the train and sought the woodland path, where giant birds showed where his route was laid. Then shadow stirred and took a living form. Good moves, it spoke, through all this recent storm. 3rd degree now yours, the 9th declared, from master ninja to tradition's norm.
Hello, Ninth.
Like wind I move, like water flow with grace.
I heard both functions at a different place, Fred quipped, while Ninja spoke of darkness arts. From nothing came I to this meeting space.
I heard you breaking wind and going water.
Come on, that speech figure, beside those a while back. I wear black, come out of black between bush, appear as nothing.
In nothing, Fred replied, I hold degree. Then boom of explosion split earth and tree.
Red engine meets our tunnel's other end.
The shadow smiled. Now that was meant to be. But where were you, asked Fred, when first I fought those 8 who thought they had me surely caught?
I watched you learn, good training. Then I stayed. You touched me once, remember? Second thought.
Ah, yes, the count seemed odd within the dark.
Just half of me was needed for that spark, but splitting's not my style. The ninja grinned. Through forest depths they traced their woodland mark.
Good training. But I there in second place in tunnel to protect you, said the ninja. But you not need me.
You were there in the tunnel?
Yes, I there. You touched me once.
Oh yeah, thanks for being there. I thought I had an arithmetic problem. Okay, but was that it? Just you?
That even too much, just need half of me, but I know like banana split, so bring whole self. Ha ha.
Good one, half and half. They walked on for many, many miles.
How going, Fred?
I'm just putting one foot ahead of the other.
When cross zone, hear the sweetest, saddest music ever. It go down deep, but also energized. No one can be ready for this.
I'm ready.
Okay, here come.
I'm ready, Frederick spoke with certainty until the notes flowed forth in purity. Such sweetness mixed with sorrow touched his heart, while tears revealed humanity's deep plea. Tears streamed from Frederick's eyes.
You're right. There was no way to be ready for that. It reminds one about the plight of humanity, energizing one to aid the cause.
Within the ninja base, tests did begin.
Now, Fred, sir, do some taste test. This Coke or Pepsi?
Neither. It is RC Diet Cola from a can. Nice try.
Ah, you have good taste. Now, what wine this be?
It's a non-alcoholic sparkling grape beverage from Holland.
Ah, Fred, but what year?
This year. Through wine and duck the testing carried on, till taste itself became their wisdom's dawn.
Now you taste this, said Frederick as he pulled a piece of duck out of his pocket.
Well, although taste buds vary somewhat, there being 3 main classes, it all really comes down to the length of the vectors of the taste matrix of sweet, salt, bitter, and sour.
Yes, Sir Fred, fine taste. So someone say something tastes no good then.
We don't believe them, since their taste buds may be different from ours.
Some see different color too?
Yes, slightly.
That why some look like dress in dark?
We getting near outer zone of base, Fred. Maybe see some magic stuff.
Really?
Yes, that could be, but you dress for the dark in the dark and go forth into the dark, so why wear anything?
Ah, good. Haha. Fred, what best taste ever?
The taste of eternity that I am tasting right now.
Ah, Frederick, you wise man.
As wise guy you?
Why not shoot pistol in tunnel?
Well, there was nowhere to aim. Plus, they could have identified my position from the chamber barrel flash before I had a chance to shoot them all.
Good. What if they put light?
Then the better I know where they are to shoot them.
What if you get desperate or have to sneeze?
Then I cock the pistol and throw it where I am not as I run away. Hopefully it fires where it lands and draws their attention to it and away from me as I escape.
All this plan in 1 minute make?
Yes, I am a traffic planner and must consider all directions, even up and down and underground through tunnels.
Well, you mind if we sell story to detective mystery writer DeMille, make money?
Fine, go ahead, but I always thought they made these things up.
No, truth stranger than fiction.
Any more tests? How long is a Chinaman?
Yes, that is his name.
No can fool you. You hear of double negative like didn't see no duck?
Yes, they cancel and a duck appears, for since I didn't see everything but a duck, then I must have seen a duck. But even this is not for sure.
Yes, maybe you ate duck. Now there's no such thing as double positives.
Yeah, right.
What study you lately?
Nothing.
Very hard state to maintain, so maybe not exist.
Really?
Yes, it would take a god or some force to keep nothing intact, but then not really nothing for other stuff there. That my theory, it nothing really, very little. A small point, a void to avoid, not much, no big deal, some zilch. All right already, it's not easy studying nothing, you know, but the theory of nothing ton ToeQuest thread is one of the longest threads ever.
True, Mr. Rick, I like do nothing. But first I relax, then sleep, then rest up, then prepare do nothing. Remove all thoughts, try not move.
Okay, Ninja, welcome to NoQuest.
No helicopter could the professor buy, though Chicago's coins he did apply. Frugal wisdom led him other ways. A cheaper path beneath the windswept sky.
Profat couldn't afford to buy a helicopter, as his instructions had suggested.
From dreams of rest, he woke to Ninja's call. His lecture plans now scattered, one and all.
The prof was sleeping after resting up from a nap so he could deliver an important lecture on creative accounting, when he received a frantic call from a calm Ninja to begin his West Coast trip immediately, if not sooner.
With pencils gathered, coffee freshly drawn, his turbo wagon loaded in the dawn, before trouble's shadow touched his door, into the breaking day was Profat gone.
Profat gathered up some spare pencils, loaded his turbo-powered station wagon with what he needed, and took off before trouble could arrive.
Through endless miles his chariot pressed ahead, till Rocky Mountain's shoulders rose and spread, while in his wake 6 dusty devils danced. Their distant pursuit filled his heart with dread.
He drove and drove and drove some more, and soon passed the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, where he was still supposed to practice some things. Prof remembered that nobody, in a private message to all, had hinted at some dark and very probable futures for the Earth. However, all was not lost, for the good-hearted ToeQuesters could perhaps use their knowledge of the newly discovered Toe to alter the dim future. All of the preceding is why Profat and the others escaping to safety had found a renewed vigor and strength and were now going way beyond the comic Fantastic Four to form a phenomenal team of Numina seekers.
Through mountain roads with Nitro's urgent might, Profat sped upward toward the snow-crowned height, while warnings crackled through the static's veil. Make haste! The feds approach! Take wing in flight!
So, Profat had driven across the plains through the Badlands, was now speeding up the Rocky Mountain Road, having turned on his nitro tanks.
With gliders spread like eagle's wings of steel, he soared above where mortals often kneel.
This is marvelous, he thought. It feels as if the wings are an extension of myself. I am a phoenix on eagle's wings.
Though trank darts traced their rainbow through the air, their arcs fell short, their threat could never seal.
The hang glider responded to Pat's slightest touch, and he became acclimated to it.
For miles he sailed past Rocky Mountain's breast, each thermal draft a gift, each touch impressed. In San Francisco's towers gleaming bright, he landed midst the accountant's domain of might.
Profat landed in San Francisco and began his lecture on being accountable. The basic accounting principles of the double-entry debit-credit system have not changed since the days of ancient Greece and Rome.
But lecture's dullness proved a secret boon, as fed-ups charged like hares beneath the moon.
Profat threw very sharp pencils at them, greatly slowing them down, accidentally erasing a few of them.
Up spiral stairs our hero swiftly flew, while down below the Fed's confusion grew.
He winged away like a foul bird, airfoiling the Federals yet again. The Feds called in 6 black FBI sedan helicopters to follow him.
Through clouds he dove with open mouth to drink, like mouse before the feline's watchful blink.
He then used the heat rising off the Golden Gate Bridge to fly on through the end of twilight.
But as the shore breeze died in evening's shroud, his wings began to sink from heaven's height.
"O death," he cried, "where lies thy victory? While ebon wings enfold and set me free, where is thy sting? This is it, I'm an overdue account, pound foolish, though penny wise but overdrawn."
Like stone he dropped, then spread his wings to soar, the maddest scholar lost in ocean's haze. But lo, what light breaks through the shrouded deep? A carrier's halo gleams across the leap.
"What's that below?"
One final push, one last heroic strain, 30 feet down to safety's blessed plain. Then darkness claims the ocean once again. "Welcome, Professor," spoke a voice of night, while pencil point pierced through the absent light. "You live through glory now," the voice declared, "though death's embrace makes life burn twice as bright."
"Welcome, Professor," said a voice in the wilderness of the darkness of nothing. "Breeze, die down so we come to you at full power."
"I'll show you a thing or 2.5, said Prof, pointing a pencil into the inky blackness of night.
Ouch, I get the point, but really now, Patrick Pro, you just lived through great experience of glory of life.
To die for glory is not living.
Man who faced death, appreciate life more. This good training for future of Save Universe and Yangiverse.
Well, that is my questionable, long and arduous search.
See, quest, great expedition. I train you in number of things. I'm 9.0 degree Grandmaster.
Do you know accounting, Grandmaster, 9th degree ninja, Emperor of the Multiverse?
Just call me number 9. I know good account. Get digits mixed up, but make million that way. What you do on other ledger side.
I color quarks through the prism of superstrings and theorize the emission of an electron from the proton.
Nuclear unclear to me. Have dyslexia, member of DNA.
DNA?
National Dyslexics Association.
Want come in out of dark? Start training?
Yes, but what is the darkest dark of all? I'm the darkest, said the shadow to the night. No, said midnight, compared to me, you're bright. You floodlights, said starless space, stop your fight. The darkest plight is the lack of love's delight. You good man, Prof. Come aboard.
Thanks, Niner. How did they catch on to me?
Government, try spend $787 from account on one screwdriver. Come up 3 pennies short, do some $1 million audit.
Energy equals Michael times CC. Since we all became of this universe, should we not ask who we are, whence we came? Insight clefts the night with its radiance, the theory of everything shines through. In quest of truth, brave Michael spent his days among the ToeQuest Knights. He sought life's ways to find the theory that would all explain, his heart set forth on wisdom's burning blaze. Michael had dedicated his life to assisting the less fortunate and giving love to all, as well as to the quest of the Holy Grail of the Toe, being one of the glorious few of the Knights of the Round Table of ToeQuest. Those who looked beyond, above, below, and within the everyday into the very life and source of the magic of existence. When agents came to seize him in his chair, 20 sides guarded with suspicious care.
I am Numina.
Then turned to light and vanished through the air. He'd heard, with some alarm, of the narrow escapes of his fellow ToeQuesters and was almost worried. Michael was well aware that his nearly real name and picture appeared on his every post. The picture was small, but the name could be deduced, and so the new MI8 group had done so, locating his residence. However, Michael awaited them in his lounge chair, having a trick up his sleeve that he couldn't wait to pull on them. So there he was, posting away to 100 different threads when they arrived and surrounded him on 20 sides.
Please come with us peacefully. There is no escape. We have guards on all the exits and on all the entrances.
I am Numina.
As he turned into pure energy, a state that could not be maintained for more than a few seconds, but time enough for him to zoom away at near the speed of light. He'd been practicing this, and it was always quite exhilarating, although he couldn't sense as well during it. It had a refractory time of a few days, whereupon he could perform it again just by thinking energize. Around the globe 14 times did he speed, through mountain, tree, and tower with spirit freed. Till in the Queen's own chamber did he land, a royal fright from his ethereal deed. Through space he streaked, a beam of living light, round Earth 14 times in his quantum flight, till in the Queen's own chamber did he pause. Her Majesty awoke in quite a fright. Anyway, he disappeared from right in front of their eyes and took off, easily passing through buildings, trees and mountains, and going around the world about 14 times before he materialized, of all places, next to the Queen of England in her bed at 1 a.m. The palace guards stood stoic at their post as Michael, glowing like a radiant ghost, walked down and poured his tea with gentle grace. Of all his tricks, this one amused him most. Down palace stairs with mystic glow he strode, poured royal tea, as if 'twere his abode, while guards stood fast, their faces carved in stone, though mirth did threaten their prescribed code. She shrieked, and he calmly bowed and walked down the stairs, poured a cup of tea and went out the front door, almost making the Buckingham Palace guards smile, for he had a certain glow, but they weren't allowed to show any emotion. Now, mortal bound for days, he took his leave. His TR3 through winding roads did weave, till till fortune's wheel brought forth a humble flat, such earthly bonds that even heroes grieve. Now bound in mortal form for days to come, to ninja wisdom's call he must succumb. Yet in his mind those moments pure remain, when with creation's pulse his heart beat drum. For the next few days he would be a merely mortal phenom, and would have to be on his toes to be taller and see beyond the pale to note any tales of those hound-dogging him for the toe or the tot. Meanwhile, he replayed in his mind his energizing travels as a new Mina, when he was one with all that is and was, although he could still appreciate the usefulness of the normal sensing form of life incarnate. Michael decided to stay out of sight by taking a much-earned vacation weekend from helping others cope during the few days that he had before he was due at the ninja base, and so he drove his TR3 towards the hills and beyond for one last romp. He turned his engine loose, roaring onto the open road. He was doing at least 5 kph over the speed limit, weaving gracefully around the slower-moving cars. Towards hills and vales his TR3 did race, 5 units past the law's decreed swift pace. When fortune's wheel did turn with mocking spin, his chariot protested with ill grace.
Oh, cursed fate.
The wanderer did cry, as by the road his pristine suit awry. He wrestled with the wheel of bitter chance, when lo! An angel's presence caught his eye. Upon the road, a vision pure and bright, like dawn's first ray that pierces through the night. Left Michael standing, speechless, tire in hand, his heart suspended in its swift delight. While changing tires beside the dusty way, his pristine suit now smudged in disarray. A vision bright appeared upon the road as heaven's answer to his heart that day. A yellow streak of Ferrari's pride, at speeds that made the wind's force multiplied, swept past our hero on his roadside paws, while dust clouds dimmed his garment's former pride. She was driving a yellow Testarossa, breaking the speed limit and hitting at least 125 miles per hour, almost blowing him off the shoulder of the road. Darn! Now his white suit had become a dusty grey. He got a good look at her though, since she had her top down. Her trailing scarf danced like a banner bright, her plate read Trish, he knew at first sight.
She's the one.
She's the one! He cried with joy complete, till theory's quest fled from his mind's delight. He could hardly contain himself, and he even stopped thinking about the theory of thing for a while.
She's the one! That's the woman for me!
With haste he gave pursuit along the way. His humble TR3 and smoky spray could scarce achieve the mountain road's demands, while she, swift goddess, would not deign to stay. He quickly twisted the lug nuts back on the wheel, jumped into his car and raced after her, but unfortunately his old TR3 could do only 85 miles per hour or so on the switchback upgrades. A bit of smoke poured from his engine, suggesting that he was burning oil and would never catch her. But fate, that fickle mistress of our days, led both their paths to cross in fortune's maze, where fast food's temple stood beside the road, and there she stood within his wondering gaze. Then he got lucky, for he spotted her car parked outside a fast food restaurant. That's her type of food, he thought, he having once eaten slow food. Escargot. As he drove into the parking lot, she was already walking out with a hamburger in her hand.
Fair Trish, I seek your heart, your style so grand. Trish, my name is Michael and I'm on my way up in the world of Thing. I am falling in love with you and your style, and so I would like to take you out tonight and get to know you very well.
Okay, Michael, I'll make a deal with you, one that we'll both enjoy. If you can keep up with me throughout the day, then you can have me tonight. And get that suit cleaned.
With French fries gifted from her fleeing form, he watched her car kick dust in swirling storm. His suit now darker than the evening shade, yet hope burned bright where passion's flames were born. She handed him the remains of her French fries and quickly roared off in her new Testarossa, its wheels spinning and spitting even more dirt onto Michael, turning his now grey suit to a dark brown color. Her antics only convinced him all that more that she was the girl for him, for she seemed rich, daring, confident, attractive, sexy, and so full of energy. What charm she held, what grace in every part, rich, daring, wise. She pierced straight through his heart, her eyes that spoke of mysteries untold. Her presence made his very soul restart. Plus, she had a ready wit and was good-looking too. She had long hair, a body that was alive, and erotic, exotic features. Her eyes had looked straight into him. She was more than fine, she just oozed with charm, personality, and sex appeal. He stood transfixed where empty air remained, while far below her car's wild song proclaimed, wild and free, the anthem of her soul, as with a wave his frozen spirit claimed. He stood there dazed for a moment, still talking to the air that she'd just vacated. Already he could see her car speeding along the road below, her radio music blaring some music that sang, wild and free, that's what I want to be. She looked up and gave him a wave, urging him on, and this shook him out of his trance. He even managed to wave back, although he felt like a frozen statue and could hardly lift his arm. Unknown to him, 18 blue cars drew near, the Mi-8 in pursuit severe, while Michael raced his chariot with might, down winding paths where danger lurked so clear. Michael ran to his car and raced down the hillside after her, going faster and ever faster. Even running off onto the shoulder several times and then almost going off the side of the road. Through curves that tested steel and spirit's nerve, each downshift prayer that he might yet preserve. His chase of love along the mountain spine, while ancient TR3 fought each steep swerve. The curves were real tricky, and so he had to assist the car's braking by downshifting into second gear, sometimes even into first. couldn't keep up with her, of course, but at least he could still see her now and then down the other side. He was pushing his car to its limit and loving every minute of it. The thrill of chase sang through his racing blood as natural opiates released their flood. Past trucks he darted, courting death's embrace, while wisdom whispered, tempt not fate's dark flood. His heart beat time to passion's wild command. As mountain roads stretched through the misty land, each glimpse of yellow streak that caught his eye drew him toward destiny's appointed hand. Oh, the thrill of it, and for good reason too, love. This was not just simple speeding, it was speeding for a purpose. Speeding as if his life depended on it, or at least his love life.
Don't do that again!
As death he courted on the winding way, past loves appeared like ghosts of yesterday. Women are cars, his racing mind declared, and Trish a racer living for today. As he courted death, his love lives flashed before him. Women were like cars, he thought. Trish, of course, was a race car, revving her engine to the limit, taking every turn to the edge and living every moment as if it were her last. While station wagons plod with cautious care, their drivers bound to duties everywhere. His Trish lived free upon the razor's edge, her spirit soaring through the mountain air. Others, on the other hand, were more like station wagons, stable, sturdy, reasonable, sensible and dependable, but unexciting, and, thus he thought, wastefully frittering their lives away by their attendance to the most mundane details of nothing that much mattered. His trusty car, though valiant in its tries, could scarce keep pace where passion's challenge lies, till fortune smiled. She turned towards Wooded Vale, a meadow's trap where love might claim its prize. Michael was falling behind, although doing the best that he could in his unsporty car, but an old jalopy compared to hers. Luckily he saw her turn off into a small wooded valley between two hilly ridges. Now he had her, he thought. Now there was no escape possible, for it was just a little dirt road trailing off into a meadow and a farm. Only a few more moments and they'd be together in sensual bliss. His phone then rang with Ninja's coded speech.
What doing? Danger near with stranger's reach?
Wrong number, friend.
Michael's swift reply, his mind fixed firm on love within his reach. But what strange sounds now filled the meadow fair? What rainbow colors danced upon the air? Hot air balloons, their tethers soon to break, were waiting winged to rise without a care. As he neared the meadow, he heard some great whooshing sounds that were familiar but couldn't quite be placed. Rainbow colors could be seen through the trees. What was all this? And then he understood. Of course, hot air balloons. The balloons were ready for launch, their baskets peopled, their ropes even now being untied from the stakes. This was not so good news. Soon the sky would fill with all these balloons and he'd never find her. He was in a frenzy. His frenzied heart found calm in searching glance. He spied her chariot in quick advance, beside a crimson-yellow floating sphere, where fate prepared its next step in love's dance.
Make haste, dear Michael.
Came her siren call, as floating craft began its upward crawl.
To Emerald City, come with me.
She cried, while ropes dragged past him, teasing with their thrall. Hurry up, Michael, she said, as her balloon began to lift off, its ropes still dragging on the ground past him. Come with me to the Emerald City. Just then, the basket left the ground. Michael grabbed onto the rope and ran with it for a while, thinking crazily that he could somehow climb up it. Though heights did strike his heart with mortal dread, love conquered fear. As ancient wisdom said, he clutched the rope that lifted him aloft, while ground below grew distant as he sped. There was only one problem. He was afraid of heights. Nevertheless, love conquered fear, and so he held onto the rope as it gently lifted him off of the ground. But panic seized his soul in fickle grip as higher rose his unintended trip. He spied soft hay that promised gentle fall, and let his fingers from the lifeline slip. He soon had second thoughts, however, and panicked, realizing that he was almost getting too high to let go. Alas, the fates that govern mortal lands had other plans for suitors' bold demands. For not in haystack did our hero land, but midst the pigs where darkest muck expands. He looked down and saw a barnyard filled with soft hay, and so, giving up the stunt as hopeless, let go of the rope and fell a short and harmless distance to the ground, but missed the hay, landing smack in the middle of the pigs' feeding area. His suit, once white as winter's purest snow, now blacker than the void where no stars glow, stood testament to love's demanding quest, and depths to which a seeker's heart might go. His white suit was now as black as coal in the nothing of a void at night with no moon.
Take heart!
From heights above she called with merry jest, "Take heart!" and flung her keys at his behest.
Find me where'er the winds may guide my way. In Kansas now no more, pursue your quest.
Trish looked down and was much amused at his discomfort, but was also relieved to see that he was okay. "Don't give up, young chap!" she yelled down to him. "Here are my car keys," she said, as she threw her set of keys down to him. "Come and find me wherever I land. Follow me. You're not in Kansas anymore, my good man." Midst curious pigs that snuffled at his plight, he pondered if love's chase brought such delight, till from his trunk fresh garments did appear to clothe anew this mud-bespattered night. Michael was sitting in the muck, surrounded by the curious living pork chops, bacons and hams, and wondering if this so-called adventure of love business was really worth it all. A pig ambled over to investigate, rubbing its nose over him, perhaps thinking that Michael was some new form of food. Michael pulled himself up, picked up the car keys, and then changed into his sports clothes, which he had luckily kept in the trunk of his car. Her chariot of gold now his to steer, each button, switch and dial crystal clear, when overhead her craft did sail once more, and logic fled before his passion's peer. He walked over to her beautiful Testarossa and sat in it, admiring it, much like he had often done in the new car showrooms, twiddling with this and every knob, trying out every button. He thought of gaining safety in the ninja base that had to be nearby, but Trish presently sailed overhead and thereby erased all logical thinking. Satisfied with knowing where every switch was in the car, Michael drove off and tried to keep Trish's balloon in sight, but soon lost it, then found it, then lost it again among the ridges. Through winding roads his quest did now pursue, as compass guided where her balloon flew, now seen, now lost among the ridges high, while updrafts bore her swift beyond his view. Not straight the path that led to love's domain, for roads care not for heart's directest gain, yet Michael tracked her course with steadfast will. As mountain winds sang their sweet refrain, at one with steel and power now he flew. This chariot of dreams proved swift and true, while lesser cars made way with cautious haste, as wealth's mere semblance parted seas of blue. Now this is a car, he thought, as he began to put it through its paces. Why, I feel like I'm a part of it, he marveled, as it held the corners due to its low center of gravity and its wide, stable body. The greatest part of driving it was seeing the other cars on the road give way to him, all figuring him to be ultra-rich and of course not wanting to take a chance of bumping him and scratching a $200,000 car. "So this is what it feels like to be a millionaire! Speed faster!" Ninja voices urged by phone. But Michael brushed such warnings with a groan, more pressing with a score of cars behind, that followed him through valleys not alone. Faster, MK, said another ninja cell phone caller.
Stop bothering me, I don't want to buy a new condo.
However, Michael did heartily take note the now 24 sedans following him, although they were a ways back, and put the pedal through the heavy metal of the radio. Through miles he tracked her floating silhouette, his heart a compass that could not forget. Till tunnel's darkness swallowed up his path, and panic's moment claimed its brief regret. He drove on for another 10 minutes or so, tracking her every move, sometimes finding her in the sky miles away. Yes, he was a driven man. He entered a tunnel, then soon panicked, not having his lights on and not instantly knowing where they were. But he smartly remembered where the headlight button was and flicked them on. But memory served as light switched into day, and tunnel's exit opened grand display. Fair England's countryside in glory spread, like Eden's garden lost, then found today. When he finally emerged from the darkness, the scene he saw was like a beautiful dream. It was as if he was seeing the world for the first time, for the English countryside was beautiful, bright and bold beyond compare. He felt as a part of its every colour, texture and hue. Each colour sang, each texture spoke anew, as if creation's paint was morning true, and Michael laughed to know his journey's truth. To Oz's realm his passion's path withdrew. Her craft now sank from heaven's azure height, while Michael raced through groves that dimmed his sight, till round a bend the scene before him spread, a mansion grand in marble, pure and bright. Trish was dropping altitude now and descending rapidly. He lost her for a while, having had to race through a dense grove of trees that bordered close to the road. But when he came around a curve with a brief open view, there she was, softly landing in the center of a large estate, where there was a sizable stone mansion built in the European tradition. Through garden paths his love did swiftly flee, while sinking silk like waves upon the sea, draped gently o'er the landing's chosen ground, and thoughts of theory struggled to break free. She leaped out of the balloon and ran for the garden. Michael watched as Trish disappeared into the ornamental grounds that surrounded the mansion. Her hot air balloon was gently and gracefully collapsing, slowly covering the ground around him. Forget all things, his heart sang wild and clear as balloon's folds awoke him from his pier at wealth's domain that spread in splendor vast, where noble dreams seemed suddenly so near. The terraced grounds in perfect order lay, where marble walls rose proud in grand display, and Michael stood between two worlds at last, the quest for truth and love's more earthly way. Looking around, he took in the richness of the estate and couldn't help but translate it in his mind to a dollar figure. The grounds were perfectly terraced and landscaped. The mansion itself was made of pure marble with stone and slate at the base. The world of nobility was just sitting there waiting for him to become a part of it. Yet something strange hung in the silent air. No guards, no souls to tend this mansion fair. The whole place was more than magnificent, but something was not quite right. The grounds were empty. There were no security guards, no groundskeepers, and no servants. In fact, there were no signs of any life whatsoever. It seemed to be some sort of fortress of solitude, and this theory was confirmed when Michael heard a zap and a buzz. He quickly turned to see the heat shimmering near an electric security fence that had just snapped on behind him. Saved or ensnared? His mind did briefly race. Was Trish some madness in this lonely place? But peace soon flowed like water through his veins, alone together in this fortress grace. The groundless grounds held secrets of their own, where modern botany had wisely grown a maintenance-free carpet emerald deep, and Michael saw how Trish could live alone. It also neatly explained the absence of the security guards, for none were needed. Michael swung into action, for this was his middle name, a secret that even MI8 didn't know. As he ran toward the garden, he noted that what he thought to be grass had actually turned out to be a ground cover that he knew to be self-spreading, maintenance-free, and dense enough to keep out the weeds, thus explaining the absence of any groundskeepers. This was indeed a very modern estate. Things were becoming clear to Michael's finely tuned mind. Trish was some sort of a rich hermit or something. But lo, the garden held one challenge more. A hedge maze spread its puzzle walls before our hero's path, a European jest that trapped him in its green-leafed corridor. The garden turned out to be a maze of high hedges, a popular European diversion. Michael was not very happy to see it, even though it was a work of art, because he had thought to have an easy conclusion to the day's quest. Like beast ensnared, he paced the verdant walls, while disorientation's shadow falls. His reckless charge through branching paths proclaimed how love's swift chase off to confusion calls. He attacked the maze rather recklessly, and just as quickly lost his way. He was soon totally disoriented and began to feel more and more like a trapped animal. Through leafy gaps he spied his racing queen by lakeside pier in waiting pose serene, while thoughts of steadier loves crossed his mind, yet speed's wild charm held power still unseen. Michael peered through a small opening between the bushes and was just able to catch a glimpse of Trish heading down to a large lake behind the mansion. She walked out on a pier towards a powerboat, then looked back and saw that he was nowhere in sight. So she apparently sat down near the boat to wait for him. Michael remembered his analogy of women to cars. Trish was even faster than a sports car. She was an Indianapolis speed racer who was going to burn out her engine and probably not even finish the event. For a brief moment he wished for some station wagon-like stability. But boy, he thought, what an autobiography he could write. Through hedge gap tight, he boldly forced his way, his flesh by thorns marked for love's display, when she, espying him, leapt quick to boat.
Come on, Michael, catch me if you can.
And called him to yet one more chase that day. Michael could sense that Trish had even more adventures in mind, and this weighed on him slightly, making him bold enough to throw himself through the small gap in the hedges to surprise her.
Hurry up, Michael! Come quick! Run, Michael, run!
She yelled to him as she drove the boat around in circles, waving a ski rope in her hands. For a split second, Michael began to wonder why he was always chasing after ropes. Nevertheless, he hurriedly removed his socks and shoes and quickly jumped into the lake. She slowed the boat, coming almost near him, and smiled for a moment at his spirited self. His shoes cast off, he plunged in water's grip, till Ropehold yanked him on his wild trip. She threw him the ski rope. He grabbed for it, just managing to get the rope handle as she threw the throttle forward to full power. He plowed through the lake like an anchor. Half drowned, half skiing on his naked feet, he marveled at this impossible feat, till wonder broke his balance, sent him down to skip like stone where lake and sky did meet. She dragged him along, half in and half out of the water. Somehow he got onto his feet and found himself water skiing barefoot. He was so amazed at the impossibility of this feat that he just as quickly collapsed into the water, rolling and tumbling forward, sort of like a stone that had been thrown, skipping and skimming. She left him there with life rings mercy small, while love and doubt fought o'er his watery fall, till challenge remembered lent him might, and sure he gained to sink in exhaustion's thrall. From dreams he woke to find her standing near the flower beds, his vengeance moment clear. He feigned his sleep till chance for chase arose.
Doom!
Then sprang with cry of doom in her ear.
Wait till I get my hands on you, Trish. You're doomed!
He awoke later, at first believing that he'd dreamt a nightmare, but harsh reality smacked him in the face when he saw Trish waiting for him in front of the flower garden. He pretended to be still asleep, and so when she looked away for a second, he leapt up and ran, getting to within 10 feet of her before she spotted him and bolted towards the garden. Through gardens strange, where roses blue did bloom, past doors carved deep with artistry's own loom. Through foyer blessed with rainbow-tinted light, he followed laughter up the winding room. Round tower high his quest at last did end, where mirror glass made reality bend, and there stood Trish in rose-hued gown of old. Blue flowers in her hair did beauty lend.
Up and up he went, to a round tower room where the door had been left ajar. She turned to him with a smile that lit the air.
For you, my love, you are an exciting man.
At last.
I am a 10th degree Grandmaster Ninja, and you have done very well in your preliminary training.
Let us begin some training in the sense of smell.
Well, I'll be a flabbergasted energy pattern of in and out waves.
Animals have about 10 times that many. I'll teach you how to stretch your nose and smell like a pig.
All is one that is made of one thing, energy.
You are in one of our major ninja centers. You see no one else here since they are mostly off on missions of the gravest danger to the world.
Why ninjas?
Those trained in the martial arts and mental discipline have reached great depths of self, spirit, beauty, courage, wisdom, and dependability. Out of the billions of the world, only a few hundred or so are on Toe Quest, the focal point of all scientific and meditative inquiry concerning existence.
What about the government, and where is this conspiracy?
They have infiltrated many governments, and so we can trust no one. They are all over, anywhere, trying to manipulate the going-ons of many countries, Perhaps we can make use of your energizing abilities, along with those of your fellows.
I can do both.
Heaven's grace bestowed the flower's sweet perfume.
I'm back. I'd never known of such pleasant fragrances.
Smells alert the ninja in the dark even as much as sound. The subcategories being aroma, fragrance, scent, perfume, redolence, bouquet, stench, feeder, stink, reek, and whiff. Yes, but I am attracted to you too.
The inverse also applies on...
Here, have a glass. Don't forget to swirl, sniff, sip, swallow, or spit if you are just wine sampling. This is only the beginning. Your journey of protecting the toe and learning more about it will be a strenuous one.
It is my dream to become one.
Come hither.
The road too far. Through worldly realms we mortals daily pass, while time flows swift as wind through summer grass. The spirit gleams with light from realms unknown, like gems that shine in mines of sacred glass. World does not pass by, you pass through it. Clear your being so the treasure may arrive. This spirit sparkles of a different light. The gemstones are of a different mine. Old ninja saying. On ToeQuest's screen, a name not fully shown, 10 characters where more should have been grown. The feds pursued through Data's labyrinth deep, till Torny from the fragments finally shone. Austin's full name had been nearly spelled out on ToeQuest, but it had taken a while for the feds to figure out that there was an I on the end of T. Been cut off since AOL had allowed only 10 character member names. From beach to shore, through cities grand and small, Austin eluded those who'd see him fall. The theory sought by powers dark and grim, while CIA stalked through the banquet hall. Austin had been on the run for a month, using various hotel internet networks to post dispatches, and so he had been eluding the feds that wanted the theory of everything for the government's misuse. The CIA had now been called in to a rare homeland operation to take charge and ensure that there were no further screw-ups. Disguised as Toot among the wedding throng, where east meets west in love's eternal song. At Bolingbroke, where danger lurked nearby, he played his part, though knew he couldn't stay long. Austin was presently attending the wedding of an Irish girl to an Egyptian boy, out west of his hometown near Chicago, at Bolingbroke Golf Club, and was thereby rather taking a large risk, although he was disguised and dressed as King Tut. The dark shadows of the government had just missed him in Myrtle Beach, New Jersey and Long Island, but were now entering the wedding reception hall and looking around the enormous banquet room. They thought they'd ID'd him, but it was only his brother Mike. Then they locked down the hall. Behind the pillar, wreathed in smoking haze, he watched the agents through the evening's maze. His brother's presence led them far astray, while freedom beckoned through the gathering grays. Luckily, Austin was outside having a smoke behind a pillar, having been alerted by Ninja Phone. Furthermore, he hadn't wished to drive off with the agents just arriving, so he bided his time outside, puffing on a Marlboro Menthol ultra-light wine-flavored green 100 centimeters cigarette. That's nothing. Look in the supermarkets now and see how many variants there are on a single product. It's a result of the CMBR trip, I suppose. With package strange upon the passenger seat, his Corvette roared down every winding street. Where prairie grass once waved in ancient time, now suburbs sprawl, his exodus complete. Now is the time for all good men. With most of the agents now locked in with the wedding party, Austin leaped over the railing and into his fully restored Corvette convertible and drove off. In his car was the contents of a package delivered by Ninja Express the day before. A square something that looked like second base or first or third or paradise by the dashboard light that Austin had been instructed to strap on right away and utilize when he saw the Great Pumpkin. Austin surveyed the new outlying suburbs and thought, the last time I saw this area, it was all prairie grass. Through whirling dancers lost in mystic trance, the agents pushed past those who dared to dance. Some stopped to watch the swaying bellies art, till commanders broke their temporary chance. With culinary badges false displayed, 6 cars gave chase through evening's masquerade, but fortune smiled on freedom's desperate flight. Their tires met spikes and all their haste was stayed. There was some clumsy fiddling with the door chains, and then they were all off after Austin in 6 cars marked Culinary Institute of America. For Austin loved food. A metal strip of spikes mysteriously appeared across the road, and they all ground to a halt afterwards, for all their tires were flat on the bottom.
Command post here.
While FBI's road knowledge drew them near, the tri-state tollways path they studied long, from Wisconsin's bound to Indiana's sphere.
Damn, we'll set up a command post here. We have many other vehicles positioned at key points.
The CIA had not studied U.S. roads intensely, so they had an FBI chief with them, whom they tended to ignore, and quickly analyzed the area, noting the location of the often used north and south tri-state tollway, Route 294. That circumvented Chicago from Wisconsin to Indiana and ran near to and through these very new suburbs.
Where's he heading?
East toward Route 88, the scout proclaimed. While Austin's lead grew larger, unconstrained, 6 vehicles lay waiting north and south. But traffic's truth, his brother once explained.
East on Route 88 towards the 294 junction. But he has quite a lead on me.
Good. We have 6 vehicles ready at Tri-State 294, 3 north and 3 south.
For on the Tri-State's ever-crowded way, where recent storms had held their fearsome sway, the tornado's memories lingered fresh and raw, as Austin plotted out his escape that day.
The tri-state is always backed up. My brother Jim said so, plus tornadoes were over there 2 days ago.
Still eastward bound, the lone pursuer cried, past junction points where paths diverge and glide. The commander split his forces swift and sure, while Austin toward the city's heart did ride.
Uh-oh, he passed the junction and is still east on 88.
Pull 3 vehicles off of both north and south 294 and give chase. Send the remaining 3 and 3 north and south along 294 to eventually cut him off somewhere down the line. Lone pursuer, keep me posted.
He's heading toward the end of 88, toward 290, the Eisenhower Expressway, into downtown Chicago. It's rush hour, said the FBI subcommander Agent 12 to the CIA commander. Why would he go towards Chicago?
You fool, it's only rush hour coming out of Chicago. The way in is wide open.
For Lake Michigan's vast waters blocked the way, while Taste of Chicago crowds filled streets that day. You fool, you bigger fool! The leaders clashed as precious time and argument did stray.
Don't call me names, you bigger fool, for there is the Great Lake Michigan blocking Chicago to the east, and so he must go north or south eventually, and then he will certainly be in the rush hour in either of those directions.
It's Sunday. There's no rush hour, you bigger fool. What if he has a boat waiting? How many cars do I have down there?
Only two, you much larger fool. And there's traffic from the Taste of Chicago.
Their forces scattered thin across the ground. 2 cars remained to guard the lakefront bound. Perhaps he seeks Canadian refuge far, the commander mused, while chaos swirled around.
We didn't think he'd go that way. Put 1 car at the lakefront and we'll guess and have the other protect north out of Chicago. Maybe he's heading for Canada. Why didn't you give me all you had on Chicago sooner, you huge fool?
I did, you gigantic fool, but I guess you weren't hearing me through your iPod.
It was great music, you humongous fool. Luckily for you, the 6 CIA vehicles that we pulled in from the tri-state are now closing the gap, for they started out ahead or about even with him.
Through iPod tunes and bitter words they fought, while wisdom offered freely came to naught. Our cars draw closer, claimed the CIA chief, though physics made such boasting worth but thought. How could that be? It's odd that they were even and are now more behind. Through hidden paths from Route 88 he flew to Eisenhower's stretch, a passage few had mastered. Yet behind at greater speed the hunters followed, keeping him in view. What the? Austin had navigated a little-known shortcut from Route 88 to the Eisenhower 290 and was doing 140 miles per hour towards Maywood. However, the followers were doing 150 miles per hour. Toward childhood streets of Oak Park Swift he turned, while CIA pursuit cars overburned, their chance to exit, trapped by concrete walls. A hometown advantage Austin well had learned.
My hometown is approaching fast. There are no exits in Oak Park, for they wouldn't allow any.
Past softball fields where Brother Jim would play, past pools' vast waters where on summer's day young divers sought their coins in chlorine deep, while memories of youth showed him the way. Austin observed the old sights. There's the pro softball fields, where Brother Jim used to hit the ball over the fence, and the old swimming pool, acres wide, wherein we used to dive for coins. The drugstore where Green River once did flow, the pen works silent, empty now below, and candy factories fire-blackened shell. Each landmark helped him plot which way to go, and across the street is what was once a drugstore serving Green River sodas, and there's the old pen factory now boarded up, and the atomic fireball factory that had burned down, after which every school kid had raided it and obtained enough candy for life. St. Bernardine's, his alma mater stern, where marbles rolled and yo-yos used to turn, where scandal touched both nun and priest alike, and treats bred guilt that children had to learn. Hey, and my old Catholic school and church, St. Bernardine, right across the street, I remember marbles, yo-yo contests, roller skating in the basement, softball, and hula hoops, and our 6th grade lay teacher who was substituted for our nun who'd run off with the priest. But she was later sacked as well for giving us free popsicles and donuts for going to communion. The brickyard where he'd hidden years ago now beckoned as sirens wailed their woe. He'd He'd thrown rocks once at trains that thundered past. That boyhood refuge now could lay him low. The corner store of baseball cards and dreams, where Mantle proved elusive, or so it seems, while Barras multiplied within his pack. Now police lights cast their pursuing beams. The Oak Park police had picked up the pursuit and were running their sirens. There's the old corner store where I bought popsicles for 5 cents and tried so hard to get a Mickey Mantle baseball card in a pack, but never got one. But I had 10 Yogi Berras. Through streets once innocent, now tense with chase, each memory marks time's relentless pace. The sirens echo through his boyhood scenes, as past and present merge in this one place. The baseball field where once a line drive flew to strike his pitching leg while outfield too. He'd played between his starts like Ruth of old. These memories raced past as on he flew. Austin sped along the narrow road paralleling the expressway and past the baseball field where he got hit by a line drive in the leg while pitching, playing outfield in between starts trying to emulate Babe Ruth. At Austin Boulevard, his namesake street, the town seemed smaller, childhood's grand conceit, now shrunken by the years that lay between. Yet still it offered refuge from defeat. The CIA converged to block his path, but through their trap he threaded, earned their wrath, then leapt back to the expressway's embrace, while Oak Park's finest ended their own swath. The CIA had finally exited the expressway at Austin Boulevard and were almost in a blocking position. But Austin sped through them and back onto the expressway toward downtown Chicago, now even having an extra lane to play with. Go after him, the commander's voice did roar.
Idiot drivers, go after him. The FBI would have had him. No way, you ink blot fingerprinter.
While agency pride became a petty war, the FBI would catch him. Never so, you fingerprinting fool. And tension sore. The Sears Tower pierced the distant sky, 10 miles away, yet reaching proud and high, 3 miles ahead, he planned his final game. 7 more miles would tell if he could fly. Then wedding dollars earned on stages past 300 singles, dancing unsurpassed. For ladies who had tipped him well, he threw. A storm of green that made pursuers fast desert their cars and scramble on the ground, while Austin's engine made its freedom sound. His gift became salvation's scattered seed, as chaos bloomed where dollar bills were found. Austin threw his wedding gift of $300 on the road, all single-dollar bills that he'd earned from stage dancing for old ladies. And this created quite a traffic jam as everyone got out and ran after the bills. His mind raced back to summer days of youth, when deliveries taught him, straight and true, each Chicago street from north to south. That knowledge now would help him follow through. Downtown was nearly at hand, and he didn't have a boat waiting, but thought back to his high school summer job days of delivering kegs of nuts and bolts all over Chicago and Gary, Indiana. The Kennedy North's a snarl, he thought with care, but southbound Dan Ryan might just bear me swift to Indiana's saving grace, though construction dims the promise there. North on 94, the Kennedy Expressway out of Chicago towards Wisconsin was always a mess. So I'll try 94 South, the Dan Ryan Expressway toward Indiana, although I see it's under repair, but this might help me. The commander raged at money-grabbing hands. "You fools, he's gone! Now hear my new commands. Send units south on Dan Ryan's course, where traffic builds on half-closed concrete lands."
You astronomical fools, stop picking up money and clear that road. He's way ahead now. And you, Sub-Commander of FBI Agent 12, forget the lakefront and the north and send our 2 cars down there after him on the Dan Ryan 94 south toward Indiana. I just got an update on him. He's heading into a traffic jam.
Agent 12 jeered with fresh delight. "One lane's all yours, Commander. Aren't we bright?" The rest lie fresh with tar and warning signs. I knew that. No. Their bickering took flight.
Told you, Nana. You've lucked out since only one lane is open on 94 South while they resurface the other 2.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did, you universal-size fool.
Then Austin saw his chance. A daring deed. The fresh-paved lanes called out with urgent need. He swerved between the barriers at last, while pursuers in the jam lost speed.
Where are our tri-state cars? They should be near the junction.
Stalled in the floods, you dolt, though hard they tried.
"Split forces, triadic fool," came his command. "Half toward the toll road's Indiana Strand." He's back on Dan Ryan now. The bridge ahead is yet unbuilt. Their bickering grew grand.
Split them in half again, you triadic dolt, and try to intercept him, and send the rest on towards the Indiana toll road, Route 80. What's this flooding? I told you about the big storms, but you've lucked out again. He's back on the regular 94 Dan Ryan due to a bridge not yet constructed, and we have 2 cars coming up on him now, both fore and aft.
I planned it thus. "You quarter-wit!" they spat as Austin chose the skyway, leaving flat their careful plans. "What highway in the sky?" the commander fumed, European wisdom at a loss before Chicago's secrets strange, while agents' ranks of insults found new range. "You desk-bound pencil pusher," came the cry, as Austin soared where elevated lanes rose high above the marshland spread below, past buildings where the city turned to slow industrial dreams, while tolls kept traffic thin, his path to Indiana's freedom now to go. Without a light he climbed the starlit way, while agents argued in their old display. "We've lost him. Fool, seek darkness moving swift, just testing you." Their pride still held its sway. Darkness had fallen, but Austin was driving without headlights and steadily climbing the skyway to the stars. "We've lost him," said the commander to the FBI man. "Dumbo, look for the car with no lights on. Just testing you. Call our reserves out of Indiana who are standing by nearby and send them up the skyway from the other direction. Bet you didn't know about them, you quadruple moron. I have more on than you will ever have, you more-off unintelligence officer. As shadows chased the hound and horse by day, so followed they their ever-hunted prey. The hunters closed from both the fore and aft, while moonlight cast its orange-tinted ray. Miles passed and Smiles frowned as Austin spotted the relentless stalkers now tracking close behind again, ever hunting the prey as shadows following the hound and horses tracking the day. The peak of the skyway was approaching, and a bright orange full moon was just rising. The great pumpkin moon rose full and bright as Austin breached the tolls in darkened flight, then paused, a fatal moment's hesitation, as CIA closed left and closed on right. The great pumpkin. Austin ran through the toll booths and stopped just beyond, mesmerized by the clue of the moon for a small, tiny fraction of a split microsecond. 3 cars approached from east, 3 more from west, and Austin knew his fate had come to rest. No escape remained, no path to flight, as death's pale angel made its final test. This is the end of the road. Sure enough, 3 CIA cars were approaching from either direction. Sad to say that there is a time when we know we've lost, although we've lived well enough without much regret. The time when the angel of death comes to prematurely claim our soul, when we must say, "Past now is spring's sweet flower of gentle days. Lost now the summer's promised golden rays. No autumn shall he know of peaceful care, for winter's whiteness ends all mortal ways. Past now is the flower of spring's soft breath, but not yet the full summer of promise. And never will come the autumn of care, for here is the pale white winter of death. Born of the stars and blessed by solar fire, his cup once brimmed with all he could desire. Life's precious jewel had sparkled in his hand, a vision fading now as dreams expire. The skyway stretched between the earth and stars, while memory's light outshone his darkened cars. The moon bore witness to this final scene, where all paths end and every journey bars. But no, this was not death's appointed hour. Austin turned his steed with sudden power, rose from his seat as metal met the rail, while agents watched his Corvette's final shower. His parachute unfurled in moonlit space as gravity released its stern embrace. Beneath the bridge he steered with practiced ease, while bullets sought but could not find his trace. The rising moon he plucked from velvet sky and tucked away, a souvenir to spy, then landed soft on Ninja's waiting car, a shadow among shadows slipping by. Into the night the tow secured its speed, while baffled agents cursed their thwarted deed. For some may think they've trapped the morning star, but dawn breaks free and light will not be freed. A note. This tale's ease might raise some concern, but knowledge of one's ground makes quick return. Like storm-tossed author's flight from Chicago's shore, though minus car and jump, as readers learn. I know that this episode was a trifle too easy, but I did know the area. Also, experience aids writing. Due to storm damage, my departure from Chicago did indeed parallel the route in this story, except for the Corvette and the parachute jump to a conclusion of some contusions. "Welcome to Ninja Center," came the cry, from Indiana's master dwelling nigh. "The landing rough?" he asked with knowing grin. "You wrote it thus," came back the swift reply.
Welcome in Ninja Center, Mr. Torn. I am 9th degree Grandmaster of Indiana.
Did the ending have to be so rough?
How I know? You wrote it. Plus we buy you new car.
That was my other self, you know, the one we address when we talk to ourselves.
Why not just fetch me from the wedding scene? Good training chase for one who dined too keen. "You've got me there," laughed Austin, rubbing bruise, while McKirk's card brought wishes yet unseen.
Okay, pal, why not just pick me up at the wedding?
We give Head Start, good reflex training for man ingest too many culinary delights.
Of senses 6 and 1/2 more beside, the master spoke with oriental pride. Make nonsense sense through 6th sense training true, where brain meets mind and wisdom shall reside.
You've got me there. What's next for us?
We train you 6th sense, then all rest of sense. Yes, it makes sense of other 5.5.
Half?
Half is sense of know where body parts are. They forget count it. Now nonsense turned to sense by 6th sense.
Within, without, the senses dance and play, said Austin, testing newfound words display. Such glorious language CMBR bestowed. While Master smiled, I just say so, not I, okay? Nature simple, spoke the Master's voice. No need more words to make the brain rejoice in analyzing all that might become, through memory's vast probabilistic choice.
I still study. Nature simple, not need more word. So brain analyze all scenario of consequence through probability to give best possible result based on all one know, remember, and became.
The brain then senses self, asked Austin there. Higher parts sense lower, Master did declare. like blessed insight from the third eye's view, then offered wisdom's verse with solemn air. A sixth sense lives when brain's alive and whole, making sense of five that play their role, bypassing nonsense as it creates the path by which we might survive it all.
The brain is a sense that senses and perceives itself. That be so, but really higher brain sense lower parts. I'll be darned.
More like bless of spark of insight of third eye. I say,
A sixth sense is the brain when it's alive, for then it makes sense of the other five, bypassing nonsense and creating the only way in this world to survive. Of consciousness they spoke, of will so free, of choices made, of all we think we see. Though instant's choice may seem determined sure, tomorrow's learning sets new options free.
brain give wave of perception of itself. Go to mind to feed back to brain for future and also present to consciousness. But one continue learning enhance whole process, so no worry of no free will.
Although our decisions of the instant are fully determined and are therefore not free, we may happen to learn new things and make choices tomorrow that we wouldn't make today.
Many thought come unwilled from all part of brain with simple agenda. For those react too soon, no free will, but some count to 10 before react. If learning good, they veto thought, so not so bad as seen.
The creative solution. Space. Let reactions sail on by, just observe them, but don't act on them. This puts some distance between you and your conditioned response. A space which grants a modicum of free will. When extreme thoughts arrive, uninvited, as most thoughts do, some veto them, saying, don't. For while we can never will that which does the unconscious willing, some do have free won't. Of trauma's drama next the master spoke, how consciousness might witness pain's dark yoke. The soul observes from safety's distant shore the mind's strange play, till wisdom's light has broke.
What about our everyday type involuntary reactions of anxiety and the normal crazy thoughts that we all have from time to time? We teach you calm like so.
The drama of the trauma. From its safe subjective place that's free of fear, the soul, our conscious awareness, can witness the strange thoughts and emotions that surface on the mind, sent there by the subconscious brain. Conscious awareness, which can but witness, is a safe haven from which to observe the drama of our lives playing in our minds, granting us a sobering distance from it.
It's like watching a play on the stage of our minds. But what about emotions?
Through broken English, deep truth found its way, as master guided Austin through display of mind's complexities and brain's deep realm, while Iowa's roads untaken held their sway.
Somewhat sane, but tomorrow study them. This all teaching for today, but I give you one more saying.
The weak link. The mind is quite weak in the fighting off of bad emotions. They have a direct pathway into mind's awareness, inhibiting the rational, thinking part of the brain.
Thank you. Any other question? Why didn't you send me west to Iowa?
Too easier, not as good training. Only 4 car guard, through roads you know not, but fun ride as was, yes? Beside, now may think dead like Prof. Patton Graybeard. Get?
Yes, but no, and maybe. What if the more knowledgeable FBI were in charge of the mission?
100 road to Iowa, but FBI better than CIA, so be good training then.
Rest now, the master bid as night grew deep. Tomorrow's task will challenge all you keep, to paint impossible in formless space, where time and substance both lie fast asleep.
Rest good. Need you make impossible picture of everything relative to big zip of nothing, of no form and no when.
Thus, wisdom's jest and learning's solemn truth merged here beyond the memories of youth, as Austin's chase through Chicago's maze led to enlightenment's eternal booth. Thus ended chase through memory's winding street, where past and present did so strangely meet, where ninja wisdom wrapped in wordplay's jest made sense of nonsense, made the tale complete. Energy and motion, like moon that challenges night to gain the light, like rose that bears the thorn for fragrance bright. Surrender life that you may live forever, more radiant than 1,000 suns of might. Like the moon, challenge night and gain the light. Like the rose, suffer the thorn, gain the fragrance of life, surrender to live forever, enlightened more than 1,000 suns. Austin fled with stolen wedding wine in hand, half full the glass, an optimist's command. Engineers still ponder why such vessels are twice the size necessity demands. Previously, Austin relaxed as Profat had advised, drinking the rest of the half-full glass of wedding wine that he'd snatched off the reception's porch as he took off in his Corvette. For this part came up missing in the previous story. How curious that things come up as lost, when absence means they should not come at all. Like planes that nearly miss, instead of hit. Our language plays strange tricks upon us all. To ninja bases, toe questers were led, where theory's sacred knowledge might be spread. They lingered there in learning's warm embrace, away from limelight's heat above their head. The quest for meta kept their minds aflame. Beyond the known, they sought what has no name. A week of wisdom passed within those walls, while outside world pursued its lesser game. Half the agents turned from Toe to seek bin Laden's shadow, leaving task force weak. The rest kept eyes and ears more widely spread, as banned iPods gave way to phones that speak. The conspiracy with dark intent, now toward the Toe, their interest bent. Their surfacing would bring mistakes to light, exposing schemes they never meant to vent. With methods Hitler never dared to dream, they probed the mind with technology supreme, making that mustached tyrant seem a kitten compared to their nefarious scheme. The ninjas tracked their every move with care. Cigar smoke marked the villain's passing car. One call deployed a light-bending hunter on 30-geared bike trailing like a star.
All clear? I see nothing. Electronic analysis indicates that no car's tailing us.
I heard from one of our government insiders that the secret of the theory of everything, the Toe, has been discovered. Maybe we can use it. Take us to our commander's house.
As speed increased upon the highway's length, more ninjas joined the chase with silent strength. At Commander's house, from nowhere came a blinding flash of ninjas, swift as flame. Yet soon a deadly thought the captives formed. Their minds with self-destruction's power stormed.
Report valiant failure.
No failure, glorious success. Every number add up, 5 less of worry, and local commander gone. Search house, but probably this another autonomous cell. Plus, be no use, take alive.
Though likely 'tis autonomous, their squad. No use to take them living for our purpose. What news have you that makes our mission odd?
Search house.
They want Toei.
Not what like here, but toe safe.
Young rascal, chancing there to overhear, asked, "Autonomous? Such words sound dear. No link exists to find their central power." His question hung upon the atmosphere.
Do ninjas often have such lonely, frustrating duty?
Happy man, not lonely with good at side. Have ninja friends too. Many lady ninjas also.
How do you pay them all?
Work free, only need food and bed. Come to internet emotion class I teach now. I tell people after class why conspirator useless taken alive. Ask for idea.
I'll be there.
The ninja taught through internet's vast space, to novice and to expert face to face, revealing mysteries of joy and sorrow, a course repeated oft with patient grace.
Good morning class, I be instructor of molecular events.
Isn't this a course on emotion?
Yes, but brain emotion be chemical happening, you see. Often missing high school instruction, lacks in big area topic, but waste time do foreign language, history misery, and some people named art, gym, and special ed. Ha, just joke. Many bored of ed, emotion be like sense of inner feel of what to do or color flavor of moment. Emotion even make more decisions than thought do.
What causes emotions?
Neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine carry chemical message across non-electrical part of neuron call synapse. Too little or too much be bad news. Dopamine used for excitement of see new stuff, serotonin like traffic director of signals. If low, then crash, burn, yell, revert to primitive impulse, color thoughts dark, get depressed, obsess, worry, by fall for such random spurious atomic transmitter event like dumb fish, take hook with no nothing else, but this fish person think they 1000% right and cannot be talked to. We talk good emotion later, but bad be big problem, as C saying, life and death zones. The highest zone is absolute happiness, though even the best can slip to well-being, and sometimes down into the bearable zone. Next come the anger, apathy, and death zones. Once you drop into the anger zone, the analytical mind cuts out, giving way to the primitive reactive mind, a moronic state in which even beige seems black.
This is horrible and barbaric, these aversive substrates of emotion. The future human races will wonder how we could have survived them.
Yes, student. Many mad. It make me feel like kill them, but they know can help this way be. So, must try help them. But if not work, rise above, sail over, jail, bypass, ignore, run away. Say go buy loaf of bread, never come back. Must careful be what learn, for mirror neuron practice what see. Just watch bad or good thing a lot and learn do it, like monkey see other monkey dig potato, although this good. Okay, yes, but see too much bad feeling now. Not want you get mad from hear all bad stuff, so switch on good emotion talk now. Remember thrill of walk log or swing rope over creek. How first kiss put you on air for week.
But now, life's stress on us weighs us down, as if we lived on Jupiter.
We suppose talk good stuff now, but stress be difference between what expect happen and what really happen. When put need ahead of other, result be needless anger at what this life really be, although seem surprise.
But there's always something going wrong.
So happiness be silk bubble today that lift you to heaven gateway.
But one raven crow in night arrests, smile and swipe away.
Yes, kind of like that. Do stress exercise, so be ready not disappointment. Breathe in all that's good, breathe out all that's bad. Peace flows into you, it's warm, wet, and glad. Feel it spread throughout your body, then say, this is the best life that I've ever had.
I don't know, I want to get places. Get ahead, be happy.
Put need of other ahead of own produce byproduct of happiness. Reduce stress, no longer have unrealistic expectation.
But I need things, stuff.
Here with third eye, the lower minds that chase material gain. that hunt sensation, power to attain, shall never find contentment in their quest. Their thirst unquenched, their hunger brings but pain. There are no actions of people that can justify our becoming irritable, angry, fearful, jealous, or anxious if we give them our unconditional love. If we don't accept the unacceptable, then we lower our level of consciousness. Our response will mirror their uptightness, which can spread the bad moods onto others. Putting ourselves in the place of others when hurtful things are done to us expands our consciousness, compassion, and love, since we can come to know why they did it. When we converse with ourselves, it is our higher consciousness, our conscious awareness, or I, that questions our lower consciousness impulses towards securing sensation and power.
Well, but there are many fools, morons, and lowlifes out there to annoy us day and night.
Yes, true, many stupid, but some just not far on golden path of enlightenment. You curse bad driver?
Yes, they drive too slow or cut me off.
Maybe driver old?
I don't know.
Maybe driver learning?
I don't know.
Maybe driver lost and not no way?
I don't know.
No I. If see big picture of life, one not be annoy if cut off in traffic. For S, he may be like I say above.
I never thought of that. I just yelled at them.
We teach think with good emotion. You say you want kill driver cut off you in traffic?
Yes.
This still seem 100% true-ish.
No, not anymore.
Hear twice with big ear what now I say. Revelation of why big problem in life. Obvious not many cross-kill boundary except New York City and Detroit, but how many less obvious boundary bad emotion cross with no realize.
I suppose it happens all day long for some.
Yes, but all feeling sad, happy in between, crisscross human life cloth. Reflection of life sensation is rainbow coloring scene or ugly stain bow of oil on road. Learn watch self from afar, be spectator of self, this higher self. Watch parade go by, not engage. View from curb, sit down, drink wine of happy life. Okay, forget it. What is the object and purpose of life? Life object be mental happiness. Thought all we have, true paradise be state of mind. Help have something like to do and one to do with.
What does the neurotransmitter dopamine do?
Dopamine light up interest on new things, so focus attention on novel situation, even boring one, but not boring first time, like something so simple as change some building parking lot. We chalk up interest to thing being new, not realizing forced. This much normal, except when need too much newness thrill every day or take too much risk to feel good, like race car driver, wild acting persons, and like...
I get it. Let's talk about some really good emotions, like love.
To forget, necessary to forgive, give equal happiness, take equal nothing, big paradox, give so receive.
Grandmaster teaching continues. Habit bows humbly to originality, while good emotion flows with vitality. Joy streams as energy in ceaseless flow, a force of nature moved by gravity. Habit take bow to great originality. Good emotion energy become motive and sweep one with energy in motion. Joy be energy from good emotion, gushing stream swirling in unstoppable motion. Like waterfall of power, boundless free, or tidal wave from emotion's vast sea. Creating energy from its own source, love gives, not takes. This truth we clearly see. Force over edge as waterfall of boundless power, as a tidal wave from endless ocean of perpetual emotion that then create more energy from itself being. Love the exact opposite of taking, is giving. Remember though, emotion's not complete. For wholeness, balance makes the self replete. Some chase perfection's cold mechanical forms, while others drown where heart and passion meet. But remember, emotion not whole story. Need balance for wholeness. Some classicists drone toward mechanical perfection. Romanticists drown in emotional affection. And worse, other alternate between extreme. Weigh not this or that, but join in direction. Need listen now about some long love story that maybe Michael feel 10 times more. This be slant to romantic love, but apply to all form, like love of life and goodness. Love is the finest refreshment of mortal life, a glimpse of heaven's pure celestial light. A vision which, maintained through passing years, can glow beyond first sight with sweet delight. Any time not spent in love's embrace is squandered in an absolute disgrace. If idling without love, or worse, in hate, life wastes away at an alarming pace. So I say that any time not spent on love is time squandered in absolute waste. That if you are idling, not loving, or God forbid, hating, then life is a wasting. For love is the greatest experience on earth, and so I have often sought it out, found it, received it, given it, and lived it as life's one great happiness. For there is no other joy that compares, love being the truth of all truths. Who has not forgotten that first kiss and the magic that attended it? No one, for first love touches one deeply and forever. People newly in love glow for weeks on end. There is nothing like love, although, strangely, some do not actively seek it out, perhaps for fear of rejection. But even love's worst pain is sweeter by far than any other pleasure. There is indeed no contest, so to love and lose is second only to love and triumph. Not merely just a pleasure. Love refreshes, creates, invigorates, and provides sustenance of spirit and life itself. Without love, there is no life, at least none worth living. When you give up on love, you begin to die. Love knows restrictions, for mutual passion is a law unto itself. Love is the cure-all, both for those who receive it and for those who give it. The one tragedy in life is not death, but that some people do not love. Nor do they live, for the fear of the one is fear of the other. So by all means, if you love somebody, go to them and tell them so right now. It is said that the loving are the daring, perhaps because they seek the ultimate adventure, often risking all for that which lies far and above the commonplace, that vision into paradise. Imagination weaves a fairy tale of love and romance, and the mind that is alive soon brings forth the phantasm into reality. Placing our very life and happiness in another through love is the greatest gift one can give, for it is the gift of oneself. Unconditional love is a true gift, one without strings attached, one without any motive for gain in return. Oh, of course, we are human and often love for the sake of being loved in return, and this is not in itself wrong. But when one loves for no other reason than for the sake of generosity and loving, then this is a saintly type of love above the other kinds. True love loves people for what they are, not for their qualities in particular, but for the person. It's not that we love someone because we need them, for this is quite immature, but that we need someone because we love them. It is, you see, love that is the origin. Love begets love, and love, in turn, begets more love, and so on, making us even more loving to others, until heaven is indeed brought down to earth. Real love is its own reward. Identity is not lost in love. For true lovers do not sit looking only into each other's heart, but rather look outward, each in the same direction. It is a seeming violation of arithmetic that in love two become much greater than 1 + 1, and that the two, nevertheless, do not become one, but remain as two, yet still share the same vibration in their souls. It also seems to be a paradox that love, when divided, is not at all diminished, but that each individual love multiplies to exceed the lot. One. Next time talk of adventure or consciousness or go on mission, but now you be relaxed. So sorry, but must change topic to enemy conspiracy. Unspeakable evil exists in world, outside government. Give you info and email now. It everywhere but seen nowhere too much but by us. We have many victories, but at large organization beyond redemption, big danger. Face them, then study toe, neat idea. Read data now. I always ask class.
This news is truly dire. What if we track them to their hidden lair?
Can only follow short distance with bike.
Can we infiltrate them?
They scan brain for goodness. Kill you fast.
Capture one of them by putting them to sleep and read their minds somehow, or not so gently convince them to give up their secrets.
We try. They have protection in their minds. Die if removed. Die if wish anytime.
Listen to their plans near one of their centers.
Their center block emanation from all around and above.
What about below?
They detect dig tunnel vibration, but this give me idea. Need refine, study, keep secret from torture of any you now. This thought poem I leave you of my feel long ago. So you think about emotion and maybe tough time ahead if my idea go over. One time darkness drained me to be wan moon. Sickness consumed spirit, mantle heavy lead. Life last glow upon me, eyes crater gone dim. Death's ebon form seek me, cover me with cloak. Come with me, he say, as cool burning brow of dark moon me, I offer you quiet peace. Sudden strength come to me, waning crescent wisp. In night cold shadow I say, unhold my soul, moon reaper. I fully shine once more. The cosmic dance of self unfolds in time, as we, the universe in human climb, are fashioned in the image of the all, where many parts in one grand whole combine. Within our minds, two hemispheres reside, the holistic and linear side by side. One works in parallel, sees patterns whole, while through details the other deems to glide. The floodlight of attention bathes the scene, illuminating all that lies between. Then spotlight focus traces linear paths moving through moments, probing what they mean. In cyclic rain they alternate their sway. As darkness yields to light, night turns to day. The yin within the yang, yang within yin, in perfect balance find their sacred way. Like ancient symbols spinning through the void, where opposites are never quite destroyed, but dance together in eternal flux, two halves of wisdom perfectly employed. Through this divine duality, we know the rounded life where wisdom seems to grow. Not trapped in either mode of thought alone, but in their union where true insights flow. We mirror in our minds the cosmos vast, where stars and atoms in one mold are cast. The universal pattern echoes through our consciousness, from future to the past, in multiplicity within the one. The journey of awareness is begun. We are the universe come into light, reflecting all creation has done. We are perhaps the universe come to life, made in its image, of multiplicity within unity, with one holistic brain hemisphere operating in parallel. It joined to the other hemisphere of sequential detail. The holistic side is as a floodlight of attention illuminating the whole scene at once, connected to the detail side, which is a spotlight of attention moving linearly through the scene. The two alternating their cyclic reign as the yin in the yang and the yang in the yin, making for a rounded life. Energy in motion is emotion. Like the moon challenged night and gained the light, like the rose suffered the thorn, gained the fragrance of life, surrender to live forever, enlightened more than 1,000 suns. Previously, Austin relaxed as Profat had advised, drinking the rest of the half-full glass of wedding wine that he'd snatched off the reception's porch as he took off in his Corvette, for this part came up missing in the previous story. Several other Toe Questers had been taken to safety in the ninja bases for the protection of the Toei, but their tales remain untold for now. Half of all government agents had been pulled off of the Toe case and put back on the search for bin Laden. The conspiracy, who we shall talk about just a little bit here, uses heretofore unknown high-tech methods to eavesdrop and to protect itself as well.
All clear?
I see nothing. Electronic analysis indicates that no car is tailing us.
At the commander's house, The swift blaze of ninjas from nowhere encircled the conspirators in a blinding flash of confusion.
Autonomous? You do know long words. No link to their center.
Not usual. Only indirect, but not even weakly. No one will know they're dead for some time. Give us some degree of freedom for a while.
The ninja instructor from Rascal's Base was teaching through the internet via iChat to all novices and near experts alike, revealing the mysteries, joys, and pitfalls of good and bad emotions. It was a course that had to be given many times.
Good idea plus good emotion bring out fine flavor of great glory. Bad idea with bad emotion color stains black odor of big fat stink. Good morning, class. I be instructor of molecular events.
Isn't this a course on emotion?
Yes, but brain emotion be chemical happening, you see. Often missing high school instruction lacks in big area of this topic. But waste time do foreign language, history misery, and some people named art, gym, and special ed. Just joke. Many bored of ed. Emotion be like sense of inner feel of what to do or color flavor of moment. Emotion even make more decisions than thought do.
What causes emotions?
Neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine carry chemical message across non-electrical part of neuron called synapse. Too little or too much be bad news. Must eat right, exercise, good sleep, lower stress, work less, or take pill to have many transmitter transmit good vibe. Dopamine used for excitement of see new stuff. Serotonin like traffic director of signals. If low, then crash, burn, yell, revert to primitive impulse. Color thoughts dark, get depressed, obsess, worry. By fall for such random spurious atomic transmitter event like dumb fish, take hook with no nothing else. But this fish person think they 1000% right and cannot be talked to. Now, who wise enough to ignore own thought? We teach. Not easy, but must do. Need training.
We fall for our feelings, hook, line, and sinker. Conditioned responses, reflexes, or overwhelming emotions. Spurious or anciently planted by evolution.
So, bad emotions are just molecular events chemically gone astray, or relics that have been stuck with us since ancient times. How unmeaningful is that? No wonder some people are full of angry nonsense.
Yes, be random event or old-time thing. That all to tell of entire world history of misery from foolish folly of human. Class over.
Over?
Yes, but no. I joke. History book sad. Waste to study. Much you to learn here now. Reduce evolutionary relic by meditate. This be not what you think. We thousands years behind in emotion reaction. Old impulses from fight tiger or run not apply now. Only build up fuss.
Life still emotionally primitive. Negative feedback mechanisms in the central nervous system, now useless, send out thousands of years old messages.
Like brainless aggression from anger and jealousy or envy that blots out all rhyme and reason?
As such, anger have no brain. Make bad poet. We talk good emotion later, but bad be big problem, as C saying.
Life and death zones. The highest zone is absolute happiness, though even the best can slip to well-being, and sometimes down into the bearable zone. Next come the anger, apathy, and death zones. Once you drop into the anger zone, the analytical mind cuts out, giving way to the primitive reactive mind, a moronic state in which even beige seems black.
The simple reactive mind thinks that, say, a perceived bad tone equals insult equals hate equals great anger equals lash out equals big fight equals kill equals death.
This is horrible and barbaric, these aversive substrates of emotion. The future human races will wonder how we could have survived them.
Yes, student, many mad. It make me feel like kill them, but they know can help this way be. So, must try help them. But if not work, rise above, sail over, jail, bypass, ignore, run away, say go, buy loaf of bread, never come back. As for self, must learn anger sign. Sometimes mad, kick dog or cat since make noise. But day before same noise, okay. So, not cat or dog fault, but irritable simpleton emotion state, assign cat or dog as cause of feeling since.
Hostility stems from low serotonin, as one falls for moods mindless and brainless. Kicking the cat or kids when one gets home, rationalizing that they made some noise.
I'm getting mad just thinking about it.
Yes, think about or see bad thing, groove, bad attitude, as special for young youth impressed by bad TV show. Must careful be what learn, for mirror neuron practice what see. Just watch bad or good thing a lot and learn do it, like monkey see other monkey, dig potato, although this good. Man never forget how ride bike. Learning stay long. Bad emotion like stain on brain. Bad emotion deaf to logic. Change like molasses or slow forming crystal. Be like rock. Block sense with non.
Thanks, I see what you mean, and I may even get mean from what I see.
Okay, yes, but see too much bad feeling now. Not want you get mad from here, all bad stuff. So switch on good emotion talk now. Remember thrill of walk log or swing rope over creek. How first kiss put you on air for week. Joy of create house from popsicle stick. Run, jump, play, have friend, all best. All good thing you, of humankind known in these ecstasy moment of all good melded happening that lift you heavenward on some great wing. You even see magic winged ladies of flowered butterflies, glory in flowers with bee. Feel alive, there be life after birth.
But now life's stress on us weighs us down as if we lived on Jupiter.
We suppose talk good stuff now, but stress be difference between what expect happen and what really happen. When put need ahead of other, result be needless anger at what this life really be, although seem surprise.
But there's always something going wrong.
So, happiness be silk bubble today that lift you to heaven gateway, but one raven crow in night arrest smile and swipe away.
Yes, kind of like that,
To stress exercise, so be ready, not disappointment.
Breathe in all that's good, breathe out all that's bad. Peace flows into you, it's warm, wet, and glad. Feel it spread throughout your body, then say, "This is the best life that I've ever had."
I don't know, I want to get places, get ahead, be happy.
Put need of other ahead of own produce byproduct of happiness. Reduce stress, no longer have unrealistic expectation.
But I need things, stuff.
Here with third eye.
Well, but there are many fools, morons, and lowlifes out there to annoy us day and night.
Yes, true, many stupid, but some just not far on golden path of enlightenment. You curse bad driver?
Yes, they drive too slow or cut me off.
No, if see big picture of life, one not be annoyed if cut off in traffic, for he may be like I say above.
I never thought of that, I just yelled at them.
We teach think with good emotion. You say you want kill driver cut off you in traffic?
Yes.
This still seem 100% true wish.
No, not anymore.
Here twice with big ear what now I say, revelation of why big problem in life. Obvious not many cross-kill boundary except New York City and Detroit, but how many less obvious boundary bad emotion cross with no realize?
I suppose it happens all day long for some.
Yes, but all feeling sad, happy in between crisscross human life cloth. Reflection of life sensation is rainbow coloring scene or ugly stain bow of oil on road. Learn watch self from afar. Be spectator of self. This higher self. Watch parade go by, not engage. View from curb. Sit down, drink wine of happy life.
I'll try, instructor. Maybe half a glass for some is really filled to the brim of optimism. My glass has always been empty, even when it was only half empty.
Yes, but think thorn have roses, not roses have thorn. I tell you story of rose blossom, as realization for me one time when beauty itself bloomed from well of truth. Here go. I know life have potential anguish, but we must live fully, and so be alive enough to feel beauty, but then exposed to opposite twin. Yes, know that beauty other side be melancholy, but for me long ago, sadness come brood over every morrow, so I not know what do and go visit deep well of sorrow. But surprise, I see beauty enshrined there, inseparate from sadness. She say it's from me that sadness you borrow.
Okay, teacher, it seems that there can be no light without the darkness. Wow, I'm gaining wisdom fast. What about using drugs for happiness?
Wisdom fade fast. Take time, sink in. Problems not complex, think. Simply, misery, death follow drink. Evil, cruelty, same reflected. Drug lead life out of sync. One become living dead. Heroin, crack and such. Lodge in pleasure receptor made for brain natural opiate endorphin of happiness. But drug not fit right. So clog, destroy receptor. Then need more drug for same high. Then all receptor useless. Then dead life forever.
Okay, forget it. What is the object and purpose of life?
Life object be mental happiness. Thought all we have. True paradise be state of mind. Help have something like to do and want to do with.
Sounds good. What does the neurotransmitter dopamine do?
Dopamine light up interest on new things, so focus attention on novel situation. Even boring one, but not boring first time. Like something so simple as change some building parking lot. We chalk up interest to thing being new, not realizing forced. This much normal except when need too much newness thrill every day or take too much risk to feel good, like race car driver, wild acting persons and like.
I get it. Let's talk about some really good emotions like love.
Okay, I was to do. Love be greatest emotion, right after adventure. Love ultimate reason of live. To forget, necessary to forgive. Give equal happiness, take equal nothing. Big paradox, give so receive. Habit take bow to great originality. Good emotion energy become motive, and sweep one with energy in motion. Joy be energy from good emotion. Gushing stream swirling in unstoppable motion. Force over edge as waterfall of boundless power as a tidal wave from endless ocean of perpetual emotion that then create more energy from itself being. Love be exact opposite of taking, is giving. But remember, emotion not whole story, need balance for wholeness. Some classicists drawn toward mechanical perfection, romanticists drown in emotional affection, and worse, other alternate between extreme, weigh not this or that but join in direction. Need listen now about some long love story that maybe Michael feel 10 times more. This be slant to romantic love, but apply to all form like love of life and goodness.
Thanks, instructor, but doesn't some romantic love come from chemical bonding?
Yes, chemistry between persons when bonding hormone make love, pheromoning away. So when in romantic love, pretend not know this, so enjoy more. Now student, all above kind of love of goodness, bind all ninja of all base. Now soon you too. Next time talk of adventure, or consciousness, or go on mission, but now you be relaxed. So sorry, but must change topic to enemy conspiracy. Unspeakable evil exists in world, outside government. Give you info in email now. It everywhere, but seen nowhere too much but by us. We have many victory, but it large organization, beyond redemption, big danger. Face them, then study toe. Need idea, read data now. I always ask class.
This is truly terrible. What if we follow some of them to their centers?
They too smart, have great surveillance detectors. Can only follow short distance with bike.
Can we infiltrate them?
They scan brain for goodness, kill you fast.
Capture one of them by putting them to sleep and read their mind somehow, or not so gently convince them to give up their secrets?
We try. They have protection in their minds. Die if removed, die if wish anytime.
Listen to their plans near one of their centers?
Their center block emanation from all around and above.
What about below?
They detect dig tunnel vibration, but this give me idea.
What is it?
Need refined study. Keep secret from torture of any you now. But this thought poem I leave you of might feel long ago, so you think about emotion, and maybe tough time ahead if my idea go over.
One time darkness drained me to be wan moon. Sickness consumed spirit, mantle heavy lead. Life last glow upon me, eyes crater gone dim. Death's ebb and form seek me, cover me with cloak. Come with me, he say, as cool burning brow of dark moon me, I offer you quiet peace. Sudden strength come to me, waning crescent wisp. In night cold shadow I say, unhold my soul, moon reaper. I fully shine once more. Energy in motion is emotion. Like the moon challenge night and gain the light, like the rose suffer the thorn, gain the fragrance of life's surrender to live forever, enlightened more than 1,000 suns. Previously, Austin relaxed as Profat had advised, drinking the rest of the half-full glass of wedding wine that he'd snatched off the reception's porch as he took off in his Corvette, for this part came up missing in the previous story. Several other Toe Questers had been taken to safety in the ninja bases for the protection of the Toei, but their tales remain untold for now. Half of all government agents had been pulled off of the Toe case and put back on the search for bin Laden. The conspiracy, who we shall talk about just a little bit here, uses heretofore unknown high-tech methods to eavesdrop and to protect itself as well.
All clear?
I see nothing. Electronic analysis indicates that no car is tailing us.
At the commander's house, the swift blaze of ninjas from nowhere encircled the conspirators in a blinding flash of confusion.
Autonomous? You do know long words. No link to their center.
Not usual, only indirect, but not even weakly. No one will know they're dead for some time. Give us some degree of freedom for a while.
The ninja instructor from Rascal's base was teaching, through the internet via iChat, to all novices and near experts alike, revealing the mysteries, joys, and pitfalls of good and bad emotions. It was a course that had to be given many times.
Good idea plus good emotion bring out fine flavor of great glory. Bad idea with bad emotion color stains black odor of big fat stink. Good morning, class. I be instructor of molecular events.
Isn't this a course on emotion?
Yes, but brain emotion be chemical happening, you see. Often missing high school instruction lacks in big area of this topic. But waste time do foreign language, history misery, and some people named art, gym, and special ed. Just joke. Many bored of ed. Emotion be like sense of inner feel of what to do or color flavor of moment. Emotion even make more decisions than thought do.
What causes emotions?
Neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine carry chemical message across non-electrical part of neuron called synapse. Too little or too much be bad news. Must eat right, exercise, good sleep, lower stress, work less, or take pill to have many transmitter transmit good vibe. Dopamine used for excitement of see new stuff. Serotonin like traffic director of signals. If low, then crash, burn, yell, revert to primitive impulse. Color thoughts dark, get depressed, obsess, worry. By fall for such random spurious atomic transmitter event like dumb fish, take hook with know nothing else. But this fish person think they 1000% right and cannot be talked to. Now who wise enough to ignore own thought? We teach. Not easy but must do. Need training.
We fall for our feelings, hook, line, and sinker. Conditioned responses, reflexes, or overwhelming emotions. Spurious or anciently planted by evolution.
So, bad emotions are just molecular events chemically gone astray, or relics that have been stuck with us since ancient times. How unmeaningful is that? No wonder some people are full of angry nonsense.
Yes, be random event or old time thing. That all to tell of entire world history of misery from foolish folly of human. Class over.
Over?
Yes, but no. I joke. History book sad, waste to study, much you to learn here now. Reduce evolutionary relic by meditate. This be not what you think. We thousands years behind in emotion reaction. Old impulses from fight tiger or run not apply now, only build up fuss.
Life's still emotionally primitive. Negative feedback mechanisms in the central nervous system, now useless, send out thousands of years old messages.
Like brainless aggression from anger and jealousy or envy that blots out all rhyme and reason?
As such, anger have no brain. Make bad poet. We talk good emotion later, but bad be big problem, as C saying.
Life and death zones. The highest zone is absolute happiness, though even the best can slip to well-being, and sometimes down into the bearable zone. Next come the anger, apathy, and death zones. Once you drop into the anger zone, the analytical mind cuts out, giving way to the primitive reactive mind, a moronic state in which even beige seems black.
The simple reactive mind thinks that, say, a perceived bad tone equals insult equals hate equals great anger equals lash out equals big fight equals kill equals death.
This is horrible and barbaric, these aversive substrates of emotion. The future human races will wonder how we could have survived them.
Yes, student, many mad. It make me feel like kill them, but they know can help this way be. So, must try help them. But if not work, rise above, sail over, jail, bypass, ignore, run away, say go, buy loaf of bread, never come back. As for self, must learn anger sign. Sometimes mad, kick dog or cat since make noise. But day before same noise okay. So, not cat or dog fault, but irritable simpleton emotion state, assign cat or dog as cause of feeling since.
Hostility stems from low serotonin, as one falls for moods mindless and brainless. Kicking the cat or kids when one gets home, rationalizing that they made some noise.
I'm getting mad just thinking about it.
Yes, think about or see bad thing, groove, bad attitude, as special for young youth impressed by bad TV show. Must careful be what learn, for mirror neuron practice what see. Just watch bad or good thing a lot and learn do it, like monkey see other monkey, dig potato, although this good. Man never forget how ride bike. Learning stay long. Bad emotion like stain on brain. Bad emotion deaf to logic. Change like molasses or slow forming crystal. Be like rock. Block sense with non.
Thanks, I see what you mean, and I may even get mean from what I see.
Okay, yes, but see too much bad feeling now. Not want you get mad from here, all bad stuff. So switch on good emotion talk now. Remember thrill of walk log or swing rope over creek. How first kiss put you on air for week. Joy of create house from popsicle stick. Run, jump, play, have friend, all best. All good thing you, of humankind known in these ecstasy moment of all good melded happening that lift you heavenward on some great wing. You even see magic winged ladies of flowered butterflies, glory in flowers with bee. Feel alive, there be life after birth.
But now life's stress on us weighs us down as if we lived on Jupiter.
We suppose talk good stuff now, but stress be difference between what expect happen and what really happen. When put need ahead of other, result be needless anger at what this life really be, although seem surprise.
But there's always something going wrong.
So, happiness be silk bubble today that lift you to heaven gateway, but one raven crow in night arrest smile and swipe away.
Yes, kind of like that,
To stress exercise, so be ready, not disappointment.
Breathe in all that's good, breathe out all that's bad. Peace flows into you, it's warm, wet, and glad. Feel it spread throughout your body, then say, "This is the best life that I've ever had."
I don't know, I want to get places, get ahead, be happy.
Put need of other ahead of own produce byproduct of happiness. Reduce stress, no longer have unrealistic expectation.
But I need things, stuff.
Here with third eye.
Well, but there are many fools, morons, and lowlifes out there to annoy us day and night.
Yes, true, many stupid, but some just not far on golden path of enlightenment. You curse bad driver?
Yes, they drive too slow or cut me off.
No, if see big picture of life one not be annoy if cut off in traffic, for see maybe like I say above.
I never thought of that, I just yelled at them.
We teach think with good emotion. You say you want kill driver cut off you in traffic?
Yes.
This still seem 100% true wish.
No, not anymore.
Here twice with big ear what now I say, revelation of why big problem in life. Obvious not many cross-kill boundary except New York City and Detroit, but how many less obvious boundary bad emotion cross with no realize?
I suppose it happens all day long for some.
Yes, but all feeling sad, happy in between crisscross human life cloth. Reflection of life sensation is rainbow coloring scene or ugly stain bow of oil on road. Learn watch self from afar. Be spectator of self. This higher self. Watch parade go by, not engage. View from curb. Sit down, drink wine of happy life.
I'll try, instructor. Maybe half a glass for some is really filled to the brim of optimism. My glass has always been empty, even when it was only half empty.
Yes, but think thorn have roses, not roses have thorn. I tell you story of rose blossom as realization for me one time when beauty itself bloomed from well of truth. Here go. I know life have potential anguish, but we must live fully, and so be alive enough to feel beauty, but then exposed to opposite twin. Yes, know that beauty other side be melancholy, but for me long ago, sadness come brood over every morrow, so I not know what do and go visit deep well of sorrow. But surprise, I see beauty enshrined there, inseparate from sadness. She say it's from me that sadness you borrow.
Okay, teacher, it seems that there can be no light without the darkness. Wow, I'm gaining wisdom fast. What about using drugs for happiness?
Wisdom fade fast. Take time, sink in. Problems not complex, think. Simply, misery, death follow drink. Evil, cruelty, same reflected. Drug lead life out of sync. One become living dead. Heroin, crack and such. Lodge in pleasure receptor made for brain natural opiate endorphin of happiness. But drug not fit right. So clog, destroy receptor, then need more drug for same high, then all receptor useless, then dead life forever.
Okay, forget it. What is the object and purpose of life?
Life object be mental happiness, thought all we have. True paradise be state of mind. Help have something like to do and want to do with.
Sounds good. What does the neurotransmitter dopamine do?
Dopamine light up interest on new things, so focus attention on novel situation. Even boring one, but not boring first time. Like something so simple as change some building parking lot. We chalk up interest to thing being new, not realizing forced. This much normal except when need too much newness thrill every day or take too much risk to feel good, like race car driver, wild acting persons and like.
I get it. Let's talk about some really good emotions like love.
Okay, I was to do. Love be greatest emotion, right after adventure. Love ultimate reason of live. To forget, necessary to forgive. Give equal happiness, take equal nothing. Big paradox, give so receive. Habit take bow to great originality. Good emotion energy become motive and sweep one with energy in motion. Joy be energy from good emotion. Gushing stream swirling in unstoppable motion. Force over edge as waterfall of boundless power as a tidal wave from endless ocean of perpetual emotion that then create more energy from itself being. Love be exact opposite of taking, is giving. But remember, emotion not whole story. Need balance for wholeness. Some classicists drawn toward mechanical perfection, romanticists drown in emotional affection, and worse, other alternate between extreme, way not this or that but join in direction. Need listen now about some long love story that maybe Michael feel 10 times more. This be slant to romantic love, but apply to all form like love of life and goodness.
Thanks, instructor, but doesn't some romantic love come from chemical bonding?
Yes, chemistry between persons when bonding hormone make love, pheromoning away. So when in romantic love, pretend not know this, so enjoy more. Now student, all above kind of love of goodness, bind all ninja of all base. Now soon you too. Next time talk of adventure, or consciousness, or go on mission, but now you be relax. So sorry, but must change topic to enemy conspiracy. Unspeakable evil exists in world, outside government. Give you info in email now. It everywhere, but seen nowhere too much but by us. We have many victory, but it large organization, beyond redemption, big danger. Face them, then study toe. Need idea, read data now. I always ask class.
This is truly terrible. What if we follow some of them to their centers?
They too smart, have great surveillance detectors, can only follow short distance with bike.
Can we infiltrate them?
They scan brain for goodness, kill you fast.
Capture one of them by putting them to sleep? And read their mind somehow, or not so gently convince them to give up their secrets?
So we try. They have protection in their minds. Die if removed, die if wish anytime.
Listen to their plans near one of their centers?
Their center block emanation from all around and above.
What about below?
They detect dig tunnel vibration, but this give me idea.
What is it?
Need refined study. Keep secret from torture of any you now. But this thought poem I leave you of might feel long ago, so you think about emotion, and maybe tough time ahead if my idea go over.
One time darkness drained me to be wan moon. Sickness consumed spirit, mantle heavy lead. Life last glow upon me, eyes crater gone dim. Death's ebon form seek me, cover me with cloak. Come with me, he say, as cool burning brow of dark moon me. I offer you quiet peace. Sudden strength come to me, waning crescent wisp. In night cold shadow I say, unhold my soul, moon reaper. I fully shine once more.
Good and evil were wrought from wrong and right, when from naught twin genii split day and night. Some think that black's might can vanquish white, but night can't even quench the smallest light. Hello, Internet class. Today we teach adventure, appropriate topic for what soon all must face, sooner than you think. For my boss has spoken, 10th degree Grand Master of entire world, Trish. She approved my plan, add some nice touch herself. And no, cannot tell you plan in full detail. Today we study benefit of adventure, some soberness, drunkless balance between foolish and reason, known as risky venture, unknown territory, calculated risk, dangerous undertaking, not know what to happen, gamble for glory, stimulation by event, chance of luck and fortune, often hazard all, in balance of exciting activity needing enterprise and enthusiasm, going through perilous escapade of precarious uncertainty with good emotion, heart racing. Did I mention danger? Many you live adventure on way to Ninja Base, nothing like it. Now hear adventure talk of fluttering songbird of youth that may leave for some, but never must fly. The child in us was warm, playful and bold, but vanished ere we knew, leaving us cold. Now this we know, the day we stop being adventurous is the day we get old. So dare to walk the line, balancing fun, there between protection and misfortune. For the greatest blunder in life is to repeatedly fear that you might make one. Not quite sober, blessed nor drunk to excess, never too foolish nor very reckless. Oh, adventure is so reasonable in this delicate state of awareness. I'll help your conspiracy fight plan in any way, offered Rascal, many others joining his pledge, for goodness requires adventure. Voices rising, commitment flowing like river to the sea. Okay, Rascal, since you so willing and from same base I give good job to you, so prepare in future field leadership role and do toe too. If anyone can, he can, added Prof Pat. What does adventure seek? Came the query, words hanging in air like morning mist. It seek life's light of delight, joy, success, triumph, and lasting gladness of to be alive. Few people celebrate life anymore. There's not enough time in the day, they're sure, to care about life, friends, love, romance, joy, wisdom, smiles, thrill, and dreams through adventure. See them hurrying hither and thither. Oh, look at the time! I must go whither. What sense the life that has no time to live? Wherefore the wind that swirls in a dither? Right on, said Frederick. So walk the dead, for adventure is life's heart of hearts, the very spirit of life from transition through opposition to glorious victory. Greybeard added, the great quest spurs us ever on. Michael interjected, wisdom shining in his eyes. We fight for the one, and to the one for all and all for one, united in purpose. Okay, good, I feel energized. Now give more detailed instruction to very interested class. Never have those like you, so eager, so ready for what destiny has prepared for your hands. Boredom and dull routine have little place in lives well lived through time's relentless pace. Boredom and dull routine have little place, if any, in a life, and it is only by one's own laziness that they are allowed to exist at all, languishing nearby on the doorstep, as it were, as uninvited guests, as all the while terrible complaints are hurled against them. I'm bored, some sigh, adrift in endless gray, awaiting magic to sweep them away from dreary chains of commonplace existence to fairy realms of ever-bright display. I'm bored, some say, half-heartedly hoping that some new entertainment will appear out of the blue and carry them away from a dreary commonplace existence, perhaps into a fairy tale. Adventure calls us from our torpid state, for routine dulls the senses soon or late. Even the grandest music fades to noise, that same old song we've come to love and hate. So, adventure calls constantly to us as a cure for the blahs, for routine dulls the senses. Even the greatest music soon begins to fall unheard on our ears, and gradually degenerates into that same old song. Though breaking routine's chains demands our might, once planted, adventure brings its own light. Some labor first must birth the wondrous seed, before it grows to flourish in our sight. Although breaking the chains of routine often requires a great burst of energy, adventure can become self-sustaining once the seeds have been planted. Yes, initially some hard work must be applied, since adventuring is not normal, free, and easy in this world. Before all realized dreams must come the thought, creative vision from which change is wrought, the attitude, the outlook clear and bold that brings adventure's glory long besought. But remember that before all realized realities must come the dream, the creative vision, the attitude, and the outlook that will bring adventure to life. Before the dream, a yearning dimly glows, a phantom shape that flickers as it grows, a fleeting shadow in the mind's far reach that fades too soon as daily clamor flows. Even before the dream comes the yearning, though it's dim at first, glowing as a faint phantasm in a fleeting daydream struggling to maintain its shape before it fades into the noise of day. These shadows dance through minds that dare to roam, enhanced by vision's light, they find their home, pursued until at last they stand as real. Amazed we gaze at wonders we have grown, daydreams are filled with thoughts on promenade, wishes, fantasies o'er the mind cascade. Listen well to these plans already made, for by sundown the phantom shapes may fade. Adventure's gifts are many, rich and true, experience, growth, and thrills forever new. But foremost comes the joy of being alive, the spark that lights what mundane can't undo. Who has not known the childhood path to school, the stream, the log, the heart skip near the pool, or first kiss shared beneath the summer stars, or winter's tale that makes the spirit full? If such delights no longer grace our days, perhaps we've lost adventure's vibrant ways, too worried of our hair in disarray, too caught in proper, staid and sterile maze. If we no longer know such things, then perhaps now is the time to stop worrying about getting our hair messed up. It's all in style, in purpose, and in sight, to find the uncommon in day or night. Seek out the odd, eccentric, and the bold, the characters who shine with inner light. It's all a matter of style, purpose, and vision. To plant the seeds of adventure, one must seek out the uncommon, the unusual situation, the exotic, even in one's own backyard. Looking for the odd character, although certainly not those who are unhealthy, the pleasantly eccentric by today's staid standards, the person willing to try just about anything that isn't illegal, the offbeat but upbeat person, the optimist, the exciting prospect, the person with those excitingly wonderful and harmless qualities sometimes called character defects. Once found, adventure multiplies its seed, ideas spark and grow with joyful speed, until at last we rise from mere existence to lives that flourish, blossom, and exceed. Oh, I've had many adventures myself, from romance in the South Seas to mysterious intrigue in the villages of France. But travel and romance are only a general means to adventure. There are many more, mostly personal, where it depends on what you want from life. Adventure can be had right here in one's own town. Some risk and rule-breaking might be required, for what's extraordinary gets admired. Does not the touch of danger heighten thrill, when spring's sweet fever leaves us wildly inspired? Of course, some adventures entail a minor amount of risk-taking and rule-breaking, for that which is often uncommon is often the most extraordinary, and therefore must draw undue attention from those in the straight world. But I ask you, does not the element of danger often greatly heighten the excitement? Who has not, in the throes of spring fever, slyly disappeared from his place of employment on some exciting romantic mission, and found adventure in that forbidden quest? Adventure lives in that delightful space between the sober thought and wild embrace, balancing excitement with sound reason, walking life's log with elegance and grace. Yes, students, adventure is lived in that delightful middle state in which we are neither drunk nor sober, nor ever reckless, but ever balancing excitement with responsibility, each paying for the other as we walk the thin line between foolishness and safety, the log across the creek. So prime the pump and seek adventure's call. Embrace its gifts, both great and very small. Use passion tempered by a reasoned mind, and life's rich wonders soon will grace us all. So, I say, to you all, prime the pump, seek out adventure, embrace it. Use your emotions, get up out of your chair and into the arena. Open up and invite adventure in, give it, take it. Live life with a reasonable passion and with a passionate reason, for adventure will become a living situation that becomes automatic. Then you will say, I'm excited, there's everything to do in this town. The people are mostly wonderful, and I marvel at life's wonders each and every day. Everyone ran out the door and had a great afternoon and evening on into the night. Rascal awoke the next day, practiced his listening as usual, but heard no whisper, footfall, voice, or call. He rose from bed, ate breakfast in strange silence, as emptiness hung heavy through the hall. Half the morning passed in eerie stillness. ToeQuest login showed no presence there. This is strange, thought Rascal, rising slowly, to walk the Ninja Center's vacant air. The hall stood normal, neat and undisturbed, but not a soul responded to his shout. He called through corridors with growing worry, as Echo's answer left him filled with doubt. Back to wiki Googling he returned, when suddenly his screen began to fail. The hard drive sizzled, smoked, then died completely, as acrid fumes rose up in ghostly veil. What the heck? He muttered, glancing round, still finding neither footprint, sound, nor trace. Then from the hovering haze of smoke and silence, The Grand Master appeared with solemn face.
Emergency evacuation, Rascal. Everyone gone. We closed down base today. It be plan time, my friend. I can take help now you offer me with earnest heart.
What's happening?
100 conspiracy supercenter agents and commanders soon arrive.
How did they find us?
We tell them by place clue in ear of high-rank US senator from conspiracy there.
Should we destroy the rest of the computers?
No, leave us be. Contain false location of other bases. They raid empty buildings.
What can I do for you, Master?
I go below in secret room. Listen long time.
You're going to remain under there for days, possibly for weeks, all alone?
Yes, me alone, but lonely never, for have best friend near, my loving self.
You'll suffocate. Who thought up this crazy plan?
You did, remember, spy from below.
Oh, that geez, but what if they don't stay around?
They stay when the sea computer blow if go.
What if they find you?
Then I die well, go down with ship, but they not think this. Beside, all solid rock except tiny hole.
They may still find you. Maybe they will scan for electronics.
Scan not work good in computer room, but me turn off if C-scan happen. But chance of take, even one more little room under small room. This best chance obtain info on secret conspiracy center so hard to find.
Don't we need to put a carpet over the trap door?
No, make suspicion. They bring in mud, discolor floor, make good camouflage.
Is there any air down there?
Little bit air come from small long hole. Me not breathe much, open other room if be need.
Okay, how much time do we have?
Maybe half hour, they been sighted, but I go soon room under floor here.
Right here?
Yes, be underfoot, but first tell you instruction.
I'm ready.
After chemical pour, swing bookcase, go tunnel there, stop when see water, catch breath, swim underwater, not easy, not hard, come up in pond in dense wood, get camera there, when see raid begin, take super zoom pictures, here you good photographer, then use explosive find there, make hole with, go in, cover self loosely with dirt, dig air pocket, plug ears, you may still hear many whoosh of terrible sound wave, no harm you, stay 10 minute, walk path to road, remember bike ride arrive here, return same way, but now know the way of the Tao. Someone come help you, no worry, you not much look like ninja. Beside, Idaho say you live in area.
Holy Mother Teresa, who doubted God in her diaries. What has the world come to?
It become more good place if plan work.
Will they reveal some secrets while they're here?
Yes, they be excite. Remember emotion course? All top brass come. They have rust, not used to field discipline.
The bookcase tunnel entrance is obvious, and quite easy to find, as I suppose it was designed to be, for only the way in need be difficult. What if they follow me?
Walk fast in forest.
That's it? I still remember how to ride a bike.
Ha! You think clear about contingency. You calm in crisis. Make good leader. We forget tunnel during yesterday what-if session. If you like use second explosive, you find out there. After make hole and throw into pond, it flood tunnel. Even let water eventually seep into computer room and add to mess. Of mud and wires and burns of some fried computers. As for tunnel, yes, they soon discover. It explain why base empty. We have better tunnel through which 1,000 head ninjas someday come from every base and pass through in triumph to receive conspiracy info. Best not use bike, maybe vehicle motion sensors about, plus, forest may become some rubble.
Great, thanks, and I hope all goes well, but I have the tow they want.
Yes, this risk be one reason we keep you here long, plus whole region infested. But we have called in best of best exterminators. Thanks for hint of great plan.
My pleasure, I think. Ready.
Rascal bowed to the wise Grandmaster then, who descended through the trap to darker den, a tomb too small for mortal comfort's sake. The door was sealed as planned by Rascal's hand, the chemical applied, he waited there until the Master's tap brought sure relief. The seal was perfect, camera confirmed. Rascal waved goodbye, his parting brief. Behind the bookcase lay a secret path, a tunnel dimly lit a quarter mile. He walked until the murky waters stood before him, resting at this final trial. My God, this month unfolds like fevered dream. The theory found, conspiracy unveiled, and 30 years before our world succumbs to warming's rage, where Sagan's hope has failed. Where lie the billions years of time that Sagan spoke of once with wistful breath? The ancient past now gone, the future dim, as mankind marches toward uncertain death. Now Rascal breathed the deepest breath of all and plunged beneath the liquid darkness veil. He swam until his lungs near burst with strain, emerging in a forest pond so pale, the explosive set with calculated care. He blew the tunnel's exit, then the ground, a perfect spot to wait and watch unfold the dark designs that soon would there abound. Inside his tiny chamber, Master felt two vibrations shake the earth around. The conspirators arrived by air and road. With poison gas they filled the mansion's halls. They broke the doors of secret ninja base, while masked men entered through the broken walls. Through shrub holes small he filmed their evil deeds, until all clear rang out, precise and nice. Then to his earthen hole did Rascal go, with dirt and leaves concealed from prying eyes, his breath and heartbeat meditating slow. This training builds the character I need for leadership that waits beyond this day. I could have left the master sealed within and fled these grounds, yet duty bade me stay. Perhaps these photos of their faces grim and license plates will prove of value high. 3. Massive shockwaves shattered forest peace, stripping bark from trees and shredding green. Though ears were plugged, the weapon's magnitude made Rascal shake, a force he'd never seen. That was soon to become a temporary conspiracy outpost. When 10 full minutes passed without a sound, he rose from earth like farmers that we love. Through miles of forest, dense and devastated, o'er fallen trees and branches did he climb. The birds' laments no longer would they hide, and scents of flowers reached him through the dew. At peace he walked with every living thing, his vision pierced the veil of nature deep. A poem from his pocket then he drew, Wordsworth's verses on the fading light, of splendor lost and how we must renew our strength in what remains beyond our sight. Thanks to the human heart by which we live, thanks to its tenderness, its joys and fears, to me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Rascal walked for another mile, spotted the road, and peered through bushes to the path beyond. Nothing stirred as he prepared to cross to forest realms where he had often gone. 3 black sedans of cigar smokers came, surrounding him with swift and practiced ease. Why did I cross the road? I'm not a chicken, he thought, yet here I stand, caught in the breeze. Rascal watched a man step out while smoking, a long cigar that sparked a coughing fit.
You look familiar.
I should be. I'm good friend you in Ninja Base. Try get used to smoke. Cigar terrible stuff of burning leaves. We find these great car today. Interesting radio talk.
Where to?
Brand new Ninja Base with pool, good computer, tennis court, and many more great thing await your name.
How do we afford these places?
Use conspiracy credit cards. Soon have many more.
What's happening back at the ranch?
Who knows, but they probably ask computer expert. They know about this, they know about that. Ha ha.
I hope so. Will they stay long?
Not likely. They exposed there, but maybe some fake info like Toe draw them stay few day longer than plan and talk more.
Then what?
When they try leave, get paralyzed with gas. Maybe we question some before croak.
What if some still somehow try to escape?
They not far get. Use nerve gas.
Is that appropriate?
You not know all they do, nerve gas even too good for them, but they always choose die anyway, maybe even automatic thing from sense trouble. Plus not need them tell tale too soon, need us time. This one chance only to save world, so then Toe save world later.
Another week slowly passed by in the new base, the conspiracy staying put in ways unforeseen, perhaps emboldened by the lack of resistance, while ninja forces gathered sharp and keen. Strike forces formed around the world in secret with novice, trainee, toe quester all as one. 50,000 ninjas waited for the signal, their weapons ready when the word would come. Meanwhile, conspiracy attacks on empty buildings were met with ninja forces swift and grim. The silliness dispatched without a mercy, no pretty sight when darkness meets its kin.
How long can the master survive?
Asked Rascal, his concern for teacher plainly shown.
Not know, but if die, we have still his nose.
The friend replied in measured undertone.
He's not afraid to die?
Questioned Rascal, wondering at such courage in the face of doom.
He loved to die in glory of no world more safe from great evil.
But can he last this long?
His worry for the master growing deep.
Not know. He's sturdy man, but not much air there for fear they detect him. But old saying says to be like cockroach, most sturdy, long-lived thing, such also as weed be best plant, most alive above all other.
There's more to the cockroach story?
Asked Rascal, intrigued by wisdom hidden in the tale.
Many cockroach live on crumb for long time. One time cockroach seal up in fry pot handle. When make pan 100 years ago, then handle break one day.
And the cockroach was still alive?
Rascal marveled, the lesson of endurance clear as day.
Yes, but he walked very slow, haha.
His friend replied, both grim and strangely gay. Another few days passed, and the conspiracy prepared to leave the ninja base for good, packing their cars with ill-gotten gains, but hell's fires called them where they stood. 1,000 head ninjas entered the compound, extracted information from the dying few whose mechanisms of death had somehow failed, then blow-torched the tiny room to break through, consuming precious oxygen below while doing so. The room below was dark as moonless night. "Someone get light," a voice called from the crowd. The Grand Master lay still and many gasped, then bowed in sorrow, heads respectfully bowed, but then one eyelid opened, stirring hope. He soon sat up and made his way toward light, though moving mighty slow from his ordeal, his spirit undiminished by his plight. Rascal was first to greet him, took his arm as he emerged from darkness into day.
Have many good notes organized by region, internet site, passwords, bank accounts, email too. Take each note for your own base. Disperse. Go forth, transmit message. Plan quick, attack. Go now with high heart all onto the globe, to every dark avenue.
Good and evil were wrought from wrong and right, when from naught twin genii split day and night. Some think that black's might can vanquish white, but night can't even quench the smallest light. Hello, Internet class. Today we teach adventure, appropriate topic for what soon all must face, sooner than you think, for my boss has spoken. 10th degree Grand Master of entire world, Trish. She approved my plan, add some nice touch herself. And no, cannot tell you plan in full detail. Today we study benefit of adventure, some soberness, drunkless balance between foolish and reason, known as risky venture, unknown territory, calculated risk, dangerous undertaking, not know what to happen, gamble for glory, stimulation by event, chance of luck and fortune, often hazard all, in balance of exciting activity needing enterprise and enthusiasm, going through perilous escapade of precarious uncertainty with good emotion, heart racing. Did I mention danger? Many you live adventure on way to Ninja Base, nothing like it. Now hear adventure talk of fluttering songbird of youth that may leave for some, but never must fly. The child in us was warm, playful, and bold, but vanished ere we knew, leaving us cold. Now this we know, the day we stop being adventurous is the day we get old. So dare to walk the line, balancing fun, there between protection and misfortune. For the greatest blunder in life is to repeatedly fear that you might make one. Not quite sober, blessed nor drunk to excess. Never too foolish nor very reckless. Oh, adventure is so reasonable in this delicate state of awareness. I'll help your conspiracy fight plan in any way, offered Rascal, many others joining his pledge, for goodness requires adventure. Voices rising, commitment flowing like river to the sea. Okay, Rascal, since you so willing and from same base, I give good job to you, so prepare in future field leadership role and do toe too. If anyone can, he can, added Prof Pat. What does adventure seek? Came the query, words hanging in air like morning mist. It seek life's light of delight, joy, success, triumph, and lasting gladness of to be alive. Few people celebrate life anymore. There's not enough time in the day, they're sure, to care about life, friends, love, romance, joy, wisdom, smiles, thrill, and dreams through adventure. See them hurrying hither and thither. Oh, look at the time! I must go whither? What sense the life that has no time to live? Wherefore the wind that swirls in a dither? Ride on, said Frederick, so walk the dead, for adventure is life's heart of hearts, the very spirit of life from transition through opposition to glorious victory. Greybeard added, the great quest spurs us ever on. Michael interjected, wisdom shining in his eyes. We fight for the one, and to the one for all and all for one, united in purpose. Okay, good, I feel energized. Now give more detail instruction to very interested class. Never have those like you, so eager, so ready for what destiny has prepared for your hands. Boredom and dull routine have little place in lives well lived through time's relentless pace. Boredom and dull routine have little place, if any, in a life, and it is only by one's own laziness that they are allowed to exist at all, languishing nearby on the doorstep, as it were, as uninvited guests, as all the while terrible complaints are hurled against them. I'm bored, some sigh, adrift in endless gray, awaiting magic to sweep them away from dreary chains of commonplace existence to fairy realms of ever-bright display. I'm bored, some say, half-heartedly hoping that some new entertainment will appear out of the blue and carry them away from a dreary commonplace existence, perhaps into a fairy tale. Adventure calls us from our torpid state, for routine dulls the senses soon or late. Even the grandest music fades to noise, that same old song we've come to love and hate. So, adventure calls constantly to us as a cure for the blahs, for routine dulls the senses. Even the greatest music soon begins to fall unheard on our ears, and gradually degenerates into that same old song. Though breaking routine's chains demands our might, once planted, adventure brings its own light. Some labor first must birth the wondrous seed, before it grows to flourish in our sight. Although breaking the chains of routine often requires a great burst of energy, adventure can become self-sustaining once the seeds have been planted. Yes, initially some hard work must be applied, since adventuring is not normal, free, and easy in this world. Before all realized dreams must come the thought, creative vision from which change is wrought, the attitude, the outlook clear and bold that brings adventure's glory long besought. But remember that before all realized realities must come the dream, the creative vision, the attitude, and the outlook that will bring adventure to life. Before the dream, a yearning dimly glows, a phantom shape that flickers as it grows, a fleeting shadow in the mind's far reach that fades too soon as daily clamor flows. Even before the dream comes the yearning, though it's dim at first, glowing as a faint phantasm in a fleeting daydream struggling to maintain its shape before it fades into the noise of day. These shadows dance through minds that dare to roam, enhanced by vision's light, they find their home, pursued until at last they stand as real. Amazed we gaze at wonders we have grown, Daydreams are filled with thoughts on promenade, wishes, fantasies o'er the mind cascade. Listen well to these plans already made, for by sundown the phantom shapes may fade. Adventure's gifts are many, rich and true, experience, growth, and thrills forever new. But foremost comes the joy of being alive, the spark that lights what mundane can't undo. Who has not known the childhood path to school, the stream, the log, the heart skip near the pool, or first kiss shared beneath the summer stars, or winter's tale that makes the spirit full? If such delights no longer grace our days, perhaps we've lost adventure's vibrant ways, too worried of our hair in disarray, too caught in proper, staid and sterile maze. If we no longer know such things, then perhaps now is the time to stop worrying about getting our hair messed up. It's all in style, in purpose, and in sight, to find the uncommon in day or night. Seek out the odd, eccentric, and the bold, the characters who shine with inner light. It's all a matter of style, purpose, and vision. To plant the seeds of adventure, one must seek out the uncommon, the unusual situation, the exotic, even in one's own backyard. Looking for the odd character, although certainly not those who are unhealthy, the pleasantly eccentric by today's staid standards, the person willing to try just about anything that isn't illegal, the offbeat but upbeat person, the optimist, the exciting prospect, the person with those excitingly wonderful and harmless qualities sometimes called character defects. Once found, adventure multiplies its seed, ideas spark and grow with joyful speed, until at last we rise from mere existence to lives that flourish, blossom, and exceed. Oh, I've had many adventures myself, from romance in the South Seas to mysterious intrigue in the villages of France. But travel and romance are only a general means to adventure. There are many more, mostly personal, for it depends on what you want from life. Adventure can be had right here in one's own town. Some risk and rule-breaking might be required, for what's extraordinary gets admired. Does not the touch of danger heighten thrill, when spring's sweet fever leaves us wildly inspired? Of course, some adventures entail a minor amount of risk-taking and rule-breaking, for that which is often uncommon is often the most extraordinary, and therefore must draw undue attention from those in the straight world. But I ask you, does not the element of danger often greatly heighten the excitement? Who has not, in the throes of spring fever, slyly disappeared from his place of employment on some exciting romantic mission, and found adventure in that forbidden quest? Adventure lives in that delightful space between the sober thought and wild embrace, balancing excitement with sound reason, walking life's log with elegance and grace. Yes, students, adventure is lived in that delightful middle state in which we are neither drunk nor sober, nor ever reckless, but ever balancing excitement with responsibility, each paying for the other as we walk the thin line between foolishness and safety, the log across the creek. So prime the pump and seek adventure's call. Embrace its gifts, both great and very small. Use passion tempered by a reasoned mind, and life's rich wonders soon will grace us all. So, I say, to you all, prime the pump, seek out adventure, embrace it. Use your emotions, get up out of your chair and into the arena. Open up and invite adventure in, give it, take it. Live life with a reasonable passion and with a passionate reason, for adventure will become a living situation that becomes automatic. Then you will say, I'm excited, there's everything to do in this town. The people are mostly wonderful, and I marvel at life's wonders each and every day. Everyone ran out the door and had a great afternoon and evening on into the night. Rascal awoke the next day, practiced his listening as usual, but heard no whisper, footfall, voice, or call. He rose from bed, ate breakfast in strange silence, as emptiness hung heavy through the hall. Half the morning passed in eerie stillness. ToeQuest login showed no presence there. This is strange, thought Rascal, rising slowly, to walk the Ninja Center's vacant air. The hall stood normal, neat, and undisturbed, but not a soul responded to his shout. He called through corridors with growing worry, as Echo's answer left him filled with doubt. Back to wiki Googling he returned, when suddenly his screen began to fail. The hard drive sizzled, smoked, then died completely, as acrid fumes rose up in ghostly veil. What the heck? He muttered, glancing round, still finding neither footprint, sound, nor trace. Then from the hovering haze of smoke and silence, the Grand Master appeared with solemn face.
Emergency evacuation, Rascal. Everyone gone. We closed down base today. It be plan time, my friend. I can take help now you offer me with earnest heart.
What's happening?
100 conspiracy supercenter agents and commanders soon arrive.
How did they find us?
We tell them by place clue in ear of high-rank US senator from conspiracy there.
Should we destroy the rest of the computers?
No, leave us be. Contain false location of other bases. They raid empty buildings.
What can I do for you, Master?
I go below in secret rooms. Listen long time.
You're going to remain under there for days, possibly for weeks, all alone?
Yes, me alone, but lonely never, for have best friend near, my loving self.
You'll suffocate. Who thought up this crazy plan?
You did, remember, spy from below.
Oh, that cheese, but what if they don't stay around?
They stay when the sea computer below if go.
What if they find you?
Then I die well, go down with ship, but they not think this. Beside, all solid rock except tiny hole.
They may still find you. Maybe they will scan for electronics.
Scan not work good in computer room, but me turn off if C-scan happen. But chance of take, even one more little room under small room. This best chance obtain info on secret conspiracy center so hard to find.
Don't we need to put a carpet over the trapdoor?
No, make suspicion. They bring in mud, discolor floor, make good camouflage.
Is there any air down there?
Little bit air come from small long hole. Me not breathe much, open other room if be need.
Okay, how much time do we have?
Maybe half hour, they've been sighted, but I go soon room under floor here.
Right here?
Yes, be underfoot, but first tell you instruction.
I'm ready.
After chemical pour, swing bookcase, go tunnel there, stop when see water, catch breath, swim underwater, not easy, not hard, come up in pond in dense wood, get camera there, when see raid begin, take super zoom pictures, here you good photographer, then use explosive find there, make hole with, go in, cover self loosely with dirt, dig air pocket, plug ears, you may still hear many whoosh of terrible sound wave, no harm you, stay 10 minute, walk path to road, remember bike ride arrive here, return same way, but now know the way of the Tao. Someone come help you. No worry, you not much look like ninja. Beside, Idaho say you live in area.
Holy Mother Teresa, who doubted God in her diaries. What has the world come to?
It become more good place if plan work.
Will they reveal some secrets while they're here?
Yes, they be excite. Remember emotion cause? All top brass come. They have rust, not used to field discipline.
The bookcase tunnel entrance is obvious, and quite easy to find, as I suppose it was designed to be. For only the way in need be difficult. What if they follow me?
Walk fast in forest.
That's it? I still remember how to ride a bike.
Ha! You think clear about contingency. You calm in crisis. Make good leader. We forget tunnel during yesterday what-if session. If you like use second explosive you find out there. After make hole and throw into pond, it flood tunnel. Even let water eventually seep into computer room and add to mess. Of mud and wires and burns of some fried computers. As for tunnel, yes, they soon discover. It explain why base empty. We have better tunnel through which 1,000 head ninjas someday come from every base and pass through in triumph to receive conspiracy info. Best not use bike, maybe vehicle motion sensors about, plus, forest may become some rubble.
Great, thanks, and I hope all goes well, but I have the tow they want.
Yes, this risk be one reason we keep you here long, plus whole region infested. But we have called in best of best exterminators. Thanks for hint of great plan.
My pleasure, I think. Ready.
Rascal bowed to the wise Grandmaster then, who descended through the trap to darker den, a tomb too small for mortal comfort's sake. The door was sealed as planned by Rascal's hand, the chemical applied, he waited there until the Master's tap brought sure relief. The seal was perfect, camera confirmed. Rascal waved goodbye, his parting brief. Behind the bookcase lay a secret path, a tunnel dimly lit a quarter mile. He walked until the murky waters stood before him, resting at this final trial. My God, this month unfolds like fevered dream. The theory found, conspiracy unveiled, and 30 years before our world succumbs to warming's rage, where Sagan's hope has failed. Where lie the billions years of time that Sagan spoke of once with wistful breath? The ancient past now gone, the future dim, as mankind marches toward uncertain death. Now Rascal breathed the deepest breath of all and plunged beneath the liquid darkness veil. He swam until his lungs near burst with strain, emerging in a forest pond so pale, the explosive set with calculated care. He blew the tunnel's exit, then the ground, a perfect spot to wait and watch unfold the dark designs that soon would there abound. Inside his tiny chamber, Master felt two vibrations shake the earth around. The conspirators arrived by air and road. With poison gas they filled the mansion's halls. They broke the doors of secret ninja base, while masked men entered through the broken walls. Through shrub holes small he filmed their evil deeds, until all clear rang out, precise and nice. Then to his earthen hole did Rascal go, with dirt and leaves concealed from prying eyes, his breath and heartbeat meditating slow. This training builds the character I need for leadership that waits beyond this day. I could have left the Master sealed within and fled these grounds, yet duty bade me stay. Perhaps these photos of their faces grim and license plates will prove of value high. 3. Massive shockwaves shattered forest peace, stripping bark from trees and shredding green. Though ears were plugged, the weapon's magnitude made Rascal shake, a force he'd never seen. That was soon to become a temporary conspiracy outpost. When 10 full minutes passed without a sound, he rose from earth like farmers that we love. Through miles of forest, dense and devastated, o'er fallen trees and branches did he climb. The birds' laments no longer would they hide, and scents of flowers reached him through the dew. At peace he walked with every living thing, his vision pierced the veil of nature deep. A poem from his pocket then he drew, Wordsworth's verses on the fading light, of splendor lost and how we must renew our strength in what remains beyond our sight. Thanks to the human heart by which we live, thanks to its tenderness, its joys and fears, to me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Rascal walked for another mile, spotted the road, and peered through bushes to the path beyond. Nothing stirred as he prepared to cross to forest realms where he had often gone. 3 black sedans of cigar smokers came, surrounding him with swift and practiced ease. Why did I cross the road? I'm not a chicken, he thought, yet here I stand, caught in the breeze. Rascal watched a man step out while smoking, a long cigar that sparked a coughing fit.
You look familiar.
I should be. I'm good friend you in Ninja Base. Try get used to smoke. Cigar terrible stuff of burning leaves. We find these great car today, interesting radio talk.
Where to?
Brand new ninja base with pool, good computer, tennis court, and many more great things await your name.
How do we afford these places?
Use conspiracy credit cards, soon have many more.
What's happening back at the ranch?
Who knows, but they probably ask computer expert. They know about this, they know about that. Ha ha.
I hope so. Will they stay long?
Not likely, they exposed there, but maybe some fake info like Toe draw them stay few day longer than plan and talk more.
Then what?
When they try leave, get paralyzed with gas, maybe we question some before croak.
What if some still somehow try to escape?
They not far get, use nerve gas.
Is that appropriate?
You not know all they do, nerve gas even too good for them, but they always choose die anyway, maybe even automatic thing from sense trouble. Plus not need them tell tale too soon, need us time. This one chance only to save world, so then Toe save world later.
Another week slowly passed by in the new base, the conspiracy staying put in ways unforeseen, perhaps emboldened by the lack of resistance, while ninja forces gathered sharp and keen. Strike forces formed around the world in secret with novice, trainee, toe quester all as one. 50,000 ninjas waited for the signal, their weapons ready when the word would come. Meanwhile, conspiracy attacks on empty buildings were met with ninja forces swift and grim. The silliness dispatched without a mercy, no pretty sight when darkness meets its kin.
How long can the master survive?
Asked Rascal, his concern for teacher plainly shown.
Not know, but if die, we have still his notes.
The friend replied in measured undertone.
He's not afraid to die?
Questioned Rascal, wondering at such courage in the face of doom.
He loved to die in glory of no world more safe from great evil.
But can he last this long?
His worry for the master growing deep.
Not know, he's sturdy man, but not much air there for fear they detect him. But old saying says to be like cockroach, most sturdy, long-lived thing, such also as weed be best plant, most alive above all other.
There's more to the cockroach story?
Asked Rascal, intrigued by wisdom hidden in the tale.
Many cockroach live on crumb for long time. One time cockroach seal up in fry pot handle. When make pan 100 years ago, then handle break one day.
And the cockroach was still alive?
Rascal marveled, the lesson of endurance clear as day.
Yes, but he walked very slow, haha.
His friend replied, both grim and strangely gay. Another few days passed, and the conspiracy prepared to leave the ninja base for good, packing their cars with ill-gotten gains, but hell's fires called them where they stood. 1,000 head ninjas entered the compound, extracted information from the dying few whose mechanisms of death had somehow failed, then blow-torched the tiny room to break through, consuming precious oxygen below while doing so. The room below was dark as moonless night. "Someone get light," a voice called from the crowd. The Grand Master lay still and many gasped, then bowed in sorrow, heads respectfully bowed, but then one eyelid opened, stirring hope. He soon sat up and made his way toward light, though moving mighty slow from his ordeal, his spirit undiminished by his plight. Rascal was first to greet him, took his arm as he emerged from darkness into day.
Have many good notes organized by region, internet site, passwords, bank accounts, email too. Take each note for your own base. Disperse. Go forth, transmit message, plan quick, attack. Go now with high heart all onto the globe, to every dark avenue, and shine the BLI.
Ostino woke up drenched in sweat and related his night dreams to Passiona.
Wow, I hope that is not a Toe vision of the future. Tell me some real tales as you promised.
It might be, but okay, some here are some actual tales. The government had a place called Granite Mountain to retreat to during the Cold War, but its location became quite well known, and although it was secure, it was also a bit antiquated. So they built a new place, its whereabouts unknown even to me, a member of the Ninja Empire. Before the new place was completed, though, there was an atomic bomb threat to Washington, D.C., and so they all rushed there. The bomb was real and was coming up the Potomac River. When it was intercepted, it was found not be diffusible, and so the CIA flew it to Granite Mountain, giving everyone 30 minutes to clear out, for that is when it was set to detonate. Then they dumped it down the elevator shaft deep into the mountain, where it exploded, causing no real problems except within the depths of the mountain. I read a novel story about this. Needless to say, they were all shocked when the bomb was sent to their safe place, the only place nearby that could contain its terrible effects.
Can you tell me any more secrets?
Okay, Passiona, now about the files of things that never happened that I happened to retrieve intact. As I worked for the Ninja Empire, I rendered the details of a recent escapade into the final TOE CIA report using the highest powers of language in order to flesh out the truth in some living words that were finely dressed, and then, using the Grandmaster's pass, filed the account after all had read it into the tube of secrets of that which never happened, the one that led to the vault 20 miles down into the earth. And then I noted the maintenance stairway beside it where none had ever gone, and looked around. The master knew that I would, to see it spiral down into Neverland. So strangely compelling it was that I ventured down underground beyond all sight and sound. My last report from those days was that I had to fake my own death and then hide out for a while. I'm only 5 miles up the stairway to heaven on earth, and am posting from my cell phone. I'm carrying all sorts of documents to the surface that have never seen the light of day. Oops, I just dropped the sad story of the Kennedy brothers, but I'd noted that the Mafia hired foreign assassins to cover their tracks. And there goes the report on Area 51, which was too long to read. I'm 6 miles up now, 17 more to go. I see the throne of doom, snakes curled all around and under it.
Cripes?
That's the story, sweetie heart. You're looking good, my dear Passiona. Now that 2023 is solved, we can get back to business. And I'll tell those secret stories soon. We'll go to the time chamber to live them out.
The air is balmy and your motion is dynamic.
Passiona was so hot she had to cool off. And suddenly Passiona disappeared in a poof of vapor. For some reason, Ostino was suddenly covered head to toe with vapor, drenched with a very sweet scent.
Holy Toledo Ostino, you make sure you keep those top secret files, documents, and whatnot secure in your grasp. I am seriously curious, so curious in fact that you simply just must read every word to me. I'm dying to know what you have. And I might add about Area 51, I think they should release it.
Dear Seriously Curious, right now I have a deadly container of biological germ warfare, if you are really dying to know, but I threw that away real fast. What I have is the President's book, written by past presidents and readable only by a president in office. This is the only copy of all secrets, except for what I also have, at least those that the CIA told the presidents about. I have access, since I know the president, and to all the CIA secrets as well. DIA too. The current president, I dare not reveal his name due to the TOQuest guidelines against discussing politics, but his name starts with O, was later of Chicago, Illinois, where I lived. But that is not where I met him, only knowing him in Chicago all the more there after he arrived and rose to power as a senator. We met in Punahou, Oahu, Hawaii, at the basketball court of Punahou High School. He was on the team and I was a spectator, living between secret assignments in a tower in Punahou at one end of the rainbow that crossed over the Manoa Valley from the University of Hawaii. We kept in touch, and the rest is history. Finally, we have a president who understands the value of science, but we still cannot talk about politics on TOQuest, so please strike this. I will only be telling relatively old secrets maybe that have no current value to our enemies, plus we know that TOQuest is secure, being of the Ninja Empire. I can also discount many rumors that are simply not true. For example, the Chinese are not trying to conquer us by slipping sneaky ingredients into vaccines and pharmaceuticals, of which they make many. It takes a long time to get approval by the FDA, plus the last thing any business would want would be to have the bad publicity of some huge tainted pill problem. Paranoia strikes deep. Anyway, according to Nelson DeMille, one time Russia was running a charm school to train its more whitish-looking northerners to pose as Americans to infiltrate our infrastructure. They were using our Vietnam prisoners of war as instructors of all aspects of American society. They even built a model of Main Street, USA, complete with working banks, hair salons, and the whole 9 yards of a football field. Not only did the instructors subtly teach the wrong stuff of inaccurate nuances, we found out about the place and nerve-gassed most of it, retaining some Russians to become double agents that then spied on Russia for us. Meanwhile, Ostino is still drenched in the alluring fragrance of the vapor that permeated on through to his soul. He said that the inundation of the bouquet of aroma was irresistible in its redolence.
William of Ockham, known as Ockham, led a simple life, for he didn't have a wife. Imagination lights the mind to shine, cooling Venus's reasonless passion, warming Mars' fight song into compassion. Between those two orbits, the Earth is mine. Purgatory's on Venus, where sulfurs reign. Hell's found in the sun's heart, oh, hot burning pain. Of heaven's sight, no one has any idea, for it's the world's best kept secret. Earth's its name. Rascal, Trish, Michael, and the Grand Master sipped from their wine's glasses, toasting the fallen warriors. Then turned the glasses over, spilling their contents, placing them upside down on the table, the red wine flowing all over like blood, it then trickling down onto the floor. Trish requested 1 minute of silence, after which everyone yet remained silent and unmoving. Rascal shifted in his chair. Has time stopped? Trish suddenly unsheathed her sword and swung it through the air, and it surely split some atoms, at least dislodging a few electrons, for there were bright sparks, and brought it down lightning fast, passing but an inch away from the master's ear, and then rested it on his shoulder, he not flinching at all.
This shall be my last command to thee, glorious master. Rise, my equal. As the 10th degree Grand Master of the Western Empire, I shall take the Eastern. I have much to learn there. You report only to Thomas Vale, as do I, on conspiracy matters. Otherwise, only to goodness.
The new 10th degree master rose, letting some seconds go by. But not another second passed, but did the master pull out his sword so quickly that Rascal could hardly follow it, and swung it toward Rascal's ear, creating a breeze as it stopped and came to rest on his shoulder.
Rise, Rascal Puff, as a 4th degree field leader, work in between toes, with also have the honor of the Butterfly and Dragon Master, larger kind of butterfly.
Butterfly honor?
Yes, 1 flap of wing change course of history.
Trish and Michael retreated into the shadows.
Attack going well. We leave some conspiracy paper about centers after copy them, so governments learn involvement. Maybe purge they themselves of traitors, and let up on toe search.
This is farewell, isn't it, Master? See you soon?
They embraced warmly, Rascal asking,
"And you, my friend?"
I go west, young man.
The helicopter's pilots arrived, and Rascal Puff was soon off and flying away in the craft that had been just renamed the Magic Dragon. The new base faded from view, and Rascal almost wondered, did this all really happen? And then he gazed upon his new sword sparkling, shining, and gleaming in his hands. The helicopter landed way out on a distant runway, and Rascal boarded a 767, then took one last look back, and was escorted to a roomy first-class aisle seat. There were many businessmen aboard, as told by their attire, and he nodded to one across the aisle as he settled into his seat. I'm back in the real world now. Or is it not the world I wish to live in? The man across has the looks and bearing of an aging CEO of a large company, one who probably has to work day and night. He ordered tea, and Rascal did the same. Rascal was about halfway through a movie of The Gladiator when he noticed a strange frequency in his headphone and quickly ripped it off. The CEO looked over, and in a flash the well-dressed fellow picked up the man sitting behind Rascal, and in an instant carried him to the emergency door. opening it and flinging the man out, almost seemingly going out himself, but in actuality grabbing the door and swinging back inside from the bounce of the hinges as well as from the backdraft of swooshing air from the plane's forward flight, landing back in his chair and lifting his teacup to his lips all in one fluid motion.
Did something just happen here?
No, nothing happened.
She gave him a quizzical look and then returned to the galley.
Good answer, old friend.
Master, I didn't recognize you in a suit and tie and with that new hairstyle.
Just traveling cloth. I once wear this to base on Halloween and everyone gets scared. I hear to it. I hear some device connect to earphone of you. I look at listen. Some kind of brain drain, but they only get what you wish for dinner serve. But rascal friend, I no think lobster serve on airplane.
The plane went on to land in LA.
Farewell again, rascal man. Meet again someday, not soon. I'm not sure future is adventure definition.
Rascal's escorts arrived, the master nodding to them and leaving. They all sat down in the lounge across from some people reading the newspaper. The papers dropped, and there were Frederick, Brad Pitt, and Austin smiling a mile wide. They all hugged and began to tell of many great tales. They boarded a small but sleek black Ninja jet that had a missile under each wing. The obviously Hawaiian flight crew of stewards and stewardesses came aboard. The jet lifted off to the west and ascended high into the sky, higher than most planes did, much above the clouds, and then leveled off, flying into a moonless night. It was about 3 hours into the flight when the plane dropped beneath the clouds, descending rather rapidly.
Everything fine, wear triple-strap seatbelt.
The Toquesters looked out the windows and saw the deep black nothingness of the ocean rising up to meet them, identifiable only as dimly lit by starlight, when their sharp vision became accustomed to the blackness within and without.
There's nothing out there, no islands, no lights, nothing but water.
Rascal added, none on this side either. Hawaii would have been another 2 hours, right, Austin?
Indeed, we seem to be landing on the ocean.
Brace for landing, said the announcement.
What in the blazes of glorious ninja swords?
Security. Prove no one follow. Besides, you need couple-day rest after recent war. Welcome, not Hawaii.
Thanks. Prof Bat, what are you doing here?
I flew in without a plane. Come on in, have a seat, it's a long story.
It feels like home, doesn't it, Frederick, this base?
Yes, I've grown fond of these good men and women and their ways, but I suppose we have to move on to where nobody awaits us, and try to get a better handle on this true toe we've discovered, before the world boils away. We were just plain lucky on our CMBR trip. We can't just do random fiddling on the antenna anymore. We might even take ourselves out of existence thereby. But if we had a better light-bending suit,
Not know all answer of consciousness. It last frontier. DNA blueprint. Protein folding. Simple in compare. It seem human be electrochemical machine. Aware robot. Action depend but on memory, association and behavior learned. For who can will the next surprise thought that become? Good learn, then good man. But consciousness seem above, beyond all understand. Many try dissect it, confine it, reduce to other thing, but it remain intractable. I did learn non-local reality quantum mechanics a long way of study, even investigate awareness itself, that overlooked unnoted I, that only see contents of mind, but itself not be content of anything, for it be not object, is more like water in stream where thoughts swim. It seem we are awareness, but not too much note see in which we see, baffling magic. Now I am not body, I'm not thought, so what be I? I be not object, seem like witness that far from stage of play in mind. Hard to know. I am universal subject, I am cosmos. Consciousness might be agent which focus spread out quantum wave of existence, but I exceed quantum physic realm. All become fuzzy there, have nowhere else go, So, go back to intrinsic vision of mysticism, meditation. Learn that maybe awareness be intrinsic path to ultimate info from inside, some spiritual gaseous state, and that outside reality be extrinsic path, seem at limit, for same info from out there, some frozen matter state. Very confused, so I make guess. Consciousness always associate with brain. Brain problem affect consciousness. So then figure consciousness brain higher part should be. Sorry, but must go, do work, have new job, work night and day for some time, but still teach some class. This homework do, notice consciousness, look into it, find what is.
Towards sunrise, the Toequesters were urged to come up to the landing deck for a farewell ceremony. There were some puddles up there, even though there was not a cloud in the sky. And indeed, as they'd assumed, there was nothing but ocean all around them and all the way out to the orange and circular horizon. They all noted some brand new cruiser boats on deck.
We get many new equipment now. Can we have a look at them? Sure. After ceremony over, we plan to serve farewell breakfast in there.
The ninjas all stood at attention as a flag with Toe 2 and Tot written on it was lowered. The Toequesters were presented with the flag and were also each given a carrier-style waterproof jacket. Some words came out of a loudspeaker that, in summary, wished the Toequesters well in their Toe quest, and that the long-term future of the word now rested on their shoulders. The Toequesters sat down to breakfast in the boats, watching the sun rise from the ancient falling-off edge of the world.
Waiter, you'd better tell the captain or the admiral or the commander, whatever he's called, that his boat is sinking.
I am Captain Commander Admiral, 9th degree Grand Master of the Pacific Fleet. Everything fine.
Rascal sent a fax to Austin, whose boat was only 10 feet away, saying, "Aircraft carriers don't submerge, do they?" Austin sent a fax back saying, "No, but they do now."
You run boat rest of way. Follow heading right there. Different one each of you. Bon voyage. Need you alone time with self after many crowd. Only 1,000 mile to tow place. Be well. Write postcard. Be dry with jacket. Sail forth. See you.
Thanks for your hospitality. Where's your ship going?
We submerge in day like submarine for be secure, or when not much happen. Give you surprise boat excitement as gift, plus it more secure way. I go down with ship, swim to bridge hatch. Be sure you suntan oil provide or stay canopy. Save world. Bye. So long. Fare thee well. Au revoir. Bonjour. Tout à l'heure. Nice know you. Have enjoy. Be well. Gonzville.
The Toequesters. Austin, Rascal, Brad Pitt, Frederick, and Prophet all waved goodbye and headed off together, eventually following their differing headings off into their slightly diverging directions. The ocean spray was exhilarating and cooling throughout the day, and the cruisers really moved along, throbbing with power. But at the end of the day, the tropical sun plummeted like a 10 trillion pound stone. The moon wasn't up yet, and so they were all soon enveloped by the absence of light, and thus were absorbed into the overwhelming nothingness of the darkest night that they had ever known since looking for a black cat in a coal bin in a dark basement during a power outage. Above them, fires burned the stars away. Below them, the earth turned under their feet. Within them, unworded dreams haunted their souls. Around them, night poured blackness on the waves. Still excited, their dopamine systems running wild, they strove on, each on their own course, stopping often to view the stars as they'd never ever seen them before. All was so very quiet when they paused to stargaze. Starlight stabbed the utter darkness of night, causing many new ideas to wink and form in their joined minds as sparkling thoughts lit from the universal flame, as all the while the cosmos played rhythm to their merged and singing souls.
Rascal sent out a fax enjoying posting over the ocean. We are magic lanterns shining in the field of space.
An answer came back, from the light that never dies.
Then, we are the smile of being, the joy of the universe's creation.
And in us, the cosmos itself has come alive. It has reached consciousness from its primordial matter and energy.
The backbone of the Milky Way braces the sky.
We're on some far-out and distant spiral arm.
We have arrived. We are life from stardust.
But we live for one of eternity's heartbeats.
We owe all that we are to time, death, and the stars. Truly from the stars cometh our help. Stars are the creators of matter. This is why they shine.
The star's light is the origin of our being, the source of our matter, energy, everything.
Permanent, reassuring, unquenchable. It's our speechless soul, our self-winding mainspring.
Blake wrote, "In what far and fiery depths of space burnt the fire of your spirit? In what distant star was born the gleam in your eye?"
Energy and matter are interrelated. The void pulsates in an endless sequence, for a field is present throughout space immense, out of which all particles must condense, occurring where the field's extremely intense.
Atoms are energy bundles. They are knots in the fabric of space, yet matter defines the structure of space.
Again, the yin is in the yang and vice versa.
I had a theory once. Perhaps from out of nothing came the paired pluses and minuses of energy. The positive energy became matter, while the negative matter became gravity. Negative because it takes a force, positive energy, to hold objects apart which are attracted by the negative force of gravity. So when recombined, all energies still add up to nothing.
That's ingenious. So from nothing was written our account, and back to nothing we will still have to amount. But in between those two parentheses, the pluses rain on us from heaven's fount.
The stars remain for now as eternity's love lamps representing our good works and deeds, which even the fathomless night cannot quench. Perhaps one day at the end of forever, the stars too will die and grow cold when time conquers all. But as long as they live, they will shine and radiate the hues that paint the colors of our ashes, reborn again on the phoenix wings of time.
I thank the ninjas for this boating experience. I was a little worried at first. "Hear, hear," they all replied. Hey Austin, where are you from?
Zip 12,570 inches.
Wow, I'm at 12569. We're neighbors. We live next door to each other and we never even knew it.
I'll be darned, rascal. I thought I saw you once when you out were picking up your snail mail, and maybe another time when you were riding your bike really fast.
The ancient travelers of the sky, among them Orion, Leo, and Gemini, smiled down at the toe questers, who had bravely stared death in the face, those who were now in the arms of death's fair brother, sleep, calm and secure in his embrace. Other ancient travelers had probably hoped that among the many lights that danced in the sky, that some oasis in space awaited them somewhere out there, a world where flowers bloomed and fountains sprayed. Well, the sky is our father, nature our mother, and we the progeny, born from the conception of heaven on earth. A world balanced by sadness and smile, life and death, night and day, sun and flood, give and take. The earth seems rare, as many stars could not sustain us. Even in our own solar system, the other planets boil or gas away as useless wastelands. Frederick awoke before dawn, surprised at what looked like the searchlight of a large ship on the horizon. But it was the third brightest light of the sky, Venus rising, the goddess of love, passion, and compassion. Rascal lay back and looked at the conjunction of the moon with Venus. He sent out a fax. I can hear them speaking, and they each other too, for they are unusually close. Listen.
The moon, representing cold, chaste reason, said to Venus with logic cool, "Quench thy inner fire, fool, lest it destroy us and all the heavens along with it."
Venus, a passionate lady, answered, "I only know what I feel, not why, so I must be the one to rule."
"Don't confuse me with feelings," said the moon.
"And don't you confuse me with facts," said Venus.
"I guess we can't always understand each other," the moon finally admitted after a long pause, having reasoned it out. "You have feelings that I could never understand. I have reasons that you could never feel. Let us try our best to temper each other, and then let's take it from there.
Otherwise, some of your decisions would be heartless, said Venus.
And sometimes your actions will be illogical, answered the moon.
But I'll still do what I feel is right, said Venus. And sometimes you can tell me why, although it may not always matter.
Okay, said the moon. We'll try to work together. Peace to you. Perhaps I am beginning to understand this thing called feeling. Perhaps emotions do play a large role in the making of decisions.
Venus's fiery lover, the sun, soon rose ever nearer to her, while the toe questers down below brought out some eggs, bacon, and sausage from their fridges, and had breakfast, their vigor renewed. Life's a continual cosmic energy dance from some ultimate underlying happenstance. We're immersed in matter's universal rhythm, therefore we must all participate in the dance. The quest continuing ever onward toward everything that ever was and may be. Purest moonlight fell into the wrong hand, as evil swirled round, a drifting black sand that drank the silvery beam from the cup, till the moon shone no more across the land. So the primrose drank not of the moon's well, until the sun, rising from earthly hell, exposed evil, outshone it, and sent it to caves and under rocks where shadows dwell. The toe questers were out in the Pacific somewhere, on the last leg of their journey. The second day's caress of twilight unto the night was somewhat more somber for them, for they reviewed the CMBR trip's intercepted prophecy of the most probable future, a tale encrypted in biblical language entitled, "The asphodel sustains the Dis dwellers where they rest beyond that fatal river. There the wretched shades drink forgetfulness, and to oblivion sink without distress. Fireweed grows from hell's sulphurous embers, as does purple loosestrife, dead men's fingers. But wildflower air revives the dead, and then those happy souls can thrive on earth again." Charon was withered, wan, and skeletal, although eternally grateful for his immortal life and steady job of ferrying the dead across the river Styx in their transition from life to death. As Earth was the only planet he'd come across with such promising higher life forms, he had become rather fond of its inhabitants, even though he saw only the worst of them. But even from that, he could extrapolate to the qualities of the best. Charon did his job well professionally, although it was ever so dreary with the darkness of wasted lives and the grim and gloomy skies, for his surroundings always had that same gray and leaden look and feel. He ferried on, though, for his life was precious to him. The yachting toe questers cheerfully sighted land on the morning of the third day, a string of 8 large islands, among hundreds of little ones strewn about. They were once called the Sandwich Islands, and had been populated long ago by wind, wave, and wings. Rascal's heading took him past the largest and still growing island, called the Big Isle, passing to the north of it. This island being the largest mountain on Earth as measured from the ocean floor. He noted the 2 gargantuan but ever-gentle volcanoes called Mauna Loa and Kilauea, and swept on past 6 more islands. Propat's route took him to the surfer's paradise on the venerated north shore of the most populated island that was known as the gathering place. The waves there were of the most fearsome intensity ever to break across a coral reef. He roared ashore on one of the larger swells and was quickly surrounded by well-tanned, three-looped string bikini girls. He got out and kissed the sand. Frederick's course took him south around the Big Island and onward past 4 more, during which he noted the whales frolicking and spawning and making large waves. He landed on the 6th island, next to an extinct volcano whose profile was well known. Therein lay the home of Pele, the fire god, his tears left behind as diamonds in the crater. Austin's path curved around in between the first 5 islands. Greybeard passed a large bay on the 6th, noting a memorial in which 1,500 sailors lay entombed.
What was that gigantic monolithic volcanic wonder that I passed as first land?
That was Hawaii. We all passed it.
Guess we're really not going to Hawaii.
Rascal, you may still go to Hawaii. The state of Hawaii is an archipelago of 8 main islands, the largest of which is called Hawaii, on which many live near the ocean, about the volcano's bases, but it's not highly populated. It, like the main island, Oahu, is a county of Hawaii, as are the others. Kahulawe, once a military bombing range, Lanai, a large dole pineapple plantation, Maui, another up-and-coming tourist paradise, home of the Halakala volcano, Molokai, once a leper colony, Oahu, what people think of as Hawaii, Kauai, a quiet honeymoon retreat where South Pacific was filmed in the 50s, and finally, Niihau, a privately owned and forbidden mystery island that has been closed to outsiders for centuries, also known as the Forgotten Island, and it is even frequently omitted on tourist maps.
I'm destined for Niihau.
Good luck getting in there.
Profat carried on with the girls for quite a while, one of whom took him aside into some bushes and gave him many kisses, she saying,
"Don't waste your kisses on the sand," and then noted, "I must double check. What is your name?"
I am, Hubba Bubba, that was good, some kind of professor of something.
Named?
Accounting.
You are Professor Accounting?
No, I am Pat, Prophet.
Good. I read your exploits. You're my hero. Here is a map to the Toe Research Center. You'll like it. It has been greatly upgraded and renovated. Please read and destroy the map now.
Okay, got it,
said Profpat as the map went up in smoke along with a cigarette.
Oh, Prof, king of intertwined strings that I adore, kiss me a few goodbyes. For now, I shall see you again.
Here's a copy of my new book, A Farewell to Arms. It's all about future warfare being conducted only by robots.
Prof, my love, give me your arms already.
Prof Pat kissed her about 1,000 times and then floated off on his opiate endorphins to rent a Suzuki motorcycle at a roadside hut, after quaffing a few liquid tropical refreshments. He headed south through the very center of the island towards the misty Koolau mountain range. Frederick came ashore at Waikiki Beach, an Egyptian welcoming lady hailing him as the king of the pyramids, her actions akin to Profat's lady. He observed the toe map, burned it, gave her a copy of his new book, and had a breakfast of duck eggs, bacon, and toast at Smorgies, sitting outside with the birds that pecked all around at every fallen crumb. Frederick explored Honolulu a bit and then passed through the International Marketplace, a bazaar that was pretty much built into the trees and large plants. Frederick sat down on a bench and talked to everyone, and even to a chatty bird for a while, then rented a Bridgestone motorcycle and drove off along the Aliwai Canal and headed north towards the mysterious Manoa Valley. Austin landed on the eastern shore, rented a Honda motorcycle and headed up toward the Pali Lookout, stopping at the old swimming hole, and dove from the cliffs into the base of a waterfall. Greybeard landed near a hotel, dove into the surf, and surfaced in the hotel lagoon. He was greeted by the goddess of love and passion fruit, who looked a lot like a mermaid he'd once known in Australia. Greybeard read the map, roasted it, gave her a copy of his new book, The Joy of Underwater Creatures. Rascal, sighting Nihao, passed by some patrol boats that seemed not at all alarmed, and docked on the forbidden shore, and was soon met by a sweet and loving Hare Krishna-looking girl.
Would you like to attend our feast?
Be there lobsters?
No, just parsley and coleslaw.
No thanks.
Rascal, master of many dimensions, you're supposed to ask me for a map.
Oh, do you have a map?
Yes, this is the location of the tow center on Oahu, where you will go later if you get out of here alive. But no ha. Please memorize and burn. Follow me.
What the yin of the yang?
He walked toward a big complex of oriental structures, quickly turning around, sensing someone. 1,000 Buddhist monks were trailing 10 feet behind him.
Holy Mother of all radiance.
Hail to thee, Rascal, discoverer of 3 additional dimensions and savior of the existing 3.
Hail, Master of the Dark Moon in the bright light of a new age.
Thank you. Welcome to the new Forbidden City. Did you see anyone behind you on your way walking in?
That was a good one, Master. They almost pulled it off.
Those monks can walk on rice paper, not even making a tear or a wrinkle, and they can sense all kinds of surveillance beams. They volunteered for our new anti-terrorism campaign. Well, fine, but here I sit, Rascal, at the edge of the Western world, in the place called The Last Resort, cleansing the messes made from mankind's evil thoughts.
It's daunting to fully understand the real toe, and close to daringly foolish to use it to fully alter a lower level of reality. Everything is intertwined.
Well, Rascal, if you see over the years that worse is coming to worse, and then to worser and worsest, then perhaps you toe fellows might bypass the CMBR antenna altogether and fiddle with the DNA matrix itself.
The room quickly filled and fluttered with varicolored butterflies of many varieties. Then length, width, and depth appeared on stage and bowed, along with the Grand Master, and then swirled and twirled on into gravity, electricity, and magnetism, and disappeared, replaced by a great radiating warmth of gleams, glints, and sparkles, perhaps representing the 7th dimension of heaven.
Thank you, sir, and each of you. I am humbled.
It is you that we thank. Travel in peace and praise be to the toe.
Rascal came out to a cheering crowd of monks and said some soft and gentle words to them, and was soon off in his boat for a short trip to Oahu, landing near the magic shores of Hanalei and renting a big Harley motorcycle. Frederick veered onto the H1 freeway, got off near Fort Shafter, and finding the jump, soared through the air and on up to the secret mountaintop tow center to analyze and discover all that was. Graybeard followed, climbing the steep path, flying the gap, and disappearing into the bulk of the great upheaval to discern the further workings of reality. Profpat mounted the gravity-impaired hill of hills, ascending ever upward on the inclination toward the peak of the Tree of Knowledge. Austin powered up the well-known path of 30 years ago, with Passiona, going home at last to where his tow research had begun. Michael energized from the skies, alighting at the summit. A few others arrived as well, their motorcycles churning the dust into a fog that only wind and radiance could disperse. Rascal Puff, the last of the Hell's Angels, then broached the breach and thundered upward and ever onward as the road rose up to meet him.
Your rooms are ready. We have all new equipment. We'll work here, on and off, as the risk of exposure is much less. Pick a home for your families or friends, all expenses paid. Feel free to roam the islands, but stay alert and employ your new skills. Hear what makes little sound. See what isn't all there. In fact, sense all emanations. The world is still very much interested in the tow. We've left Austin's Overlook as it was 30 years ago, but have added a railing around it, for we wouldn't want the ground to rise up to meet you. Also, here's a copy of my new book, From Here to Maternity, The Conception of the Universe.
Who could conceive of that?
Lady Yin and Father Yang.
And what were they doing at the time?
Meshing around with their gears, making little dots.
And where did they come from?
Mother Tao and Father Oat.
Oat is Tao backwards nobody, you can't fool me.
Reality runs backwards and forwards with us at the cusp.
I'll drink to Antimatter and Uncle Matter.
Cheers, everyone. Wine and cheese are on the table.
Let us all raise our cusps to saving the world.
That is our bond and destiny. The world needs us.
Are we nearing the end of the story?
Yes and no, but maybe. Welcome, ToeQuesters, to the present day. The greatest of all quests soon begins, for we are now the butterflies at the edge of forever.
At Toe Center, nobody did appear, ordering empty cup of tea unclear. A good day it had been. The NNTN thread, theory of nothing, started fresh and dear. At the Toe Center, nobody nowhere appeared in the pub, ordering an empty cup of evanescent tea. It had been a good day. The new NNN theory of nothing thread had begun anew, in a more focused way, replacing the former one that had begun to weigh a ton. It replaced the ton that heavy weighed. Michael beside him Turkish coffee prayed, noting coffee's tale of first invention, how desert plants to starving outcast laid. Coffee plants were in the desert first seen by a starving outcast who ate the bean and found it bitter, hard, so boiled some, tart, finding that the water was the better part. Such from asylum he returned home, quaint, and for his coffee was declared a saint. Though its drinkers were despised by clerics, the partakers dallied over their cups. Michael's new assignment lay in Turkey, where Thanksgiving was born, not next to Hungary. Profat danced on tables to old songs tune, drinking Singapore sling with laughter key. Neutralino kept order in the threads and drank cool water, life's elixir spreads. Greybeard downed a pint of mermaid's ale made in Lost Atlantis' ancient beds. Neutralino enjoined order in the threads as well as a quenching goblet mix of various molecules that easily slid all around each other. Water, the elixir of life. Greybeard downed a pint of ale made by mermaids in Atlantis. Michelle stood by, this gathering her own, assured all guests were satisfied, well known, while telling tales of ToeQuesters past, who'd come and gone, their legends overgrown. Michelle was on hand, this being her gathering, and assured that all were satisfied while relating tales of the ToeQuesters who had come and gone before. Kovis sipped evolving wine and read the toe news of a monk, the story said, who went to sacred pool to meditate. Al-Qaeda's #2 man found quite dead. Kovis had a glass of ever-evolving wine and read the toe news, which reported, somewhere a monk went down to the sacred pool to meditate, as always. But upon this occasion, a house containing Al-Qaeda's #2 man suddenly blew up. Robert came and gave 200 more private messages for all to explore. MJA ordered random drink, aware all are equal on this cosmic shore. Robert came in and gave everyone a new allowance of 200 private messages. MJA ordered a drink at random, knowing that there was no difference among any of them, all of them being equal. Austin proposed a toast to nothing, friends. The bird of time its wisdom now extends.
To nothing in particular, and the bird of time.
Fleeting time vanishes ere the winged prize that flies in a perpetual sunrise. With the breath of eternity on its lips, time's origin is all that never dies. Rascal entered, happy through his dust, with battle stains his clothing still encrust. They heard his tale as he with joy imbibed some shimmering liquid that expanded just. A Toe website, secure but not secured, was set to lure conspirators assured from centers that survived the ninjas' raid. The Toe, their final hope, they still pursued. A secure-looking, unsecured Toe website had been set up to lure certain conspiratorial hackers associated with some autonomous centers around the world that had thereby survived the assault of the Ninja Empire. They were after the TO, their last hope. Web data traced revealed their hidden lair outside DC near Langley's watchful care. Strike teams, ever ready, soon took flight. Rascal from Virginia joined them there. Tracers attached to the web data had emitted a signal that pointed to a location just outside Washington, D.C., not far from the Langley CIA headquarters. Strike teams, whose only job was to be ever ready, immediately lifted off. Rascal, living in Virginia, bid her farewell and lifted off as well as the oversight for the mission. He sent a missile through the entrance door, then entered 7 levels of Hell's core. Through fierce resistance, they fought their way down 6 bulkheads melted, seeking 7th floor. Upon landing, he ordered a missile through the front door, and then entered what turned out to be the 7 levels of Hell. They fought their way through fierce resistance, melting down 6 closed bulkheads in turn, finally arriving at the 7th, a wall of ice 7 feet thick. A wall of ice 7 feet thick stood last. For hours they torched the strange ice, holding fast, that somehow always managed to refreeze. At last they broke through winter's stubborn cast. Finally, after hours of torching the ice that somehow continuously refroze, they found a clone of Hitler sitting on a throne, as well as one of Napoleon crowning himself. Evil reincarnated. There Hitler sat, a throne beneath his frame, with Napoleon crowning self in shame. Evil reborn, which Rascal Swift dispatched, then left with treasured finds none could reclaim. Elvis has left the building as airstrike answered Rascal's last resort.